Amidst a melange of black and white interspersed with the primary colors of red, green, and blue, a bizarre corridor unfurled, elusive in both its beginning and end. Huang Xuan, perched upon the carpet of his home, ventured aimlessly along this passageway, his left hand pressing down upon his trembling little finger. At the tender age of 15, Huang Xuan was merely a middle school student, and the sights that unfolded before him clearly exceeded the boundaries of his imagination. Just an hour prior, his curiosity had been piqued by the inexplicably dry and firm surface of the newly excavated swimming pool in his backyard. Days earlier, the school had undertaken the transplantation of a large tree, digging deeply, yet the pit remained filled with rainwater, as if it had been struck by a downpour. Embodying the inquisitive and investigative spirit that characterized the youth of the new century, Huang Xuan had disguised himself as he retreated to the garden's pavilion to read after dinner. Wrapped in a blanket, he veered towards the swimming pool, seizing a shovel to delve deeper into the earth. Though it was still early spring, the skies of Nanjing were not particularly cold. Huang Xuan energetically excavated a depth of nearly a meter before he perceived the ground growing increasingly firm beneath him. Frustration surged as he found no water emerging, and fatigue settled in. In an attempt to release some pent-up energy, he grasped the hammer left by the workers and struck the ground several times, only to hear a hollow woo-woo echo in response. Weighing the hammer in his hand, he glanced towards the corner where tools lay strewn about, selecting the largest engineering hammer with a beaming smile. As he hoisted it onto his shoulder, he muttered to himself, "Let me give you a few heavy ones." And then Huang Xuan found himself within this kaleidoscopic corridor. He shouted loudly, cursing in frustration, yet the passageway offered no echo in return. Resigned, he fell silent, feeling a tingling sensation spreading through his limbs, as if they were slipping from the control of his mind was indeed trembling. Of course, Huang Xuan was reluctant to admit that he could be frightened by such a riot of colors. He had experienced countless amusement parks, however. Being ensnared in an amusement park would perhaps be a safer predicament. The blanket floated like a leaf upon a river, gently undulating, as Huang Xuan's body rose and fell in tandem. After a brief respite, he called out once more, "I'm thirsty, I need water." In weighing the lesser of two evils, he found himself preferring to be in the clutches of kidnappers rather than ensnared in some peculiar contraption his parents might very well manage the former, whereas the latter, as suggested by countless protagonists in their foils in novels and films, relied solely on sheer luck. Still, there was no reply. Huang Xuan instinctively lowered his head, glancing at his watch, which, as if in sync with his arrival, had also ceased to function. Perhaps the exhausting digging had taken its toll, or perhaps the exertion of shouting had drained him, for Huang Xuan soon drifted into a hazy slumber. A sudden sound jolted him awake, akin to the noise of a high-powered appliance being unplugged. Realizing his predicament, he immediately rolled over and opened his eyes. In the distance, a ring of white light stood out starkly in this vibrant world. Before Huang Xuan could discern its nature, a neutral voice emanated, announcing, "Destination reached, P113 T1061968W7890. "Who are you?" he inquired. "According to your understanding, you may refer to me as a time-space shuttle. What is this place?" Huang Xuan felt a surge of anger, yet a twinge of trepidation crept in, prompting him to raise his voice slightly. "Take me back. Where am I?" "You are in the P113 dimension, equivalent to the temporal coordinates of the P112 dimension in the year 1968. Geographical address 7890. "I don't care what this is, send me back. Spare me this nonsense. My father is quite influential." As the white circle loomed larger, Huang Xuan's unease began to mount. The neutral voice replied coldly, "I cannot return you. You have breached base security. Given your actions violate the 3rd clause, Article 5, and the 11th clause, Article 4 of the Temporal Accord, the base has deemed you eligible for exile in accordance with P112 biological regulations." Before Huang Xuan could utter another word, he and his blanket were thrust into the thick white circle. A day later, Huang Xuan was nearly convinced he had indeed found himself in the temporal realm of 1968. Although he had only heard of this era through the conversations of his elders, it did not hinder his ability to engage with the bustling pedestrians on the street, browse through bookstores, and even walk out of the small town to flag down passing vehicles, inquiring with drivers, examining license plates, and scrutinizing various receipts and ration coupons. Every imprint was a testament. This morning, Huang Xuan entered the town's largest building, the post office, and gazed at the neatly stacked stamps beneath the counter, a smile blossoming on his face. It was a bittersweet smile, for the stamps he recognized were the nationwide mountains and rivers all red, a famous stamp that had been recalled on the very day of its release, and it stood as the most valuable stamp since the founding of New China, inversely proportional to its scarcity. Yet now, Huang Xuan beheld a thick stack, still uncut. In his own time, this well-known stamp had been pulled from circulation mere hours after its release when an editor from a Chinese map publishing house discovered inaccuracies in the map depicted on the stamp, notably omitting the Xisha and Nansha Islands. The Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications, upon discovering the error, urgently ordered all postal offices to cease sales. However, a few had already been sold prematurely, leading to a trickle of stamps circulating outside. Yet now, Huang Xuan was unaware whether he was fortunate to exist in that fateful day or if this era diverged from his knowledge. Behind the counter stood only one female clerk, lazily knitting at her desk, which was piled high with stamps, all of them the nationwide mountains and rivers, all red. Unlike the future, this era's post offices typically sold only one type of stamp at a time. What was available was sold, and once it ran out, another type would be offered. Huang Xuan felt slightly dizzy as he took a couple of steps, adjusted his collar, and summoned what he believed to be his most amiable smile, inquiring, "How much for these stamps? May I take a look?" Thanks in part to his standard Mandarin, the female clerk, having benefited from it over the past couple of days, stood up, her pinky finger curling her hair. After glancing at Huang Xuan's odd attire, she lost interest and replied in soft Wu dialect, "How many do you want? I would like to see them first." Huang Xuan maintained a smile. Clad only in a mud-stained outfit and a single blanket, he possessed no money for stamps, though the nationwide mountains and rivers, all red, valued at no less than 200,000 in the future, had a nominal face value of merely 8 cents. The originally expressionless female clerk's countenance grew increasingly frigid. She grimaced slightly before tossing him a sheet of postage stamps, 2 of which had been excised, and resumed her knitting. Huang Xuan had never been known for his amiable disposition. In truth, as a scion of the Huang family, he had inevitably inherited some of the temperament of the elder Mr. Huang, straightforward and irritable, yet not devoid of contemplation, complemented by a measure of adaptability and resilience. Moreover, as a 15-year-old youth, he harbored a touch of rebellion. Nonetheless, at that moment, he maintained a natural demeanor, donning a smile as he picked up the stamps. Huang Xuan had encountered his grandfather's cherished philatelic collection on numerous occasions. Although he could not claim any expertise in authentication, he was merely eager to examine whether this precious stamp differed from his prior knowledge. As for the authenticity of the stamps, to be candid, Huang Xuan would prefer them to be poorly crafted forgeries, as the quaint little town and its vicinity were nothing but a tiresome farce. However, what if should he truly find himself in 1968, these stamps might serve as his lifeline. 8 years hence, they could represent his home, his sustenance, his computer and gaming console, and even his future partner. At that moment, there were no merchants, no capitalists, and no identification cards. There existed only ration tickets for grain, fabric, and meat, alongside letters of introduction to IT. Would take another decade until the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee was convened in 1978, when those yearning to prosper would timidly begin to look beyond their immediate circumstances. Huang Xuan was uncertain what a 15-year-old could accomplish. He did not even know the precise year that the Cultural Revolution concluded, yet 2 facts were indisputable. This era would inevitably reach its conclusion, and the entire nation's mountains and rivers painted red would undoubtedly soar in value, with an investment return rate approaching 5 million%, or 500 million. Such a figure was indeed perplexing. After scrutinizing the stamps twice more, Huang Xuan could not resist reaching into his pockets, only to find them empty. Just yesterday, he had intended to dig a pit. Even the blanket he had brought was merely a guise for the pavilion, having been carelessly discarded at the time. Had it not been for that, he would have been without any means of warmth last night. Huang Xuan finally began to comprehend the sentiment his grandfather expressed when discussing the entire nation's mountains and rivers painted red. The prospect of stamps, each potentially worth 300,000 in the future, lay casually atop a weathered, paint-chipped table, with 50 stamps per sheet, amounting to hundreds of sheets. In other words, preserving these items atop this dilapidated table for 30 years could theoretically yield a value exceeding 400 million, sufficient to purchase 100 Mercedes-Benz vehicles equivalent to the labor of a clerk earning 4,000 yuan a month for 800 years. Yet acquiring them now would necessitate a mere 400 yuan. As he pondered the possibility of never seeing his grandfather or parents again, Huang Xuan felt his heart constrict painfully, his mouth growing parched. He shook his head, attempting to cast these thoughts aside, tugged at the only valuable blanket he possessed, and leaned over the chest-high counter, saying, "Sister, I would like to discuss something with you." "Speak," the woman replied, her tone devoid of warmth as she sat behind the desk, her voice carrying a slight echo. "Look, I am still a student and have little money. I wish to exchange this blanket for some stamps," Huang Xuan proposed. He contemplated his uncertain duration of stay here in 1969, an era unwelcoming to strangers, devoid of small vendors or holiday tourism, and utterly dismissive of the notion of labor leading to prosperity. He had no labor to offer, which meant that the blanket could only ensure he would not freeze, but it could not stave off starvation in that regard. It was of little aid for survival. "That won't do," the woman replied succinctly. Huang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp why. In this era, no one could privately exchange goods. Whether it be food ration tickets or wool yarn, purchases could only be made at state-run stores. Personal sales and trades were regarded as speculation and could lead to imprisonment. "Please, I urgently need this," Huang Xuan implored, with nothing else to offer. His watch was worth more, but it was too trivial for exchanging stamps, especially since this Vacheron Constantine was far too advanced for 1968. The attendant simply waved her hand dismissively, continuing to knit without acknowledging him. Observing the yarn in her hands, an idea struck him. He presented the blanket across the counter, saying, "This is not just any yarn blanket, it is a cashmere blanket, far warmer than wool. My family purchased it in Beijing. Do take a look." Perhaps the mention of Beijing piqued her interest, for the attendant grasped the corner of the blanket, scrutinizing Huang Xuan with skepticism. "You didn't steal this from home, did you?" "If I were to steal, I would have taken money instead." Huang Xuan seized the opportunity and pressed on. "Just one set in exchange. Would that be acceptable?" Yesterday, while wandering the streets, he had inquired about prices. A wool blanket of 2 by 1.5 meters cost 5.5 yuan, while 50 stamps would amount to only 4 yuan. For the locals, it was undoubtedly a fair exchange. The attendant seemed to calculate her mind, yet skepticism lingered as she continued to feel the blanket. After a lengthy pause with no customers entering, she relented. "Let's consider it a favor." With that, she yanked the blanket toward her, and before Huang Xuan could react, she reached for the stamps. Startled, Huang Xuan quickly gestured, "Please, no need to trouble yourself. I can fetch them myself. If you could kindly provide a box for me to store them, I would appreciate it." Not waiting for her reaction, he took matters into his own hands, thinking, if she were to handle them, I could lose tens of thousands in value. Carefully, he retrieved 2 sheets from the table, placing them on the counter, comparing them meticulously as if selecting from his father's prized collection of fish tanks. A quick calculation revealed that his father, a professor, earned no more than the price of a single stamp in a year. Not allowing himself to ponder further, he accepted the yarn box handed over with a cold expression, gently placing the stamps inside. Ignoring the attendant's practiced demeanor, Huang Xuan cradled the box as if it contained the moon, stepping with buoyancy out of the verdant post office. What he desperately needed now was a place to conceal these stamps, and afterward seek assistance from the dear police officer. At least in the past 15 years, the police officers he had encountered had always been friendly and kind. As thoughts of assistance crossed his mind, Huang Xuan felt a pang of hunger. While he was scanning his surroundings, that unforgettable neutral voice echoed once more. "Do you wish to return home?" "Of course." Huang Xuan, disregarding the gazes of passers-by, exclaimed loudly, "Where are you?" "Do you wish to return home?" The same tone and inflection, reminiscent of a film being played in reverse. Huang Xuan's mind began to churn. He was certain he had never pondered so intently, for an exam perhaps only when facing his father's inquiries. Now, he was fervently contemplating what this infernal contraption, which called itself a time-traveling machine, was truly up to. He had myriad questions, yet he dared not voice them. Generally speaking, dealing with authoritative figures like his father, saying less and doing more garnered fewer criticisms, rather than the opposite. "Do you wish to return home?" The voice sounded like a malfunctioning gramophone. "Yes," Huang Xuan responded as he stepped away from the bustling main street. Regardless of the stamp's future worth 2 decades hence, his desire to return home outweighed all. "Very well, I can send you back to P112, but you must also offer something in return." Huang Xuan paused, slightly puzzled, and inquired, "What exactly do you want? What do you require of me?" "Given the current circumstances, my primary objective is to ensure the safety of the base. Thus I can absolve you of your transgressions at this juncture." The voice from above fell silent for a moment before continuing. "The disappearance may jeopardize the base's security, hence I have decided to return you to P112. Are you the guardian of that base? Huang Xuan recalled the bewildering pronouncement from a day prior. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Huang Xuan began to comprehend the implication of this supposed guardian of the base. He was likely abandoned here, prompting his mother to search frantically, possibly digging through the earth in her desperation that if he did not return soon, this infernal base would be exposed. Thus, it sought to send him back. However, speculation remained just that. Although Huang Xuan was generally confident in his intellect, considering his poor evaluations and grades, he resolved to skillfully inquire for the correct answer. Aren't you concerned I might disclose your base upon my return? This time, the voice from an unknown source paused for a considerable half-minute before responding. I will monitor you at all times. Additionally, I can offer you some compensation. Monitor me at all times. Huang Xuan was skeptical of this claim. If constant surveillance were indeed feasible, why not simply return him directly, as he had been cast aside, without the need for this elaborate discussion of compensation? It seemed he likely needed his assistance. Nevertheless, his longing to return home surpassed all else. So he decided, then please send me back first. A dim light flickered, and Huang Xuan once again beheld the resplendent passage. After a brief moment of distraction, he turned back, realizing that the box containing the stamps was still securely clutched in his arms. Suppressing his excitement, Huang Xuan fully engaged the merchant genes inherited from his mother and inquired, "This base you guard, are you asking for my assistance in safeguarding it? Shouldn't you divulge a bit more information? Your base lies beneath my family's swimming pool. And what is your name? I cannot simply refer to you as guardian forever." The first objective of negotiation is to ascertain the opponent's cards, a lesson instilled by Huang's mother. Surrounded by a halo of faint light, Huang Xuan lost track of time until the guardian's voice echoed. The area beneath your swimming pool merely constitutes the outer defenses of the base. Due to certain factors, I am currently unable to relocate the base. Hence, I require you to keep this secret. Pausing momentarily, it continued, "You may call me H113, or you may refer to me as Lorin." After offering further clarification, it questioned, "The destination is imminent. Have you made your decision? What if I say no? Where would you cast me away?" Huang Xuan tightened his grip on the box as he spoke. Lorin replied in an unwavering tone, "Your disappearance may only incite some crises, which could potentially jeopardize the security of the base." That IT added, "If you agree to keep the base's secret and prevent them from probing further, you may retain the contents of the box you hold." "The items within the box are rightfully mine," Huang Xuan retorted indignantly. "Is this your form of compensation? Transporting them from P113 to P112 requires an immense amount of energy, far exceeding your expectations. I weigh far more than a mere box." Huang Xuan scoffed sarcastically. Lorin evidently failed to grasp the sarcasm, responding, "You are a biological entity, possessing a state of life. A blanket is certainly not a living entity." Huang Xuan naturally recalled the cashmere blanket, but refrained from delving into why biological entities consume less. Perhaps unable to counter the argument or simply wishing to move on, Lorin abandoned the topic, stating, "You may request a reasonable compensation." The word reasonable seemed deliberately elongated. "That I may visit the previous location at any time." Huang Xuan dreamily envisioned the future, saliva pooling in his mouth. Lorin promptly interrupted his reverie, declaring, "At present, I can only transport the target to a random location." "Presently? When will it be possible?" Saliva continued to flow. After approximately half a minute, Lorin finally responded, "Theoretically, it requires a substantial amount of energy." "Well then, that's manageable." Huang Xuan, unaware of the true magnitude of Lorin's substantial, eagerly replied, excitement causing the corners of his mouth to lift. As they conversed, the white circle expanded once more, and in an instant, Huang Xuan found himself standing on solid ground. It was precisely noon, the sunlight somewhat blinding, and the shadows cast by the surrounding buildings appeared diminutive. Huang Xuan stomped his feet, feeling the familiar ground beneath him, and a sense of reassurance blossomed within his heart. Before him lay the end of an alley, and although towering edifices were absent from the surroundings, the mere appearance was vastly different from that of the 1970s. Recalling the extraordinary encounters of the past 2 days, Huang Xuan felt an inexplicable thrill within. As he walked, he mused, "Does filling the swimming pool count as safeguarding your secret, Lorin?" "Indeed," Lorin replied, swiftly this time. Subsequently, regardless of Huang Xuan's inquiries, Lorin fell into a profound silence. Growing weary of the exchange, Huang Xuan decided to hail a taxi and return home on his own. At this moment, the Huang residence was in a state of chaotic upheaval. Huang's mother, without hesitation, had set aside her business and summoned Huang Xian's maternal uncle, bringing along a cadre of police officers who thoroughly searched the Huang residence and its vicinity. The nearby roads were cordoned off, and had it not been for their intent to locate someone, the area beneath the swimming pool would have been excavated long ago. Huang's father, who typically paid little heed to Huang Xian, was engrossed in overseeing a laboratory at Nanjing University, burdened with numerous responsibilities. Given Huang Xian's rebellious nature, their conversations rarely lasted beyond 3 exchanges before escalating into arguments. However, with his son truly missing, he could not concern himself with experimental statistics, spending his days anxiously awaiting news at home. While Huang Xian could surmise some of the ensuing chaos, he did not anticipate its magnitude. Upon venturing out of the city, a full 10 kilometers from home, he encountered a roadblock. This location was en route to an upscale residential area. The traffic officer was courteous, yet the vehicle's speed was promptly reduced. The driver, somewhat disgruntled, shifted gears, muttering, "These officers are just idly passing time. They never show up when there's an accident." Unbeknownst to Huang Xian, these officers were in search of him. Clutching the paper box in his hands, he delightedly pondered its contents, occasionally peeking inside, while the driver continued his monologue about family layoffs, the police's incessant pursuit of taxis, and the soaring fuel prices. "Sir, please present your identification," the officer commanded as they arrived at the checkpoint. The officer saluted, as this was indeed the fabled high-end residential area, where appearances must be meticulously upheld. Still lost in his reverie, Huang Xian was taken aback when the officer abruptly yanked open the car door, pointing at the driver. "You, step out." Startled, the driver assumed his earlier remarks had been overheard, and, as he exited the vehicle, he began to explain, "I was merely passing the time." At that moment, the officer paid him no mind, scrutinizing the issued portrait once more before tentatively addressing Huang Xian. "Are you Huang Xian?" "Huh?" "Oh, yes," Huang Xian replied, astonished as he raised his gaze. The officer, comparing the photo again, noted the attire matched the description and, with a surge of excitement, shouted, "We found him!" At the Huang residence, Huang Xuanxing sipped tea, savoring each sip, while Huang's mother fixed a piercing gaze on Huang Xian. Only his maternal uncle, Zhang Shu, beamed with delight at the sight of him. Such a scenario typically unfolded post-examination or after a mishap. Seasoned by adversity, Huang Xian quickly identified a temporary ally in his uncle, casting a goofy grin in his direction. "Where have you been these past 2 days?" Huang's mother inquired, tapping her finger lightly against the base of her teacup. "I traveled to the 20th century." Huang Xian would have liked to speak the truth, but fearing his mother's reaction, he settled for a gentle pat on his head, saying, "I stayed at a classmate's house for a couple of days." Huang's mother, with a stern expression, inquired, "I have called all your classmates' homes. Where have you been?" This question posed a considerable challenge for Huang Xian, who could only feign ignorance and laugh nervously. Zhang Sini was well aware that her son was rather mischievous and in a rebellious phase. However, her demanding job often left her little time for parental guidance. Observing Huang Xian's aimless wandering and his recent running away from home, she felt it was imperative to take action. Thus, she declared from now until school resumes, "You are not allowed to leave the house. Do you understand?" Huang Xian opened his mouth and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Prior to undergoing this interrogation, he had seized the opportunity during his bath to stow away the stamps he had been clutching throughout the journey in his room. Although now confined, he could hardly contain his excitement and darted into his room. Carefully using tweezers, he extracted the stamps from their box. Observing them now, they felt entirely different from when he had encountered them at the post office. They were not merely stamps, but rather pieces of currency. Huang Xian began to calculate how many years of pocket money this unexpected windfall could equate to that he meticulously placed the god of wealth into his childhood stamp album, his mouth watering as he pondered how to capitalize on this fortune. He was not an avid stamp collector. He mused that keeping these little pieces of paper was far less appealing than acquiring several computers for his room or indulging in a few motorcycles for entertainment. "If you're done organizing, you should get to filling in your swimming pool now," interrupted Lorin, breaking Huang Xian's daydream after a prolonged silence. "Understood." Considering Lorin's ability to transport him back to the 1970s at any moment, Huang Xian muttered and straightened up. Filling in the swimming pool was a straightforward task. The Huang residence already boasted an indoor pool, and constructing another was merely for the convenience of sunbathing in the summer. Moreover, Zhang Sini had always been lenient with Huang Xian. Since a punishment had already been issued, she felt it was reasonable to let it go. Therefore, When Huang Xuan requested that the pool be filled in on the grounds of disliking its proximity to the pavilion, his mother, despite her initial admonishments, ultimately acquiesced, reassuring herself that her son was still in a rebellious phase. The only party somewhat discontented was the construction crew responsible for the pool excavation, which had already faced 2 days of halted work, only to be instructed to fill it in again. Huang Xuan, however, was indifferent to their concerns, wielding his authority and insisting they compact the fill thoroughly. He also arranged for a landscaping company to plant a ring of shrubs around the area. As for the cost, that was his mother's responsibility. Lorin felt satisfied and pleased with Huang Xuan's swift fulfillment of his promise, though he remained passive and did not propose anything further. Meanwhile, Huang Xuan remained entirely absorbed in thoughts of his stamps. Upon returning home, Huang Xuan enjoyed a delightful slumber, clutching his stamp album. The next morning, as the dawn light streamed through the transparent window, the birds residing in the banyan tree began their cheerful chirping. The butler, impeccably dressed, gently knocked on the door. Huang Xuan, still dazed, mumbled a response and shifted uncomfortably, yet his mind quickly cleared. "You're up quite early," remarked his mother, already seated at the dining table. Huang Xuan affectionately settled beside her, smiling. "I'm just here to keep you company for breakfast." "Your words are quite sweet," Huang's mother said with a smile. "What request do you have?" "You cannot go out." "Then let me accompany you to the office. It has been ages since I last visited," Huang Xuan replied. Indeed, it had been quite a while since his last visit, where he had only stayed for 2 hours. The office resembled a scene struck by a flood. Zhang Sini waved her hand and chuckled. "I told you can't go out. Do you wish to give your father a reason to mock me?" "How could I?" Huang Xuan feigned a pitiful expression. "You mentioned there is nothing to eat at home. If you truly do not take me along, what will happen if I starve? I might have to brave the risk of life and limb to climb over the wall and escape from the clutches of Butler Zhou." Zhang Sini chuckled softly. "Is that a threat? Climbing over walls? Really? Mom?" Huang Xuan elongated his tone, vigorously shaking his mother's arm. This tactic was always effective. As predicted, Zhang Sini became slightly dizzy from the shaking. Frustrated yet amused, she tapped Huang Xuan's head with her index finger and said, "If you can remain in my or Butler Zhou's sight, I will take you to the office." "All right." Huang Xuan nodded eagerly and then asked, "Will Uncle Zhou come along as well?" "Now that you're not home, how could he not follow?" With that, Zhang Sini set aside her meal, stood up, and said, "Let's leave now." Huang Xuan sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "He'll go upstairs to grab a few things. Wait for me before you drive." He dashed upstairs to retrieve his stamp collection. As they walked, Huang Xuan attempted to call out to Lorin, but this guardian of the base vanished, much like his voice. The office area of the Sifong Group is situated in the Bell Tower district, comprising a main structure of 48 floors, accompanied by 2 8-story annexes. This newly constructed office building stands amidst a well-established commercial zone, housing half of the city's Grade A office buildings. Despite being a mere 2-decade-old establishment, Sifong Group's possession of such high-caliber office space is largely attributed to the backgrounds of the Zhang and Huang families. Nonetheless, as a board member, Zhang Sini has exerted considerable effort. At the tender age of 15, Huang Xuan was blissfully carefree, his thoughts consumed solely by how to part with his stamps, oblivious to everything else. In less than half an hour, Huang Xuan found himself in his mother's impeccably standard office, as the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. Although she had ventured into entrepreneurship, the habits cultivated from her upbringing led her to establish an office spanning 300 square meters. When including the secretary's room outside, it could be considered one of the finest in Nanjing. As for Huang Xuan, he had little interest in the array of antiquated jars and bottles adorning the room. His visit was solely to see the secretaries. Zhang Sini employed 4 secretaries and 2 assistants, but typically only brought along 1 assistant and 1 secretary, while the other 3 were tasked with handling correspondence and meeting minutes. Seizing the opportunity while his mother was in a meeting, Huang Xuan slipped into the outer office and found a secretary named Lu. He pressed his face close and smiled. "Brother Lu, I beg you to help me with something." Lu Ping, approximately 30 years of age, sported a clean-shaven face and a short hairstyle that complemented his facial structure. He recognized the young master of the chairman and, with nothing demanding his attention at the moment, poured Huang Xuan a glass of water, saying, "What do you need help with? Please have a seat and tell me." Huang Xuan replied, saying, "There's a classmate of mine who used to collect stamps but has since lost interest. He has some valuable stamps and wishes to sell them, but lacks the proper channels, so he asked me to inquire on his behalf." "I see." Lu Ping mused for a moment before responding, If the stamps hold only moderate value, they could be sold at the Confucius Temple stamp market. However, if they are of considerable worth, an auction or private buyer would be more suitable, asked the secretary to the chairman. Lu Ping frequently dealt with such matters, whether it be the acquisition of decorative items or managing the chairman's personal collection, making him quite familiar with the process. Upon hearing there might be a viable opportunity, Huang Xuan eagerly inquired, "I've heard they could be quite valuable. What would you suggest for a quicker sale? Please share your advice. I'll make some inquiries for you." Lu Ping replied cautiously, uncertain of the actual value of the young gentleman's collection. "All right, he'll wait in the back room," Huang Xuan said. After a while, Lu Ping knocked and entered, finding Huang Xuan engrossed in a computer game. "I have a friend who works at an auction house. He mentioned that there will be a specialized auction for stamps and coins in Beijing at the end of this month, with a 12 commission that if the stamps are indeed good, there should generally be buyers." At the end of the month, Huang Xuan said, setting aside his mouse, that he glanced at butler Zhou, who was seated on the sofa by the door, and continued, "It's still early in the month. Waiting until the end seems a bit too late. Moreover, traveling to Beijing isn't convenient. Are there any other companies hosting auctions?" "There haven't been any stamp auctions scheduled in the coming month," Lu Ping replied with a shrug. "How about you tell me the types and quantities of the stamps? I can ask him to reach out to private collectors, though the price might be lowered." A professional secretary, Lu Ping held little interest in why Huang Xuan's friend was in such a hurry to sell the stamps, even if they were stolen goods. That was a matter for the chairman and his son. The complete edition of the National Mountains and Rivers All Red series had only appeared once, regarded as a national treasure during the National Stamp Exposition in Guangzhou. On October 1st, 1997, with an estimated value exceeding 10 million. Meanwhile, the prices for double or quadruple connected stamps at other auctions range from 150,000 to 350,000 each. Reflecting upon the information he had researched the previous night, Huang Xuan felt that whether it was 10 million or more made little difference to him, and remarked, "Is your friend the auctioneer? Can he be trusted?" "Absolutely professional, the type that often signs confidentiality agreements," Lu Ping assured confidently. The group secretary. Accomplishing the tasks assigned by the chairman's son was tantamount to fulfilling the chairman's objectives. "Very well. I appreciate your help. Lu, if my mother doesn't inquire, please keep this under wraps. We must agree on this," Huang Xuan stated, explaining why he chose to approach Lu rather than the butler. In his home, butler Zhou was not so easily swayed. Noticing Lu Ping's agreement, Huang Xuan continued to ponder. "What is your friend's surname?" "Lu Ziqing," Lu Ping replied. "How about this arrangement?" Huang Xuan mused, continuing, "My friend's stamp collection cannot be conveniently brought out. Would it be possible for your friend to come over directly? If so, could he also bring along an appraiser? We can settle the price at market value. If he manages to find someone to assist in selling it, I would be willing to offer him a 5 commission, but we must sign a confidentiality agreement. What do you think?" Huang Xuan spoke with a deliberate calmness, his tone reminiscent of Zhang Xini issuing commands, leaving Lu Ping in a state of astonishment for quite some time before he hastily agreed. Lu Ziqing arrived promptly, accompanied by an elderly gentleman with graying hair and piercing eyes, adorned with gold-rimmed, wide-brimmed spectacles. Huang Xuan, mimicking his mother-esque demeanor, stood at the entrance to greet the two. Lu Ping swiftly poured 2 cups of tea, discreetly positioning himself behind Huang Xuan, introducing them with grace. "This is Mr. Lu Ziqing, a well-known figure in the industry, widely respected. And this is Mr. Shenbingda, a renowned appraiser of artworks." "Thank you both," Huang Xuan replied with a smile. "As I am not acquainted with many individuals and am merely assisting someone." He offered a brief explanation before retrieving a confidentiality agreement he had placed on the table, stating, "The face value of the stamps is quite substantial, hence, haha. That is only natural." Lu Ziqing, a vigorous man in his 40s, maintained a composed demeanor as he scrutinized the confidentiality agreement before signing his name without any sign of condescension towards Huang Xuan's youth. Perhaps it was the extraordinary office and Huang Xuan's stature that commanded respect. The butler sat at a distance, perusing a newspaper, while Huang Xuan instructed him to set up a screen in the center of the room, unconcerned about being seen. Once Mr. Shenbingda had also signed, Lu Ping discreetly exited the office, allowing Huang Xuan to safely store the agreement and carefully present the stamp album. Despite their extensive exposure to countless treasures, both men were taken aback by the entire sheet of National Mountains and Rivers all in red. Prior to their arrival, they had speculated about which stamps the Huang family's son might unveil, contemplating possibilities such as National Mountains and Rivers all in red, or even the pricier large red or De Long from the Qing dynasty, or perhaps a 1 yuan revenue stamp. Yet, They had not anticipated an entire sheet of national mountains and rivers all in red. This was not merely a matter of value, but the sheer visual impact of a complete sheet. I would like to request Mr. Shenbingde to appraise this. Huang Xuan expressed, pleased with the effect. Very well. Shenbingde adjusted his spectacles, inhaled deeply, and began to assess the paper and printing quality with tools from his leather bag. Meanwhile, Huang Xuan observed Lu Ziqing, who, on the surface, appeared to be a composed middle-aged gentleman. After suppressing his surprise, Lu Ziqing did not display any overt excitement at the prospect of unexpected wealth. According to Huang Xuan's estimation, 5 of 10 million would nearly equate to the annual salaries of both men. Lu Ziqing seemed unfazed by the scrutiny of a 15-year-old, leisurely sipping his tea. Upon noticing that Shenbingde had completed most of his work, examining the perforations and back adhesive, he inquired, Mr. Huang, might I ask at what price you intend to sell this sheet of stamps? What is your appraisal? Huang Xuan replied with an open gesture. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ziqing stated, to my knowledge, there are only 3 complete sheets of national mountains and rivers all in red. We auctioned one in 2005 for 1 million, which was the highest at the time. Logically, a complete sheet should be worth even more, but a version was exhibited a few years ago. Having listened intently, Huang Xuan immediately grasped Lu Ziqing's intent and interjected, this version has no relation to that. Please provide your estimate. 15 million, Lu Ziqing concluded. Lu Ziqing immediately felt reassured, stating that the item could fetch an even higher price at their auction house, potentially setting a record. Although Huang Xuan had offered a 5 commission, allowing them to each take home over 300,000, the additional profits from auctioning it could be substantially greater. Unmoved, Huang Xuan shook his head, insisting that his friend preferred to keep the sale discreet, even if it meant accepting a lower price. He paused for a moment before adding, in the next few days, please help me find several capable buyers. No problem, Lu Ziqing replied, understanding that since Huang Xuan had made up his mind, he would contentedly earn his commission. In the grand scheme of things, having valuable items was paramount. Within just 3 days, a collector surnamed Zhang offered a staggering 17.5 million. Huang Xuan did not hesitate. He promptly arranged for the transfer through the family lawyer. At this point, there was no need for secrecy, as his account had swelled by over 10 million. His mother would eventually find out, whether she chose to look or not, as the family accountant would inevitably report it during monthly reconciliations. Naturally, Zhang Xini received immediate notification from the lawyer, and shortly after, Huang Xuan received a call from the housekeeper. His mother sat sternly in the large armchair of her study, while Huang Xuanqing wore a troubled expression beside her. He had been interrupted from his experiment by the phone call and, in contrast, found little interest in educating his son. Huang Xuan sat across from her, smiling amiably, entirely unperturbed. After all, this was his mother, and he considered this a legitimate reward for his efforts. Logistics were thriving, and he was merely involved in a slightly different aspect of it. Moreover, in the Huang family, aside from his father, who was singularly focused on becoming an Einstein, every other member had at least tens of millions at their disposal. He had merely acquired his wealth sooner and through a unique method. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Huang Xuanqing could no longer contain himself. Son, quickly explain to your mother and me, where did you acquire those stamps? I found them, Huang Xuan replied. You found an entire sheet of the whole country is red? Zhang Xini's expression darkened. The process had indeed been somewhat convoluted, but the outcome was as stated. Where did you find them? At Confucius Temple. You found an entire sheet of the whole country is red at Confucius Temple? Zhang Xini's face turned completely dark. Even though she had never collected stamps, she was well aware of the notoriety of the whole country is red. The idea of unearthing an entire sheet from the stamp market seemed utterly ludicrous. Unfortunately, this was her son, and otherwise, he would have faced expulsion long ago. Huang Xuan had long realized that concealing such a large sum of money would prove overly challenging. But enduring the current intense interrogation was merely akin to taking a final exam for someone with his extensive experience. After a moment of silence, Huang Xuanqing cleared his throat and said, Xiaoxian, 16 million is no small amount. We are at home now, and if we do not clarify this, what will happen when outsiders come to investigate? What is there to investigate? Huang Xuan mumbled, raising his voice slightly. The money is indeed somewhat suspicious, but it is entirely legitimate. Then you must clarify it, Huang Xuanqing insisted, feigning a stern demeanor. Huang Xuan shook his head resolutely, stating, no. Upon hearing his tone, Huang's mother became furious and declared, if that's the case, then hand it over. We shall manage it for you. With a cunning smile, Huang Xuan retorted, this account was bestowed by grandfather. If you wish to withdraw funds, you ought to ask him. Note 1. The term "a vast expanse of red" refers to the size of the postage stamp titled "A Vast Expanse of Red," which was issued on November 25th of the same year. In September 1968, revolutionary committees were established across 29 provinces, municipalities, and autonomous regions, excluding Taiwan. To commemorate the comprehensive victory of the proletarian Cultural Revolution, the Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications decided to issue a set of commemorative stamps. The stamp depicted a red map of China, inscribed with the phrase "a vast expanse of red," while below it, workers, peasants, and soldiers proudly raised volumes of selected works of Mao Zedong, with a sea of red flags fluttering above. Additionally, the phrase "Long live the comprehensive victory of the proletarian Cultural Revolution" was printed within a horizontal frame at the bottom. The upper left of the stamp bore the inscription "People's Post of China," with a denomination of 8 fen below. The dimensions of the stamp were 60 millimeters by 40 millimeters. Although the stamps were not issued as planned, a small quantity circulated, rendering them quite rare. In 1987, Hong Kong's Suli Philatelic Company auctioned a vast expanse of red stamp, with a starting price of 80,000 Hong Kong dollars, which was tenfold the price of the smaller variant at that time. Since then, no such stamp has appeared in the auction market. Currently, its market value is estimated to exceed 1.2 million yuan. According to the Huang family's tradition, which began with Huang Xuan's great-grandfather, each child received their own bank account from birth. All forms of money, from pocket money to New Year's gifts and personal income, were to be deposited therein, with withdrawals permitted only until marriage. During this period, the elder family members were neither allowed to intervene nor to withdraw funds, under the pretense of cultivating economic acumen. To this day, this practice has been executed impeccably. Huang Xuan had such an account from a young age, and naturally, his father, Huang Xuan, had one as well. Seeing Huang Xuan produce this family heirloom, Huang Xuan felt powerless and merely sipped his tea with a smirk. Zhang Xini, however, was unwilling to concede, insisting, "Regardless of whose account it is, you must clarify where this substantial sum of money comes from." "It's not that I refuse to explain. It is indeed quite inconvenient," Huang Xuan replied. "Compared to my mother, Lorin is far more difficult to converse with. He hardly speaks at all." Huang's mother fixed a gaze upon Huang Xuan, one typical of a superior addressing a subordinate, while he returned her stare with an innocent expression. Huang Xuan cleared his throat and, acting as a mediator, suggested, "How about we have a meal first? We are all famished. We can discuss this afterward." "There's no rush," Huang's mother huffed, saying, "Son, do you think that just because the money is in your account, everything is fine? According to the rules, you are not permitted to withdraw it." Huang Xuan whispered, "But..." Huang's mother chuckled lightly. "According to the rules, we have an obligation to supervise. You may keep the funds in the account, but you are not permitted to touch them." Huang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, and Zhang Xini, pleased with the turn of events, gathered her hair and smiled at Huang Xuan, saying, "Dear, let's go eat." With that, Huang Xuan cast a sympathetic glance at Huang Xuan before departing, the distant sound of young lad echoing behind them. In the backyard, the fragrant maple swayed gracefully, while the osmanthus and winter wheat sprawled beneath the towering kapok tree, playfully clustering around the foxtail grass, as if mockingly deriding Huang Xuan's simplistic notions. This place had once been his cherished playground, adorned with the spider eggs he had planted himself, and the neatly arranged loquat trees that he had entrusted to the gardener for transplantation. Yet now, Huang Xuan found no pleasure in the scenery. The Huang family was a large clan, much like any other family with a multitude of members. Although there existed a natural closeness due to blood ties, competition and comparison were inescapable. Since his school days, opportunities for Huang Xuan to become a subject of comparison were few and far between, with the scant instances largely facilitated by his mother's assistance. He had initially believed that the substantial funds on his card could silence certain individuals, but reality proved to be harsh. Cradling a seed from a viburnum, Huang Xuan sat silently on the lounge chair in the pavilion. At that moment, Lorin's voice unexpectedly broke the silence. "Mr. Huang Xuan, when do you plan to set off again?" Huang Xuan lazily acknowledged him, comfortably provided for. He felt little inclination toward adventure. With the money firmly in his mother's grasp, he had even less interest in venturing into perilous, unknown realms or dimensions. He dismissively responded to the guardian, "Perhaps after some time. I've been rather busy lately." "Then you should replenish your energy now. Otherwise it may become troublesome when you wish to embark," Lorin suggested, revealing what seemed to be his true intent. Huang Xuan, still mired in the gloom of his mother's numerous failed attempts, unwillingly remarked, "With your capabilities, you could easily draw from the city's power grid. Why complicate matters?" If the guardian were capable of displaying an awkward expression, he certainly met that criterion at present. After a moment of composure, Lorin replied, "Discretion is my foremost principle. The need for energy is of a lower sequence. I cannot contravene higher-order rules while fulfilling lower-order objectives. Then why tell me so much? Huang Xuan retorted. You already know of the base's existence. Its security is of utmost priority. Lorin's responses were always succinct and effective. Huang Xuan grunted in acknowledgement, recalling his mother's frozen bank card, and lamented, helping you replenish energy is simple, but I lack funds. Lorin directly inquired, how much do you need? His tone suggested a certain affluence, instantly lifting Huang Xuan's spirits. Oh! Huang Xuan feigned calculation, his mind racing. Although still a high school student, he had witnessed and heard enough of his elder's business acumen to achieve what others could not, and to access what others lacked was where true profit lay. As for Lorin, he was a unique entity known only to Huang Xuan thus far. For the sake of future amicable relations, and to soothe his own fragile psyche, Huang Xuan deliberated extensively. He recalled that his classmate Lu Peng had recently purchased a Sunblade X8450 for personal use, a 4-way, 4-core blade server that had cost around $50,000. Therefore, he ventured, perhaps 500,000 would suffice. Understood. Lorin responded briefly before falling silent, and Huang Xuan, after calling out a couple of times with no reply, pondered the extent of energy Lorin required and the nature of that energy. Accustomed to Lorin's capriciousness, he chose to ignore him and returned to his room to play World of Warcraft. As evening descended, Lorin's voice echoed once more, stating, I have placed the materials regarding P136T02015 on your computer. There are 2 copies. Selling them will provide you with sufficient funds. It is preferable to fulfill your promise within 30 days. Lorin spoke rapidly, and Huang Xuan shrugged, indifferent to the notion of preferable. With the guild engaged in a tense activity against Illidan, he merely acknowledged with a grunt before immersing himself back into the fray, only to hear a loud crack as the power went out. After a few seconds, the computer rebooted automatically. Huang Xuan, realizing what had transpired, erupted in expletives, panting. Do you understand how crucial that was? This was the first time our server downed Illidan. My classmates are going to berate me tomorrow. If you do not expedite your commitment, you shall not see them again, Lorin replied curtly. Huang Xuan swallowed hard, shrinking back slightly, and inquired, where did you place the files? In the C drive, under folder A. With a weary sigh, Huang Xuan opened the files, discovering 2 programs. The instruction document densely packed with English. His eyes widened as he barely deciphered the words am, is, and are, but he refused to reveal his confusion before Lorin. Feigning comprehension as he declared, I understand. It will have to be tomorrow. I shall rent a generator for you. In his view, the electricity costs would not amount to much, and he had no intention of using Lorin's money. Instead, he could find someone to examine these documents when he had the time. Very well, Lorin replied tersely. Huang Xuan breathed a sigh of relief, fearing Lorin might abandon him in a desolate place once again. The day spent in the P112 dimension had been the most harrowing of his life. Not only did he endure hunger, but he also lacked shelter and was consumed by anxiety. He was relatively content with his current life, despite occasional bouts of boredom, and he did not wish to provoke Lorin excessively. Noting that Lorin had no intention of pursuing the matter further, he gently shut down his computer, darted to the nightstand, and retrieved all the cash he had stored there. Counting it, he contemplated the fact that his mother's company dealt in generator rentals. A 30 kW generator would cost approximately 10,000 yuan, while a 500 kW unit would exceed 400,000 yuan. However, that was the sale price. Renting one for a few days for Lorin should be manageable with the funds he had on hand. The disparity between dreams and reality was as vast as the difference between steamed buns and dumplings. The following morning, Huang Xuan attended his second lesson in capital accumulation. Never make promises lightly, especially when confronted with a formidable opponent. Although he anticipated that Lorin, the guardian of the base, had substantial resources and appetites, he was unprepared for the magnitude of the demand. The esteemed Mr. Lorin asserted, last night, I calculated that I require approximately 24.5 million kilowatt-hours of electricity, which is roughly 821,013 joules. Roughly estimating, Huang Xuan recalled that the electricity rate at his school was 0.52 yuan per kilowatt-hour. Thus, 24.5 million kilowatt-hours would amount to around 12.74 million yuan. The proceeds from the stamps he sold previously would scarcely suffice, and regrettably, those funds were not immediately accessible. Huang Xuan contemplated retracting his commitment, but instead remarked, Lorin, where shall I provide power for your base? The base belongs to the Alliance. Lorin corrected him. You can utilize the energy chain within a 10-kilometer radius. Energy chain? A medium of transmission, which I will deliver to your bedroom, Huang Xuan inquired. His intent not to delve into the specifics of the energy chain, but to express concern. Such a substantial power requirement will certainly arouse suspicion, he continued. Lorin appeared to have considered this issue, responding, "Through your household, I believe you possess the capability to fulfill this within 30 days. What excuse shall I provide to my family?" Huang Xuan queried. "I have checked. Nanjing's daily electricity consumption does not exceed 70 to 80 million kilowatt hours. Even if spread over 30 days, such a high consumption seems to contradict your primary directive." Upon mentioning the primary directive, Lorin paused for contemplation but remained resolute, stating, "The energy chain can also be transmitted within a range of 10 to 100 kilometers, albeit with a 10 loss. You may wish to consider this." Huang Xuan, somewhat inebriated by the absurdity, replied, "Isn't 100 kilometers still within Nanjing? It amounts to the same." It seemed peculiar for Lorin to make such an error. Yet Huang Xuan remained unfazed. After a brief silence, Lorin declared, "The timeline can be slightly extended, but you must provide at least 10 million kilowatt hours of energy within 30 days. Of course, thermal or solar energy would also suffice." "That is acceptable," Huang Xuan murmured, ultimately mustering the resolve to ask, "Are you truly unconcerned about me disclosing this information? I trust you have the means to keep this confidential, and I can offer you ample compensation," Lorin replied. Huang Xuan scoffed. His interest in empty promises was limited. However, as a scion of the Huang family, he felt an obligation, and indeed the capability, to forge a favorable relationship with an unknown entity. Having acquiesced, he disregarded his mother's restrictions, gathered his belongings, and returned to his room. From beneath his bedding, he retrieved the energy chain Lorin had mentioned, a small, dark cube the size of a mobile phone, which he hastily concealed in the lining of his pocket before scaling the wall from his backyard. This route was familiar to Huang Xuan since childhood. He hailed a taxi and promptly made his way to a nearby construction site in the Fushan community, managed by a real estate company under the Sifang Group. Knowing the supervisor was his cousin, the Fushan community has only been under construction for less than 6 months, still resembling a landscape of desolation and unfulfilled potential. The foundational work has only just commenced, with thick steel rebars protruding from the ground, filling the site with a cacophony of noise. Huang Xuan passed through the entrance resembling a dirt wall and glanced around, quickly spotting the sole row of completed buildings. However, his cousin was absent. Only a clerk-like individual sat behind a rustic village desk, reminiscent of a secretary to the village chief, donned in a wrinkled suit with a faded gray shirt collar, unbuttoned at 2 points. Although he appeared significantly more polished than the laborers on site, his demeanor remained markedly unrefined. "Can I assist you?" The figure, casting a shadow that eclipsed the sunlight, drew attention. "Yes, I'm looking for Zhang Haoji." "Mr. Zhang is not here," the clerk replied, noting the youthful attire of the visitor. Li Shenggang discreetly assessed him. The Nike shoes on his feet likely cost as much as a month's salary. The brand of his clothing eluded him. But the fair complexion was certainly not that of a street thug. Not wanting to appear dismissive, he added, "He might be at the headquarters." "May I ask who you are?" "I am his brother." Huang Xuan found the clerk's beady eyes unappealing, a trait often associated with antagonists in novels. Noticing no one else was present in the room, he pressed on, "Please give him a call and let him know Huang Xuan is looking for him." "Of course," Li Shenggang replied, his eyebrows lifting in delight upon hearing he was the brother of the boss. Instinctively, he reached for a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, then reconsidered, flashing a sheepish grin as he tucked them away in a drawer. He poured a cup of water from a chipped enamel mug and set it before Huang Xuan, saying, "I'm Li Shenggang. You can call me Shaoli. Please hold on a moment while I make the call." As the saying goes, too much courtesy is never a problem. Despite Li Shenggang's excessive chatter and his somewhat awkward use of formalities, Huang Xuan managed a faint smile, placing the enamel cup beside him while turning his gaze towards the window. Li Shenggang, flashing his 2 prominent front teeth, dialed the number while continuing to speak. "The construction site has just begun. In 6 months, the workforce will have more than doubled. Within a year, a third of the buildings will be completed. If you're considering choosing a unit, now is the optimal time to visit." It seemed the clerk viewed him as a relative seeking favors. Huang Xuan, disinterested in correcting him, feigned interest in the view outside, allowing Li Shenggang to continue his monologue. "Hello, Secretary Liu. There is someone here who claims to be Mr. Zhang's brother, looking to find him at the construction site." Yes. "Oh, Mr. Zhang. Yes, he goes by Huang Xuan." Oh, before he could finish, Huang Xuan swiftly snatched the phone from him, stating, "Cousin, it's me, Huang Xuan. Are you in the city?" On the other end, Zhang Haoji's cheerful voice responded, "Yes, I have a dinner engagement tonight. What brings you to the construction site? If you need anything, just call me directly. It's dirty and chaotic there. Not exactly a pleasant experience." "It's not for leisure," Huang Xuan thought with a wry smile. "I came to ask for your assistance and to check on your site since it's nearby. I have a classmate who wishes to rent some generators but has nowhere to store them, so I thought of you." Rent generators? Zhang Haoji pondered briefly before responding. That would work on the construction site, but why would he need electricity? How should Huang Xuan respond to this question? He cannot simply state that it is for charging a device the size of a mobile phone. Instead, he could prepare a well-thought-out explanation. He has established a factory nearby that consumes a significant amount of electricity, and at the time of planning, the expected demand was underestimated. Now, the electrical load is at its peak, and due to the proximity of residential areas, placing generators has become inconvenient. He seeks assistance from you in this matter. Such scenarios are commonplace for small factories. Although industrial parks boast comprehensive infrastructure, the more developed these industrial zones become, the higher the land value and associated costs, thus raising the barriers for smaller enterprises. Similarly, even factories that settled in these development zones early on may choose to relocate if their long-term performance falters, aiming to capitalize on a portion of the land price differential while reducing operational expenses. In such instances, the attractive incentives offered by certain townships may draw them in. Yet infrastructure challenges, such as those posed by the likes of Sitong, may initially become bottlenecks. Moreover, the sound produced by large generators transcends mere noise. When situated outside residential areas, even a small town can find the cacophony unbearable for work. Although Huang Xuan possesses limited experience, he often overhears discussions among family and friends revolving around such topics. With this context, Zhang Haoji understood the situation. It seemed to be yet another case of eager young individuals striving to prove themselves. Now that his cousin had broached the subject, he pondered briefly before responding. Let it be so. There are vacant spaces at the construction site for the next couple of months. Feel free to use any of them. Provide the phone number to the assistant from earlier, and I will inform him. Finally, a task had been accomplished, and Huang Xuan exhaled in relief. He then recalled the substantial electricity demand and seized the opportunity to add, by the way, let us also pull some electricity from your end. If you have any excess, we can settle the payment together. All right, Zhang Haoji readily agreed. Huang Xuan subsequently handed the phone over to Li Shenggang. Li Shenggang, akin to an echo, responded with a series of O's. One might mistakenly assume there was a special narrative unfolding. After a brief pause, he removed the phone from his ear, placed it on the table, rubbed his forehead, and with a toothy grin remarked, President Huang, Mr. Zhang said I should follow your lead these days. Whenever it's convenient for you, let me know your requirements, and I will find a place for you. The title President Huang sent a shiver down Huang Xuan's spine, prompting him to wave his hand dismissively. Just call me Huang Xuan, no need for the formalities. You know the locations well. First and foremost, it needs to be spacious enough to accommodate the generator. The rest is up to your discretion. Understood, President Huang. Huang Xuan shook his head, lacking the inclination to continue the conversation. Li Shenggang then inquired, what about the wiring? Where should it be connected? Huang Xuan had no intention of extending the electricity supply. He was reluctant to invest energy into that matter. Impatiently, he replied, first, take care of the initial arrangements. By the way, did my cousin mention that I have borrowed you? Indeed, Mr. Zhang said, I am now at your service. Very well. Please arrange for the rental of some generators. Procure them in the most economical manner possible, ensuring the combined power is substantial. As he spoke, Huang Xuan pulled out all the cash from his pocket, totaling around 12,000 to 13,000. Feeling that the amount seemed somewhat inadequate for a deposit, he decided to declare, consider this as the deposit. Notify me once everything is finalized. Absolutely. Li Shenggang readily agreed. Accepting the small piece of paper on which Huang Xuan had written his phone number and respectfully handed over his business card, Huang Xuan took it with a sense of distaste, perceiving the man's overly mercantile demeanor, and chose not to linger. Rising to leave, he cautioned, I shall return this afternoon. Please calculate the power consumption on the construction site. I intend to take away any excess and expedite the rental of a generator. Rest assured, Mr. Huang, Li Shenggang replied, his slanted eyes narrowing as he swayed slightly while escorting Huang Xuan out. Time, as ever, defied human expectations. Just after dinner, Huang Xuan stealthily slipped out from the backyard and made his way to the construction site, where dusk was descending. From a distance, he could hear the roar of engines, rivaling even the noise of airplanes. Frowning, he paid the driver and hurried into the site. After inquiring with a couple of men, he located Li Shenggang, who was overseeing the work. On the ground, a generator was undergoing testing, its vibrations causing the iron nails driven into the ground to tremble violently, shaking the very earth beneath. Motioning for the workers to continue, Li Shenggang pulled Huang Xuan away to a safe distance before speaking loudly. We have installed 3 generators, each with a capacity of 250 kW. One more is in the process of installation. I have purchased 8 barrels of diesel. Do you think that will suffice? Certainly not enough. Huang Xuan replied without hesitation, then noticed Li Shungang grinning foolishly while rubbing his hands together. Realizing the implication, he asked, "Is the money insufficient?" Li Shungang blinked and chuckled. This generator consumes 64 liters of diesel per hour, and at over 3 yuan per liter, the funds available now would only cover 2 days of fuel, excluding the deposit. He laughed again, a sly grin spreading across his face. Huang Xuan sighed inwardly. If the demand was merely for tens of thousands of kilowatts, he would not be overly concerned. However, if it escalated to tens of millions of kilowatts, he would find himself in a predicament. For now, he had to take things one step at a time and deal with issues as they arose. With this thought, he maintained an air of calm and said, "Understood. Please connect the power first." "Where should I connect it?" Li Shungang asked, puzzled. "To the distribution room on the construction site," Huang Xuan pointed out. Although Li Shungang found it strange, he complied. After about an hour, Huang Xuan urged Li Shungang to leave, connecting the energy chain to the power line. "Luo Lin, I've placed the items here. Beyond this, I cannot be responsible," he stated. "Understood," Luo Lin finally responded, though Huang Xuan was uncertain of what exactly he had comprehended. Regardless, he felt indifferent about abandoning the squint-eyed man to another realm. Shaking his hands, he locked the door and signaled for Li Shungang to approach. The latter, perceptive to his intent, quickly made his way over, still grinning widely. Huang Xuan feigned a maternal tone and instructed, "The line should connect to this room. And from here to the factory I require. Additionally, ensure the construction site S lines are linked to this main line. Just guarantee that the generators are operational. The rest is inconsequential." Li Shungang stared blankly at the distribution room, unable to discern where Huang Xuan indicated the lines would be connected. "Forget about that." Huang Xuan feigned impatience, stating, "No one is to tamper with these lines except me. Even if my cousin wishes to intervene, have him call me first. Do you understand?" Li Shungang hesitated to respond, aware that electricity was still needed at the construction site. He glanced innocently at the generator, then turned back to the distribution room, seemingly perplexed about the whereabouts of the electricity. Huang Xuan, however, paid him no mind. As the evening deepened, he turned to leave, casually remarking, "Remember what I said. If you mess this up, you won't be able to stay in Nanjing." This statement was crystal clear to Li Shungang, who swayed slightly, eager to say something. But Huang Xuan was already far away. Without missing a beat, Huang Xuan retraced his steps, sauntering into his room. As he booted up his computer, he spoke into the air, "Luo Lin, are you still enjoying the electricity? At this rate, you may not fulfill your promise." Luo Lin displayed no inclination to accept a bribe. "Indeed," Huang Xuan replied, straightening his neck. "Even if you had the funds, few could accomplish this task." "This is your commitment," Luo Lin stated coldly. "I understand, but you never specified that it would require millions of kilowatts," Huang Xuan retorted, his eyes darting. "Why not add a little more?" "What? Add a little more? Add what?" Luo Lin asked, bewildered. Huang Xuan, momentarily stifled, lowered his head in resignation. "Add some money. What you have isn't even enough for gas. I will consider it." "Is that all?" Huang Xuan waited in vain, sighed deeply. Under the circumstances, it was evident that the other party was taking advantage of him. He sighed again, opened the C drive, and conceded. "What were those 2 documents you gave me the other day?" He had initially wanted to consult someone, but was apprehensive about potential issues. So he decided to ask Luo Lin instead. "They are 2 password programs. I heard they R&T for a game." Huang Xuan shrugged, disinterested. "Are they valuable?" "That depends on your judgment. Based on the information I gathered from P136T2050, they should hold some value. Is that P something and T something related to time and space?" Huang Xuan's interest was piqued. "It refers to the P136 dimension, equivalent to the standard temporal level of the year 2050. Is the standard time the same as our current timeline?" "The standard time is determined by the history of the P001 dimension." Upon hearing these seemingly sci-fi terms, Huang Xuan's curiosity was ignited. He tilted his head, pondering for a moment before asking, "Is this P001 the same as our P112? Originally, they were different. But due to previous temporal shocks, many dimensions experienced temporal collapse, causing most timelines to bear a resemblance to the standard time." "What does that mean? Temporal shock?" Luo Lin paused before explaining. "Temporal shock is a catastrophe. You can understand it as a disaster that led to the demise of many dimensions unable to withstand it. History restarted, and without the interference of time travelers, developments became quite similar, though Genghis Khan may not necessarily still be called Temujin." Huang Xuan's knowledge of history was limited, and he continued from his previous inquiry. "So, this standard time is also dictated by P001? Has our current dimension also perished?" Lorin appeared reluctant to elaborate further on the matter, or perhaps he had simply resolved not to continue the conversation at all. Huang Xuan, observing this, merely pouted and began to search online for software-related issues, such as passwords. Although it is often said that the vast expanse of the world is at one's fingertips on the internet. Whether it was Huang Xuan's inability to navigate the digital realm or the internet's disdain for him, it seemed that each time he had a serious inquiry, the internet would inundate him with trivial distractions. He meandered through a plethora of web pages, ultimately deciding it prudent to consult a knowledgeable professional. Zhang Xini rarely engaged in official duties from home, yet she possessed an abundance of materials, and Huang Xuan often found himself tasked with organizing them. Sneaking into the study, he peeked inside to find his mother engrossed in a film and quietly slipped in, rummaging through the drawer to locate the contact list for the Sifong Group. He found the phone number for the technical director of Sifong Communication Technology Company, Limited, and dialed it directly. From a young age, Huang Xuan had grasped a fundamental truth. Children can be quite resourceful. For instance, when he was in elementary school and wished to acquire an arcade machine, his parents flatly refused. Undeterred, Huang Xuan ventured to the company and procured one from the sales department, placing it at a classmate's house, where it remained until he grew weary of it. Had he entrusted such matters to the butler or secretary, not only would the outcome have been uncertain, but the entire family would have been aware by the following day, had it not been for the exorbitant amount associated with that last postage stamp. Compounded by Huang Xuan's house arrest and his eagerness to authenticate its legitimacy, thereby proving Lorin's existence as more than a mere figment of his imagination, he would have never sought assistance from his mother's secretary. Thankfully, it was merely a secretary. Had it been Butler Zhou, the whereabouts of the money would have remained a contentious issue. Director Deng of Sifong Technology Company, Limited, possessed a resonant voice, and upon answering the call, Huang Xuan sweetly inquired, "Is this Uncle Deng?" "Who is this?" Director Deng responded, momentarily perplexed, as he did not recognize the number or voice. He could not recall that his older brother had a son. "Hello, Uncle Deng. I am Huang Xuan, Zhang Xini's son." Whenever Huang Xuan mentioned his mother's name, he was often met with various endearments, and this occasion was no exception. Director Deng's response was swift, his tone instantly warm. "Ah, you are Zhang Zong's son. What can I assist you with?" "I have a small question to ask you." Huang Xuan feigned an innocent demeanor, briefly explaining the two programs. Naturally presenting the author as himself, before inquiring, "I would like to know if there's a way to sell them." Director Deng pondered for a moment. The current password programs typically revolved around complex mathematical problems, many of which had remained unsolved for centuries. It was not merely a matter of a young boy devising a new world problem. Even deciphering an existing one was no simple feat, however. Given that the caller was the son of the chairman, it would be troublesome to respond dismissively, especially considering that he had only just received a call from him, likely at Zhang Zong's behest. He could neither simply dismiss his counterpart nor confidently proclaim his ability to sell the software, especially since the company did not engage in software development. After pondering for a moment, he believed the other party must be anxious. Calmly, Deng Liwei suggested, "Huang Xuan, how about this? I will assist you in recommending the software to several software companies to see if they are interested in acquiring it. Additionally, you should upload the software to Shared Sky and see if anyone else is interested. What do you think?" Shared Sky? Huang Xuan, whose computer was only used for gaming, was naturally unaware of such professional websites. Deng Liwei felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that Huang Xuan, who claimed to have developed two password software programs, did not even know the most renowned original software site in the country. Who would trust such software to conceal secrets? However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts and patiently instructed Huang Xuan on how to upload the software and apply for protection. After a lengthy phone call of half an hour, Huang Xuan finally managed to upload the software, causing Deng Liwei to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. He mused that if any of his subordinates were so oblivious, he would have unceremoniously shown them the door. Unaware of Deng Liwei's thoughts, Huang Xuan sent another copy of the software to Director Deng's email and, feeling quite satisfied, hung up the phone, believing that the randomly selected director had decent business acumen since he had successfully uploaded his software online. Breakfast was shared in a warm and friendly atmosphere with his mother. For the past 3 days, Huang Xuan had maintained the image of a good boy. Although he had not convinced his astute mother to relinquish her oversight of his bank card, he had nonetheless received a modest allowance of around 5,000 yuan, which barely covered his fuel expenses. He had no choice but to continue owing his cousin for the electricity bill, which he figured would not be on his cousin's mind for a while. The current issue was that the 4 generators produced barely over 20,000 kilowatts of electricity daily. Although the electricity supply at the Fushin construction site was substantial, it could only be utilized during non-working hours, rendering it inadequate in comparison to Lorin's demands. Huang Xuan could not think of a solution and suggested that Lorin use electricity from home, only to be met with a firm rejection from the illustrious Mr. Lorin. According to Lorin's understanding, he believed that while energy institutions were concerned about the flow of electricity, such concerns were often featherlight if payments were made on time. However, if unpaid electricity were misappropriated, both institutions and individuals would respond with the weighty fervor of a mountain. Thus, for safety reasons, he would never resort to stealing electricity. On the other hand, any sudden increase in household electricity usage would inevitably draw the attention of the housekeeper. As their conversation reached this point, Huang Xuan tapped his head, feeling that the prospect of completing this task was as bleak as the weight-loss tea of Yang Guifei. Just then, his phone buzzed insistently, and with a somewhat irritable tone. He answered, "Who is it?" "Huang Xuan? It's your Uncle Deng." Director Deng displayed an impressive ability to ingratiate himself, which irked Huang Xuan, causing him to abandon the politeness he had shown the previous day. He bluntly asked, "What do you want?" Deng Liwei, seemingly oblivious to Huang Xuan's tone, replied with a hint of urgency, "Do you still have the program you sent me yesterday? A company is interested in purchasing it. Can you come over to discuss?" Huang Xuan switched from the game he had been playing, wedged the phone between his ear and shoulder, and inquired, "Who are they? How much are they offering?" Director Deng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Huang Xuan to directly discuss the price. In his mind, if this were Zhang's son, he should be more concerned with the procedural aspects. Nevertheless, despite his confusion, he responded amicably, "It is Lianyo Company, which has previously developed several office systems for us. The company has reached a certain scale, and they mentioned that the price is negotiable." Upon entering the shared sky, Huang Xuan noticed that the programs, named Password 1 and Password 2, had sparse download and usage records. He switched back to the game and said, "I'm not in a position to go out right now. Let's discuss this over the phone." "Very well," Director Deng inquired. "What conditions do you desire?" 5. Huang Xuan was about to mention 500,000, but quickly reconsidered, elongating his response, "Uncle Deng, you know I'm not well versed in these matters. What do you think would be a reasonable condition?" After a prolonged silence on Deng Liwei's end, a voice finally emerged. "The other party expressed a desire to meet you. The terms can be negotiated." "I'm currently grounded by my mother." Huang Xuan used his mother as a shield, continuing to play the game while saying, "Just have them propose their conditions directly." After 2 minutes of silence, Huang Xuan began to feel impatient, and Deng Liwei finally spoke. "I spoke with them. They wish to purchase the complete rights for 1.2 million. This amount exceeded his expectations by twofold. Huang Xuan had no objections, but upon reflection, he recalled that this material was acquired from a higher dimension by Lorin, and to avert any repercussions, he added, 1.2 million is acceptable, but only for the current version. Any modifications or adaptations must be subject to my approval." He continued, "Uncle Deng, I don't really understand these matters. Please convey to them that aside from the current program, they cannot alter or repurpose it for any other purposes." Deng Liwei hesitated briefly, then covered the microphone. At that moment, Huang Xuan lost interest in continuing his game, so he shut it down and awaited his response. A few minutes later, his phone buzzed. "The other party has, in principle, agreed. They are inquiring when you intend to sign the contract." "How about noon?" Huang Xuan, eager to finalize the matter, replied hastily, "All right." Director Deng offered no further comments and agreed. Huang Xuan pondered for a moment before placing his phone down and returning to his computer. The signing took place at a CAF near his home. The representatives were somewhat astonished by Huang Xuan's youth, and amidst a chorus of praise, he confidently signed his name, receiving a pre-tax sum of 2 million. This time, Huang Xuan deliberately opened a bank account. After confirming the transfer, he headed straight to the construction site in Fushin community, intending to spend the money swiftly, ideally before his mother discovered it. Li Shengang had been bustling about for Huang Xuan these past few days. As a minor figure in the real estate company, he was not acquainted with the CEO, and even his immediate superior was merely a familiar face. Despite tirelessly flattering others, he ultimately lacked connections, working harder than a beast, yet reaping lesser rewards. However, with a single phone call, his fortunes turned. The CEO had even learned his name. Li Shengang thought to himself that he must seize this opportunity. Thus, although Huang Xuan's demands were absurd and nonsensical, Li Shengang thrived remarkably, even at the expense of offending the engineering supervisor, as he insisted on utilizing the electricity from the construction site. He had long realized that relying on his colleagues would not only hinder his promotion, but also risk his exclusion. However, if he could secure the favor of the heir to the Sifang group, his colleagues would undoubtedly be sidelined. Huang Xuan could hardly fathom Li Shengang's perspective. He merely noticed the addition of 2 more sets of motors on the site, which had consumed a substantial 20,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity over the past 2 days. Consequently, he began to tolerate Li Shengang's peculiar demeanor. Through the energy chain, Lorin must have supplied over 50,000 kilowatts of electricity. Although it fell significantly short of the requested 10 million, yet it marked a promising beginning. Observing the 6 generators vibrating as if under the influence, Huang Xuan bellowed amidst the rumbling. Did you rent generators with all the money I gave you? Indeed, Li Shenggang replied, blinking his slanted eyes. They are all 250 kW units, functioning excellently. And what about the fuel costs? The fuel expense for a single generator surpasses the rental price, and to be frank, the money Huang Xuan provided could only be considered a deposit. We will deduct it from the site accounts. Li Shenggang displayed no hint of embarrassment, and Huang Xuan certainly felt none either. However, judging by his expression, he was somewhat apprehensive about the consequences of entrusting his funds to this individual. With a dismissive gesture, Huang Xuan, unable to tolerate the noise, covered his ears, pointed to his pocket, and declared loudly, I still have some funds here. How many more units can we accommodate? As many as you wish, Li Shenggang laughed, his voice drowned out by the cacophony. From here all the way to the foot of the mountain is our land. There's ample space. Looking out from their vantage point, the distance to the mountain's base seemed to exceed a kilometer, still undeveloped, with a hasty growth of weeds and shrubs. Huang Xuan nodded reassuringly and inquired, have you calculated the cost of electricity generation these past few days? Renting a generator for a day is 3,800 yuan. With fuel consumption approximately 65 liters per hour, the cost calculates to over 1.6 yuan per kilowatt hour. However, I spoke with the people at Shanqing Technology, and if we rent more, we can secure a better rate. Li Shenggang's figures were clear, and Huang Xuan understood them well. Without the need for calculation, he realized that at this price, generating 10 million kilowatt hours would cost 16 million yuan. Although the electricity on the site was cheaper, the daily maximum output was only a few thousand kilowatts, which was hardly sufficient. If the generator sets operated for 20 hours a day, the cost would reach 8,400 yuan, and in just 2 days, Huang Xuan found himself indebted to nearly 100,000 yuan. Even at the current scale, 6 sets operating for a month would demand 1.5 million yuan, and as he mentally calculated, Huang Xuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. What a predicament this was. Let us rent 10 more. Huang Xuan gritted his teeth and stated, I have transferred 200,000 yuan to the site accounts. You should pay off the debts first, and let them wait a couple more days for the rest. Understood. Li Shenggang did not question the reasoning behind it. Instead, he dusted off his beige suit, pulled out a small ledger from his pocket, and handed it to Huang Xuan, saying, Mr. Huang, please take a look at the accounts for these past 2 days. Despite his inability to comprehend the ledger, Huang Xuan feigned seriousness as he flipped through the 10 or so pages. His mother had long instructed him that the essence of supervision does not merely lie in uncovering discrepancies. Rather, its greater efficacy resides in the very act of oversight. These words had previously failed to resonate with him, yet when it came to spending his own money, he found himself unconsciously adhering to them. Upon returning home, Huang Xuan reclined in a pavilion, pondering for an extended period. He then caressed the cool mat and inquired, Lorin, will your base remain here indefinitely? It is the Alliance's base. Will it truly stay here? That is contingent upon circumstances, Lorin replied. If the situation permits, how would you relocate your, the Alliance's base? To another dimension? After a brief silence, Lorin refrained from answering the first question and stated, until a new command from the Alliance is issued. The base must remain at this location. As for how to relocate it, that too depends on the circumstances. Does that circumstance pertain to the amount of energy available? Huang Xuan suddenly interjected. Indeed, Lorin answered succinctly. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Xuan remarked, if that is the case, can I still locate you and the Alliance's base? I mean, you promised to take me to the dimension and time of my choosing. I shall certainly fulfill my promise. And then, will I still be able to find you? That depends on your permissions. Huang Xuan blinked in confusion. What permissions? Your permissions are insufficient, Lorin replied with finesse. Rephrasing his query, Huang Xuan asked, how can I obtain those permissions? Your permissions are still insufficient, Lorin reiterated. Pressing his lips together, Huang Xuan cradled his head in his hands and reflected on the events of the past few days. He harbored lingering concerns that Lorin might sever their connection, and now he feared he might vanish without a trace. As he gazed at the swaying cypress trees, he reached into his pocket and resolved to call his mother. Zhang Xini was seated in her office, reviewing documents when she glanced at the incoming call on her phone. With a smile, she answered, Son, are you preparing to confess your sins, or do you simply miss your mother? I have a question I'd like to ask you, Huang Xuan stammered. Oh. Zhang Xini elongated her tone. That's not easy. Go ahead. Huang Xuan deliberated before speaking. I've encountered someone very powerful who now requires assistance. Helping him may involve risks and likely no rewards. What do you think I should do? Zhang Xini instinctively set down her pen, contemplating the matter. Recognizing that her 15-year-old son had surpassed the rudimentary stage of moral development, she spoke slowly. If this person is in dire straits, we ought to assist him, provided it does not endanger ourselves. Do you understand? Uh-huh. Regarding what you just mentioned, if he is such a powerful individual, why does he still need your help? Surely, he possesses more means than you. Zhang Xini appeared concerned that Huang Xuan might be ensnared in a trap, though she did not articulate her worries explicitly. Huang Xuan pondered the implications of Lorin's decision to abandon him in the P-112 dimension for the first time. Was it an instinct for protection or a manifestation of inherent cruelty? After some contemplation, he concluded that the circumstances surrounding the other party were markedly distinct. Their energy differed entirely from that of his family. Assisting him could yield substantial rewards, yet it might also lead to no gain whatsoever, while opting not to assist him carried its own risks. Upon hearing Huang Xuan's words, Zhang Xini appeared visibly unsettled, acutely aware of the underlying peril in his statement. Perhaps Huang Xuan himself was oblivious to the implications of his assertion that refraining from assistance did not come without its own hazards. This sentiment could easily be interpreted as coercion or intimidation. Reflecting on this, Zhang Xini felt a pang of guilt. Her son had been missing for 2 days, and she had carelessly overlooked the sudden acquisition of 16 million, a fortune that warranted her attention. As she gathered her belongings, she softly murmured, "Son, where are you?" "At home. I shall return shortly, and we will have a thorough discussion. You must stay at home and not move." Huang Xuan found his mother's reaction somewhat exaggerated and chuckled. "What are you worried about? Who would dare to capture me?" "The person you wish to assist," Zhang Xini replied, not finding his humor amusing in the least. Huang Xuan, possessing a modicum of wit, finally grasped the gravity of the situation. "Mother, you are overreacting. The other party does not intend me harm." His voice gradually softened as he realized he could not control Lorin's intentions. He was indeed apprehensive that this temporal guardian might sever ties once he had crossed the river, which prompted him to consult his mother just a few days prior. Had it not been for her swift response, he might have been stranded in 1969. Nevertheless, he doubted that his mother's return would ameliorate the situation. It could very well exacerbate it. He felt compelled to raise his voice, stating, "Mother, please do not panic. The problem is not as you perceive it." "Then what is it?" she inquired. "The other party approaches problem-solving differently from us." Huang Xuan deemed this implication sufficient and paused to reflect. He had initially sought guidance from his mother, only to find himself confronted with an additional dilemma. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Mother, you need only be aware of this matter. It is not as grave as you imagine," he reassured her. "As long as you understand that such a situation exists, the risks diminish significantly." He believed Lorin to be an entirely rational individual, whether human or otherwise. A rational being would never exacerbate a minor issue to create a more significant problem with heightened risks. The disappearance of both the Huang family's eldest grandson and daughter-in-law was an incident potent enough to mobilize the entirety of the Huang family's resources. With this in mind, he continued, "Ultimately, it boils down to one question. Should I assist the other party? If I do, I may receive a reward, albeit with some slight risk. If I do not, the risks remain comparably minimal. Do you wish to assist him?" Zhang Xini halted her packing, clearly attuned to the subtext in Huang Xuan's words. After a moment of silence, he replied with a hesitant stating, "I merely sought your opinion, yet it seems you have entwined my thoughts." Zhang Xini chuckled softly. She was an exceptionally astute woman. In the Huang family, no daughter-in-law had ever been permitted to independently establish a business conglomerate, not even those from the Zhang lineage. At this moment, she astutely remarked, "You mentioned that this person possesses great power, entirely distinct from our family?" "Indeed." Zhang Xini pondered silently. While there were certainly numerous families capable of rivaling the influence of the Huang and Zhang clans, few dared to resolutely oppose both. Considering the element of danger, such organizations would likely be limited to foreign governments and terrorist groups. Yet, the Zhang family itself had military connections, although not radical. They were not entirely dissimilar to such violent factions. After much contemplation, Zhang Xini struggled to identify anyone with immense power who was genuinely unlike herself. Lacking sufficient information, she refrained from making any judgments and instead advised, "Son, if you truly encounter trouble, you must tell your mother. You are still young and may not grasp certain matters." "I understand," Huang Xuan replied, feigning impatience. "It's actually a trivial matter." He then preemptively cautioned her, "Mother, as long as you promise to be aware of this situation without investigating it further, I will be fine. Can you assure me of that?" "How can I guarantee that?" Huang's mother responded with slight annoyance. "You are currently mother." Huang Xuan interrupted. He believed at best that his mother had only a vague awareness of the situation. If it were his father, he would feel far more uneasy. After a moment's thought, he continued, "Mother, what do you think could possibly happen to me? If it were a kidnapping, I would not contact you like this. If you are genuinely concerned for my safety, please refrain from panicking or making a fuss to investigate. That would only complicate matters. As things stand now, who would dare to harm me?" Zhang Sini considered this and agreed, for both she and Huang Xuan were perpetually busy, resulting in their son's considerable independence. Although she felt a twinge of concern, she chose to internalize her anxieties. After hanging up, she called her second brother, merely requesting him to check in on Huang Xuan, as she believed that her typically composed brother would understand if there were any issues. On the other end, Huang Xuan hung up the phone with a sense of resignation. He had not anticipated that a single call would lead to such complications. However, the core issue seemed resolved. Now, if Lorin wished to act against him, he would likely need to deliberate for a significant time. It seemed he had gained some power, which had altered his capabilities. In contrast, he found himself unconcerned about Lorin overhearing his call. If he did, it might deter any nefarious intentions. Although this gentleman consistently referred to himself as a temporal guardian, resembling a machine in demeanor, Huang Xuan remained skeptical. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of security regarding his safety. Furthermore, the conversation with his mother reminded him that in his dealings with Lorin, the potential for reciprocation was not the crux of the matter. His contributions had been minimal. Lorin had already yielded him nearly 20 million in profits, and now it was time for him to offer something in return, which might also reduce the likelihood of being transported to an unknown dimension. Zhang Sini hastily abandoned a multitude of executives and rushed home, where she was relieved to find her son sitting obediently at the dining table. In that moment, an unspoken understanding passed between them. As both chose to refrain from discussing the phone call from the afternoon, Huang Xuan was reluctant for more people to be aware of it, while his mother, for the time being, placed her trust in her son's discernment. Furthermore, she could not bring herself to believe that Huang Xuan would dare to concoct such a monumental falsehood. Chapter 11. To the average person, a generator is akin to a money-burning machine. In the span of just 1 week, accompanied by a resounding roar, over 1 million yuan was transformed into diesel and subsequently converted into energy stored within Lord Lorin's base. On a weekend evening, after Huang Xuan transferred another 200,000 yuan to Fuxian's account, Lorin's monotonous voice echoed as if it emerged from the mountains. "Huang Xuan, would you be interested in visiting the base? Is this an invitation?" Indeed. His response, equally unadorned, drifted through the air like a gentle breeze. In truth, throughout the past week, Huang Xuan had harbored a sense of unease. Given Lorin's seemingly omnipotent capabilities, it felt as though he could overhear the conversations between him and his mother. Although he had intended for Lorin to hear their dialogue, he remained apprehensive about the outcomes. Huang Xuan's youthful exuberance contrasted sharply with the cautious optimism characteristic of the elderly. Without further hesitation, Huang Xuan chuckled into the air and inquired, "How do I reach your base? Will it be through teleportation, or perhaps excavating the swimming pool once more?" "I have relocated the base to beneath the rear mountain. Its safety is gradually diminishing," Lorin replied, his tone devoid of emotion. Huang Xuan's astonishment stood in stark contrast to Lorin's indifference. He glanced around, bewildered, and asked, "You've already moved the base? When did this happen?" When the energy reached 50,000 degrees of electrical power, Huang Xuan was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. It seemed he had lost the primary barrier that constrained Lorin, yet at that moment, Lorin issued another invitation. "Would you like to visit the base?" Yes, Huang Xuan eagerly affirmed. "But how do I get there?" "You may select a permanent teleportation point at home, and I will connect the base to it for your future convenience." Unable to suppress his curiosity, Huang Xuan asked, "Are you saying I can visit the base again?" "Certainly. You now possess 24th level access." Lorin's response left Huang Xuan somewhat taken aback. He rubbed his forehead and inquired, "What is 24th level access? What level did I have before? How was my access elevated?" He posed 3 questions in quick succession, and Lorin replied in his unhurried manner. "Previously, you had review access, which is the lowest tier. Due to your contributions to maintaining the base's security, it has been decided to grant you 24th level access, allowing you to freely enter non-restricted areas of the base and continue contributing to its welfare." Unsure of the appropriate expression to wear, Huang Xuan opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. After surveying his surroundings, he suggested, "How about setting the teleportation point in the pavilion? Others wouldn't accidentally intrude, would they?" "Of course not. Only those with access privileges can enter the base." In the brief moment it took to shrug, a flash of light illuminated the pavilion. When Huang Xuan opened his eyes again, he was greeted by a serene expanse of pale blue. This is a vibrant room, distinct from the eerie silver whites often depicted in science fiction films. The modest space occupied by Huang Xuan consists of two adjoining rectangles, predominantly adorned in soft hues, with pale blue as the primary color, complemented by gentle greens and yellows that together create a series of intricate patterns. On the opposite wall hangs an expansive piece of calligraphy over 6 meters long, its signature scrawled in an incomprehensible script for Huang Xuan. Yet it imbues the entire room with a distinctly human essence. One can only surmise that it is humanity that decorates its quarters in such a manner. Huang Xuan ambled about, unwittingly inquiring, "Where's the owner of this room?" Back in the main dimension, fending off temporal disturbances, came Lorin's voice, as monotonous as ever. Due to the crisis of temporal turbulence, personnel in the main dimension have been reduced, and this place has been abandoned. And you? Protecting the base, taking the opportunity to develop, and awaiting further orders. Huang Xuan rubbed his nose and asked, "How long has it been?" Lorin fell silent for a moment. Then his characteristic flat voice resonated from above, "Over 100,000 standard years." For the first time, Lorin responded with an imprecise tone. Yet the calamity of 100 millennia ago was unlikely to evoke sympathy. Huang Xuan curled his lips and chuckled. "So, it's been ages since anyone visited this base?" At this point, he became somewhat exhilarated, adding, "Does that mean my authority is the highest?" "The temporal guardian currently holds primary authority. You possess secondary authority." Lorin replied in a methodical manner, "But constrained by the 24th level permissions, you may only access Class F areas." "And what are those?" "The dining area, entertainment zone, personal quarters, and connecting corridors." Upon hearing these terms, Huang Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that all?" Ignoring his expression, Lorin continued. "Given that the dining and entertainment areas have been decommissioned, individuals with 24th level permission cannot access closed zones. You may currently enter the personal quarters and connecting corridors." Huang Xuan felt an urge to reprimand the entity. Personal quarters and connecting corridors? He pondered gloomily, wondering if they were even larger than his own home. Upon surveying the room's furnishings, he noted that aside from a few floating seats, there was nothing else in sight, not even a bed. With a frown, he muttered, "Then why did you summon me? Weren't you the one who requested to re-enter the dimensional travel?" "Indeed," Huang Xuan replied, a flicker of excitement glimmering in his eyes. "Are you saying I can do so now?" Lorin negated this, stating, "I must first conduct a physical examination and administer vaccinations. Only if your health permits can you proceed with interdimensional entry." "How tedious," Huang Xuan huffed in dissatisfaction. "Then let us expedite this." As he spoke, Huang Xuan gradually began to levitate, drifting toward a wall. Before he could utter a cry, he collided with the wall, then again, and continued the process of crashing against it. In an instant, the surroundings had transformed dramatically. Once more, he found himself enveloped in a delicate blue-green hue. Now confined within a transparent ceramic vessel, only able to view the relief sculptures on the ceiling. "What is happening?" Huang Xuan squirmed uneasily within his confinement. Medical examinations and vaccinations, focusing on the prevention and treatment of diseases rated C and above since T1800. Lorin's voice brought a sense of reassurance to Huang Xuan. Leaning on his arms, he felt a refreshing numbness in his thighs and buttocks. He exhaled and gritted his teeth, saying, "Lorin, has anyone informed you that vaccines must be administered separately?" "No," Lorin replied with her standard response. As the injections continued, Lorin continued to report on Huang Xuan's health status, consisting of a monotonous string of letters detailing the registration range. Bored, Huang Xuan gazed through the dim, translucent outer wall, impatiently waiting for the procedure to conclude. "Based on the medical examination, your physical condition still permits interdimensional travel. Do you wish to proceed?" Lorin's muffled voice came from above. Huang Xuan covered his ears, hesitating before responding, "Wait, I must prepare adequately this time, considering where to go and what to take. I cannot guarantee a precise destination for you due to insufficient data on the dimensional conditions. Preparation is virtually meaningless." Huang Xuan skeptically remarked, "If nothing can be assured, what if you send me to the prehistoric era? My current capability only allows me to send you to within a century." Huang Xuan shrugged in resignation, sarcastically replying, "So you can't even send me there if you wish to? If the target dimension and time frame are post T1900 but still within the prehistoric era, you might still have a chance to enter it. However, I can currently only send you to the P1 dimension, which is quite rare." "What is a P1 dimension?" Huang Xuan felt that he was encountering more new terminology in a single day than he did during exams. The P1 dimension is defined as a standard dimension within the P dimension, situated between anomalous and normal dimensions. Its historical composition and other elements are akin to standard dimensions, having not undergone large-scale invasions or dimensional colonization. "I see," Huang Xuan interrupted Lorin. "So does that mean it doesn't matter when I undertake interdimensional travel?" "At present, yes." "Then how can I bring things back? Should I take currency or simply gold?" "If you wish to carry a common equivalent, food is generally a good choice, Lorin explained. The energy consumed by living organic matter during dimensional travel is minimal, vastly differing from non-living materials by over 1,000,000 times. Hence, common equivalents taken to unknown dimensions are typically food and other organic substances. Huang Xuan blinked and inquired, if I bring a gram of gold, I could buy several hundred pounds of grain. How much grain should I bring to purchase items? Moreover, how is it sold? Lorin mechanically responded, during interdimensional travel, the shorter the shelf life of a substance, the less energy it consumes. Therefore, organic materials typically consume less energy than inorganic ones. For instance, paper consumes less than metals. If you travel from this base, the energy consumption of gold will exceed that of grain by millions of times, rendering it inadequate. Huang Xuan pouted, resigned, and asked, then how much grain can I bring with me now? Given the current energy levels, 100 tons is considered a relatively safe range. Huang Xuan touched his vaccinated skin, biting his lip and said, I will go buy some provisions. Chapter 12 At Lorin's request, it is best to transport food with vitality to other dimensions. In other words, one should ideally bring wheat instead of flour and rice instead of polished rice. However, such provisions seem lacking in ordinary stores. Huang Xuan, feeling the urgency, dared not delay. Who knows if Lorin might change his mind at the last moment. He first rented 2 warehouses nearby through Li Xingang, then hurried to his mother's company, where he seized the opportunity to approach Secretary Lu in a meeting room and implored, Brother Lu, I need your assistance in procuring several tons of grain. Grain? Lu Ping responded with a puzzled expression, holding a meeting record while contemplating who might undertake this task. What do you need grain for? Just don't ask. Huang Xuan replied hastily. I'm asking for your help, after all. If it's convenient for you, could you please make a trip? Huang Xuan clasped his hands in a gesture of prayer, and Lu Ping, feeling unable to refuse, said, All right, wait a moment while I delegate my responsibilities. Sure, I'll be right here waiting for you, Huang Xuan replied, taking a seat on the sofa. Lu Ping, not particularly knowledgeable about grains himself, was baffled by the distinctions between rice, polished rice, and even flour. Nonetheless, he did not want Huang Xuan to interfere. After some time, he called back, saying, Huang Xuan, your request is somewhat unusual. I consulted a few friends, and they suggested seeds instead of grain, though they are a bit pricey. Price is not an issue. Huang Xuan said, feeling quite anxious. I need 100 tons. Please ensure it's done promptly. Not a problem. Maximum 3 days, Lu Ping responded. Feeling more at ease with Huang Xuan's straightforwardness, he felt a sense of closeness to the air of the group and continued cheerfully. I contacted 2 companies. They quoted 800 per ton. Does that work for you? 3 days is a bit long for me, Huang Xuan replied, rubbing his neck. Let us make it 7,000 per ton, and please ask them to expedite the delivery directly to the warehouse by noon tomorrow. How does that sound? Lu Ping paused for a moment, seemingly conferring with those around him. Before replying, they said it's fine. They'll start transporting it tonight. I'll await your good news, Huang Xuan said, providing the address of the warehouse, and finally added, Brother Lu, please ensure the quality. It must be authentic. Better to have less than to have substandard goods. Lu Ping repeatedly assured him, and Huang Xuan then hung up, beginning to organize his belongings. He opted for simplicity in his attire, discarding all fashionable clothing. Leaving behind watches and necklaces, he instructed his steward to procure a pair of cloth shoes, and after examining himself in the mirror, wearing a gray shirt and cloth trousers, which exuded a rather anachronistic vibe, he thought briefly before retrieving a strip of aspirin and cold remedy capsules from his medical kit, carefully scratching off the labels with a knife. After tossing and turning throughout the night, the following morning, Huang Xuan rose early, clutching a small bag, and hurried to the backyard pavilion. He pinpointed the teleportation zone and stepped inside. In a flash of white light, he found himself within the base, still a stark white room devoid of protrusions. Yet Huang Xuan's heart was markedly different now. Holding his small bag, he resembled a new son-in-law visiting relatives, scanning the surroundings, and inquired, Lorin, has the grain arrived? Are we ready to depart? It has already been delivered. Lorin confirmed. Shall we depart now? Of course, Huang Xuan exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement, his hands waving animatedly. The base trembled slightly, and in an instant, Huang Xuan vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the sound of clinking metallic buttons and zippers on the ground, which Lorin chose to disregard, conserving energy. Unaware of the gaping hole beneath him, Huang Xuan merrily scanned his surroundings. The dimensional passage was a riot of colors, vibrant and splendid. After what felt like an eternity, the dazzling scenery of the passage faded, revealing a pastoral landscape. A hollow voice from Lorin announced, P154T1061937W4348 has arrived. Huang Xuan felt a slight weakness in his legs as he stepped forward to survey the area. It appeared to be a small hillock from which wisps of smoke could be seen rising in the distance. Fluffy white clouds drifted lazily across the sky, while lush green trees adorned the slopes, though these were ordinary species and none had been deliberately cultivated. Their verdant presence seemed entirely natural. Such beauty was rarely found in man-made gardens. The food supplies had been transported here, temporarily residing within the passage, but not exceeding 3 days. If the destination dimension could be reliably identified, Lorin could easily transport resources again when needed. However, the current base's level only allowed for random arrivals in various dimensions, necessitating the one-time transport of provisions, which could be temporarily stored at the entrance of the passage. Such a method was only feasible after the current temporal disruptions. In the prosperous days of interdimensional trade, there would have been no space for storage at the passage's entrance. Unaware of these causal intricacies, Huang Xuan cheerfully surveyed the environment and casually remarked, "So, I have 3 days to find a buyer?" "That is one way to interpret it," Lorin replied. "All right," Huang Xuan said, feeling somewhat confident in his social skills. He figured that as long as he didn't price the goods too exorbitantly, food items should sell quite well. He glanced around and set off toward the direction of the smoke. As they walked, Lorin continued to gather information, occasionally stating, "This dimension is in the late stage of temporal disruption, showing no signs of colonization. It is currently the year 1927, geographically located in Jiaxing, China." Huang Xuan exhaled in relief. He had feared being transported to a foreign land where, with his Nanjing-accented English, he would likely only understand those of Chinese descent. Learning that he was still within his homeland eased his worries considerably. Gathering information is a fundamental skill for temporal guardians, as not every dimension can be fortunate enough to survive the catastrophic upheavals of temporal disruption. The dimension where Huang Xuan resided had only a single low-level observation base remaining, while the current P154 dimension had been completely obliterated. After scanning twice and finding no signs of dimensional technology, Lorin began to impart knowledge of this dimension to Huang Xuan. Much like P112, P154 has also undergone a resurgence following a temporal and spatial upheaval. Given the principle of temporal-spatial similarity, the cultural geography and other aspects here bear an astonishing resemblance to the environment inhabited by Huang Xuan. Although the temporal accuracy may be somewhat questionable, the high degree of temporal-spatial similarity, 112154, allows P154 to be regarded almost as a twin of P112 in the absence of dimensional interference. Lorin also utilizes P112 to deduce P154. In this era devoid of electronic records, while he is capable of perusing conventional literature and scanning the entire planet extensively, such endeavors demand a considerable amount of energy, the very foundation of this dimensional age. Without energy, nothing exists. Thus, Lorin only scanned the immediate surroundings, merely validating the data against the database. Huang Xuan continued to tread towards the direction of the smoke rising into the sky. The rural path was uneven. Although a roadway existed, dust swirled along the way, covering Huang Xuan from head to toe. Though the smoke appeared near, it was indeed several kilometers away. In the 21st century, that would equate to several bus stops. Typically, Huang Xuan would either take a taxi or find some form of transportation. But now he found himself trudging along, feeling as if his legs were laden with lead, immobilized by fatigue. How much farther could it be? After walking a few dozen meters, Huang Xuan could no longer endure and plopped down on a nearby embankment, disregarding the state of his clothing. About 1 kilometer. Lorin quickly estimated and provided the answer. Huang Xuan exhaled deeply, as if expelling the heaviness from his legs. He rubbed his thighs and stood up again. Sitting there would yield no assistance. With this thought, he resumed his journey, the initial novelty of the new land having faded, leaving only the determination to press onward. As if to bolster Huang Xian's mental fortitude, Lorin began to relay information about the current locale. In his characteristically monotone voice, he stated, "We are presently in Zhejiang Province, Jiaxing Prefecture, Haiyan County, Jianpu Town, corresponding to Standard Time 1927. What aspect of information would you like to know?" "Something profitable," Huang Xuan replied through clenched teeth. "At least you didn't leave me stranded in some remote mountain forest. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to find my way out." Lorin seemed oblivious to Huang Xian's jest, stating, "While the entry point is random, if adjustments are not made, it will still approximate the previously possible entry points. Thus, the probability of ending up in a remote mountain forest is quite low." "Oh," Huang Xuan responded quietly. "Previously possible entry points? Are you referring to former dimensional travelers?" "Indeed," Lorin affirmed before swiftly adding, "The current danger level in the vicinity is assessed at K6. It is imperative to note that according to the records from P001, Standard Time 1927 exhibits tendencies towards large-scale warfare, and the validation has been confirmed. Tell me more, Huang Xuan said with newfound interest. Though he had little enthusiasm for history during classes, he was keenly aware of everything occurring around him. Now that he had arrived in a new era, he yearned to learn about the events transpiring here. On April 12th of the standard calendar, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland was established. And on April 18th, the national government was founded in Nanjing. The words flowed forth like an eloquent endorsement, and had he not truly existed in this era, Huang Xuan would not have allowed a single one of those words to linger in his mind. Yet, as he gazed upon the pristine sky and the crystalline waters, he comprehended that, regardless of the circumstances, he had undeniably plunged into a new epoch. September 9th marked the autumn harvest uprising, while December 11th was the date of the Guangzhou uprising. Huang Xuan savored these phrases, having heard the same sentences more than once from his grandfather. His father, too, may have received them from his own grandfather. The legacy of the Huang family commenced with an unyielding adherence to this series of life and death struggles. Chapter 13. On May 16th, the serene and tranquil village of Jinpu was graced by the presence of Huang Xuan, who sat on his doorstep smoking a water pipe, the bubbling sound resonating in the stillness. Since April, the town had been rife with unrest as soldiers from distant lands occasionally passed through, some even taking people away. Inwardly, he wished to avoid trouble, prompting his return to the village where the Jiang family's estate lay. He resided with his third son, attended by a diligent daughter-in-law, which afforded him a certain comfort. His son had gone to work in the fields, while his daughter-in-law busied herself preparing dinner. The year's harvest was increasingly dismal, leading to a growing number of mouths to feed. Officials from the town and even the government dispatched agents to collect grain. There were times when the town's requisition was followed by a demand from the authorities, compounded by the threat of bandits and passing troops, all armed and authoritative. Recently, rumors circulated about the government cracking down on communists, resulting in numerous fatalities. He could only hope that their defeated soldiers would not traverse through the town. As Huang Xuan pondered these troubling thoughts, the sounds of laughter from a distant group of children disrupted his reverie. Startled, he sprang to his feet, placing the water pipe on the ground, and exclaimed, "These little rascals! On such a splendid day, instead of studying, they frolic about. Have they forsaken the pursuit of scholarly achievement?" With that, he advanced towards them, intent on admonishing their frivolity. Throughout history, Jiaxing has fostered a culture of scholarship, with the Ming and Qing dynasties alone producing 27 notable scholars, including top scholars, runners-up, and third-place winners. In his youth, Huang Xuan had attended a private school funded by the clan, but alas, he was not favored by the teacher and thus did not continue his studies. Now, in his old age, he found it increasingly intolerable to witness such disregard for education. Grasping the water pipe in one hand and lifting his robe with the other, he strode towards the village entrance. At that moment, Huang Xuan found himself encircled by a group of children. If he had been a trained, interdimensional traveler, he might have employed a myriad of strategies to navigate such a situation, but Huang Xuan was oblivious to these possibilities and stood awkwardly rooted in place. His peculiar attire, stripped of zippers and other embellishments for energy conservation by Lorin, rendered him a beggar in appearance. His pants bore a gaping tear in the middle, prompting the children to burst into laughter, and before long, they had completely surrounded him. It was the time for field work. And although the farming season was not at its peak, the village was sparsely populated. The few villagers who ventured out could hardly manage the throngs of children, most of whom were simply there to witness Huang Xuan's embarrassment. It was only when Huang Xuan arrived that the boisterous children scattered in a flurry. Huang Xuan surveyed Huang Xuan with a scrutinizing gaze. The young man had a fair complexion, and his hands were impeccably clean, devoid of the calluses typical of laborers. Though his clothing was tattered, it appeared relatively fresh aside from the dust and minor stains, and the fabric bore a resemblance to those found in foreign shops in the county town. Despite his somewhat unnatural demeanor, he exuded a vitality that was rare among the village youths. Huang Xuan, not one accustomed to grand spectacles, found this glimmer of hope in the young man's eyes to be an uncommon sight among the villagers. With this thought in mind, he offered a half-bow, his voice imbued with respect as he inquired, "Sir, have you encountered bandits? Are you alone without family?" Although more than a decade has passed since the Xinhai Revolution concluded, the Republic has perpetually grappled with the issue of banditry, which has intricately intertwined itself with the lives of the villagers. The situation in Jiangjiakan is no exception. While the villagers fortify themselves for protection, they inevitably engage with bandits to some extent. However, since the village is situated near Zhaopu, it is unlikely to be plagued by large bands of marauders. His inquiry stemmed from a desire to ascertain the origins of the individuals present. After a group of wild children had fled, Huang Xuan exhaled a sigh of relief. When approached by someone, he mimicked a bow and said, "I have become separated from my family and seek a place to stay. Could you kindly direct me to an inn? This area lacks proximity to the main road." Jiang Shiguang handed the water pipe to his left hand and approached, saying, "If you wish to find lodging, you are welcome to stay at my home. We have an empty room." Lacking the funds to afford an inn, Huang Xuan graciously accepted, replying with a smile, "That would be most kind of you." "It is no trouble at all," Jiang Shiguang replied, guiding the way. In the countryside, space is ample. Everyone encounters inconvenient times. From a young age, Huang Xuan had engaged in such conversations, becoming exceedingly adept at navigating them. Though the era had changed and pleasantries had evolved, the essence remained unchanged, fostering familiarity through idle chatter. With this understanding, he felt more at ease. To Jiang Shiguang's ears, Huang Xuan resembled a well-mannered young gentleman from a distant land, unfamiliar with local customs, yet reasonably cultured. This impression was sufficient for him to enjoy complimentary lodging in Jiaxing. Zhaopu is the site of the Jiang family ancestral tomb. The grand residence, while showing signs of age, has not yet fallen into ruin. The main house in the village, constructed of blue bricks, boasts roof tiles at least 2 palms wide. Extending out from the crimson main gate, which bears the inscription Haichang Jiang Clan Bingxi, the stone plaque and carved couplet read, "Mount Wansong lies to the north of Lake Hubei, while the elegant peaks grace the western ravine." The calligraphy is exquisite, surpassing that of many literati Huang Xuan had encountered at his grandfather's. Moved by it, he softly uttered, "Is it possible to investigate this?" "No problem," came the reply. "However, searching for information requires an internet connection, which would waste energy. I will connect you to the internet upon my return," Huang Xuan reassured as he followed Jiang Shiguang. Noticing Huang Xuan's interest in the ancestral home, Jiang Shiguang slowed his pace, remarking, "For the past decade, the Jiang family's collection of books has been housed here. Back then, transporting these books and paintings required dozens of ships," he added with a hint of pride. Jiaxing has long been renowned for its literary collection, a tradition that began in the southern Song and flourished during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Although it waned after the Xianfeng period, the villagers still associate the cultivation of knowledge with the preservation of literature. It is almost a given that affluent households possess a library, and the Jiang family embodies this ideal. Huang Xuan, with a subtly astonished yet composed smile, appeased Jiang Shiguang's vanity. At that moment, a message from Lorin arrived. "This building is likely the Shijian Chaodang, where Jiang Guanghuan's collection was housed. According to historical records, approximately 10 years ago, all of his books were stored here before being relocated to the Yinfen Chaodang. Are those books valuable?" Huang Xuan gazed at the surrounding antiquated courtyard, somewhat enchanted. However, to continue traversing dimensions, he required funds to procure energy. Lorin paused briefly, seemingly consulting some information, then remarked, "According to the records, there should be around 100,000 volumes. But based on standard history, these books were donated to the Chinese government in the 1950s. Isn't that a potential blunder?" Huang Xuan inquired. "Not necessarily. Although rare and precious editions are scarce, they are not entirely unique. Even a truly unique book cannot be guaranteed to be the only one in existence. However, the Jiang family treasures their books. Acquiring these volumes would undoubtedly require considerable effort." Lorin's speech grew increasingly resonant, his word choice becoming ever more precise. Yet, Huang Xuan remained fixated on the books, expressing his dismay. "I had hoped to transport some volumes back. As the saying goes, bibliophiles cherish their tomes. Impoverished scholars often aspire to transcribe the vast multitude of texts. Wealthier scholars, however, possess even loftier ambitions, not only seeking content, but also coveted rarities and scarce editions. Since the Song dynasty, the value of significant books has escalated." Huang Xuan was aware that the dozen or so ancient volumes his father hoarded in his study were worth over $1 million. And the situation was even more extravagant with his elder. He had once exchanged a painting by Zhang Daqian for a small format Song edition, exclaiming that he had struck gold. This thought ignited a fervor within Huang Xuan. Noticing Jiang Shiguang still lost in the reverie of his recent vanity, Huang Xuan whispered to Lorin, "So, you mean to say there's nobody selling books nearby?" The information is insufficient, but upon analysis, since the Xianfeng era, the libraries in Jiaxing have largely fallen into disrepair. With adequate funding, a substantial number of books should be acquirable. However, there remain certain concerns. What concerns? Though books are fragile items and dimension travel does not consider preservation methods, the energy consumed by books far exceeds that of food. Given the current energy reserves, It is advisable that the total weight of the books does not surpass 5 kilograms. Huang Xuan curled his lip in disdain at the notion of purchasing books by weight. A peculiar notion indeed, attributable solely to Lorin, the diligent guardian. Having gleaned all the information he sought, he shifted his focus to the elder Jiang, eager to extract more details in this opportune moment. Chapter 14. During its period of prosperity, the bibliophilic families of Jiaxing numbered over 100, enduring through various dynasties. By the early Republican era, many private libraries had evolved into some of the first personal libraries in China. However, the ravages of war during the anti-Japanese conflict led to the destruction of the majority of these collections, with survivors scarcely reaching 1 in 10. Huang Xuan, in his efforts to establish Yinfen Chaodang, faced numerous tribulations, investing half a lifetime of dedication. The Jiang family, a prominent clan in Jiaxing, produced many illustrious talents, among whom the most renowned was Jiang Bailey, father-in-law of Qian Shuesan, who served as the principal of the Baoding Military Academy and a general in the National Revolutionary Army. Authoring on national defense. The existence of Yinfen Chaodang relied on the support of the family, though not every bibliophile was blessed with steadfast kin. The brutality of war rendered many treasured volumes into ashes. Notable establishments such as Shiyuan, Dishalu, Hairu, and Xiangshan Gu would succumb to the flames of conflict in the following decade. Yet now, Jiang Shiguang reminisced about them with great fondness. Noticing Huang Xuanting's earnestness, the elder spoke with increasing fervor, continuing even through mealtime. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the third son could no longer contain himself and entered the room, saying, "Father, it's time for dinner." Jiang Shiguang cast a disapproving glance at him, only then realizing that the room had grown dim. Slightly embarrassed, he smiled at Huang Xuanting and remarked, "I didn't realize we spoke for so long. You must be hungry." "Not at all, not at all," Huang Xuanting politely responded, then turned to Jiang's third son, saying, "I apologize for troubling your wife." The third son, a man of few words, though middle-aged, had his temperament softened by years of agricultural toil. Upon hearing that Huang Xuanting was a scholar, he became even more animated, shaking his hands in denial and murmuring softly, "It's nothing, nothing." Jiang Shiguang, accustomed to his son's simplicity, slipped on his shoes and said to Huang Xuanting, "Let us proceed to dinner, being a peasant family. We have little to offer, and I hope you will forgive our modest hospitality." Huang Xuanting, ever gracious, was accustomed to such humility, treating it as a pleasant opportunity to revisit old knowledge. Zhejiang was prosperous, and over the years, Jiang Shiguang had accumulated a modest amount of land. Furthermore, with 5 sons and shops in town, their living conditions were relatively comfortable. The dining table was adorned with fish and meat, with no less than 5 or 6 dishes. A stark contrast to Huang Xuanting's understanding of life during the Republic. The third son quietly served himself rice, while Jiang Shiguang's spirits lifted as he engaged in conversation. Seizing the moment, Huang Xuanting inquired, "I wonder how the grain prices are faring now?" Upon mentioning grain, Jiang Shiguang visibly hesitated, then sighed and set his chopsticks down on the table. In 1927, Jiangnan faced widespread famine, with merchants and landlords hoarding supplies. From a contemporary perspective, many uprisings and revolts that year were tied to food shortages, a reality that the Jiang family experienced firsthand. Without waiting for Huang Xuanting to ask further, Jiang Shiguang sighed again and said, "Just a year ago, a stone of rough rice cost merely 3 or 4 silver dollars. But now some are selling a stone for 17. Even we dare not recklessly consume our stored grain." Huang Xuan exhaled softly. His understanding of people's livelihoods was rather limited, and he could not comprehend why farmers were also anxious about the rising prices of grain. He quietly calculated the amount of grain he had brought with him. A stone has varying weights, yet even by considering 120 jin as 1 stone, 100 tons of grain equates to 1/600 stones. If sold at an average price, that would yield 16,000 silver dollars, a considerable sum in 1927, enough to purchase an entire sea vessel. Lorin discreetly calculated this for Huang Xuan, who chuckled inwardly. At that moment, Jiang Shiguang's enthusiasm waned, and he soon bid farewell and retired for the night. The next morning, while dawn still lingered, Huang Xuan sought out Jiang Yixing early and greeted Jiang Shiguang again, as they made their way toward Jinpu town. The third son of the Jiang family was not particularly talkative, yet he was intimately familiar with the path. As Huang Xuan conversed with him, he learned a great deal about the local customs and culture. Though Jinpu was a small town, the marketplace thrived with activity. Boats and horse-drawn carriages continuously traversed to and fro, while numerous shops beckoned customers with their green curtains. Jiang Yixing intended to return home after escorting Huang Xuan to this location, but Huang Xuan was reluctant to let him leave. Before Jiang could voice his thoughts, Huang Xuan interjected, "Brother Jiang, I am unfamiliar with this place. Would you mind waiting for a couple of days until my family arrives? Otherwise, I fear I may not even find a place to stay." Jiang Yixing was a straightforward man. Noticing that Huang Xuan appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, he felt it unreasonable to leave him alone in the town, despite their similar heights. After much contemplation, he suggested, "How about I take you to my elder brother? He resides in the town." "No need to rush," Huang Xuan chuckled. "Let us first explore the vicinity. We can find a place to stay later. It is fine to remain in the town today. You can return home early tomorrow." Jiang Yixing hesitated, wanting to decline, but before he could formulate a response, Huang Xuan had already dashed into the marketplace, leaving the honest man no choice but to follow suit, head bowed. Rice has historically been a significant commodity, representing a steadfast investment and stable profit for merchants throughout Chinese history. Jinpu town boasted nearly 10 rice shops, frequented by numerous landlords and merchants. Perhaps influenced by the grain shortage, the rice shops buzzed with activity, surpassing the foot traffic of nearby fabric stores. Huang Xuan wandered from shop to shop until he finally paused at a store named Shiqiao Rice Shop. This establishment, of moderate size, had a bustling atmosphere, with twice the number of workers compared to others, all engaged in their duties, busy yet unhurried. The clientele, mostly well-dressed, clearly did not belong to families merely seeking to purchase a jean or two. "Is the manager present?" Huang Xuan tapped the counter with his middle finger, a habit borrowed from his fourth uncle. The clerk behind the counter, sharp and capable, with prominent veins visible on his slender chin, paused from his calculations upon hearing Huang Xuan's inquiry. "The manager is in the back checking inventory. If you have any matters to discuss, you may speak with me first." After a moment, he glanced at Jiang Yixing behind Huang Xuan, instructed another clerk, and stepped out from behind the counter, extending a hand to lead the way. "Please, this way. We can talk in the back room." "Are you the second manager?" Observing the perceptiveness of the attendant, Huang Xuan inquired further as he followed him into a side room. Meanwhile, Jiang Yixing swayed his head in astonishment. The second shopkeeper had gone to Jiaxing Prefecture. The attendant smiled and denied this, serving Huang Xuan tea, inquiring, "Have you come from Beijing?" "Nanjing." Huang Xuan recognized that his Mandarin had caused a misunderstanding and corrected himself, stating earnestly, "I wish to sell a batch of wheat to your esteemed establishment. Might you be interested?" The attendant offered a professional smile, suppressing his curiosity, and replied, "Though our shop primarily deals in rice, we do accept wheat as well. However, I am unsure of the quantity we can accommodate." Huang Xuan smiled without a word, extending a single finger, a gesture learned from his mother during his childhood, where she would reward him by showing a few fingers, and he would happily agree. Yet, when the actual count was revealed, the reality was often quite different. The attendant was also taken aback by Huang Xuan, uncertain of the origins of this gentleman seeking to sell wheat in a Zhujiang rice shop. Noticing their disparate appearances and the absence of any servant accompanying his master, the shopkeeper bowed his head and said, "Please, wait a moment. My master will be here shortly." He then asked, "May I know your name?" "Huang Xuan." The shopkeeper, Mr. Zhu, a local man in his 50s from a prominent family, observed Huang Xuan and Jiang Yixing through the window, but could not discern their intentions. Whether they were master and servant was questionable, as no servant accompanied the master for tea. To suggest they were relatives seemed implausible due to their differing appearances and demeanor. Contemplating this, he entered the room with a genial smile, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "I apologize for keeping you waiting." Huang Xuan remained seated. Acknowledging him with a slight bow, feigning a rise before settling back down, he invited, "Please, take a seat." "Very well." Mr. Zhu unfazed, engaged in small talk as he sat down, replenishing Huang Xuan's teacup, and straightforwardly inquired, "May I ask how much wheat Mr. Huang wishes to sell?" Jiang Yixing sat there, momentarily bewildered, as Huang Xuan, with a slight smile, sipped his tea and responded, "That depends on how much the shopkeeper can accept." "Ah?" Mr. Zhu smiled in return, gazing at his teacup. Times had changed. In the grain business, profits came from the price differences between bountiful and lean years. Larger enterprises might have alternative strategies, but for smaller shops like theirs, the typical approach involved bulk purchasing during prosperous years at lower prices and stockpiling during poor years. Yet, given the financial constraints, much of their dealings still revolved around buying low and selling high. Presently, rough rice could fetch 15 to 16 yuan per stone. And as the region did not produce wheat, the arrival of a shipment from afar would naturally imply a desire for substantial profit. Contemplating this, he cautiously remarked, "You appear to be a gentleman of considerable business acumen. Our shop, though modest, has some capacity. Several hundred stones would not pose a problem. If you are interested, We could consider a larger transaction. Let us start with 100 stones, Huang Xuan decisively stated. 100 stones amounted to approximately 10 tons, which constituted a significant transaction for a small-town shop, yet it was not overly ambitious. Being in a foreign land, it was prudent to exercise caution. Zhu, the innkeeper, appeared to be lost in thought, his expression subtly shifting as he consented. It was only then that Jiang Yixing, in a moment of foolish realization, quietly inquired of Huang Xuan, Huang Xuan, do you truly possess such a vast quantity of grain? Even in the fertile lands of Zhejiang, 100 stones of grain could lead a small landlord to financial ruin. Witnessing Huang Xuan's swift decision regarding provisions sufficient for his entire clan for several years caused a flicker of unease within him. Huang Xuan offered a gentle smile and reassuringly patted Zhang's hand, then addressed Zhu, saying, if there are no further inquiries from you, Mr. Zhu, kindly instruct your staff to prepare the dock and warehouse. We shall finalize the transaction at dawn tomorrow. Very well, Zhu replied with alacrity, summoning a worker to whisper a few instructions. He then added, I am uncertain when Mr. Huang's vessel will arrive. I shall have someone make the necessary arrangements. Although Zhanpu was a small town, the current times had drawn a few opportunistic souls eager to partake in the spoils. Zhu harbored concerns that Huang Xuan, being new to the area, might be unaware of local customs, and he worried that his business could suffer as a result. Huang Xuan, oblivious to Zhu's apprehensions, was confident that as long as arrangements were made in Lorin, everything would proceed smoothly. He chuckled softly to himself and waved dismissively, saying, there is no need for you to fret, Mr. Zhu. Just ensure that a suitable warehouse is secured, and my associates will handle the rest. The unfounded respect displayed by Zhu's subordinates left him in awe, as they repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Huang Xuan merely returned the gesture and prepared to depart, while Jiang Yixing remained in a state of astonishment. After a leisurely stroll through the town, Huang Xuan finally made his way to the dock outside of town, where two attendants from the rice shop awaited him early, greeting him with utmost respect and leading him to inspect the warehouse. The warehouse was located less than a mile from the dock and was considerably smaller than the storage facilities he was accustomed to at home. Though primarily constructed of wood, it incorporated some modern materials. The First World War marked the zenith of Chinese national capitalism, its explosive growth only ceasing with the onset of the Second World War. The flourishing dock business had thrived alongside this boom, and the rice shop's development seemed to reflect this trend. When it came to the intricacies of commerce, Huang Xuan could hardly claim to be knowledgeable. He had merely gleaned superficial insights from his family's discussions and observations. At this moment, he could not ascertain the quality of the warehouse, offering a vague sound of acknowledgement before stepping outside, stating, is there a room available? I shall stay here tonight. Indeed. One of the attendants replied, casting a curious glance at Huang Xuan, who was still clad in the long robe gifted by the elderly Jiang Shiguang, an attire that seemed somewhat out of place. However, the attendant refrained from commenting further and escorted Huang Xuan to the watchman's quarters of the warehouse, ensuring he was comfortably settled. Please make yourself at home. Once the attendant departed, Huang Xuan, fatigued, collapsed onto the bed, paying little mind to the musty bedding. Jiang Yixing, equally unperturbed, took a seat beside him, considering the room to be far superior to his own dwelling. I am truly grateful for your assistance today, Huang Xuan expressed to Jiang Yixing, casually brushing off the bed with his hand. Once I sell the grain tomorrow, I will be sure to repay you handsomely. No need for that, Jiang replied. Jiang Yixing exhibited neither the maturity typically found in middle age nor the fortitude that accompanies it. Instead, he bore a certain timidity that suggested a retreat from the very essence of adulthood. He glanced at the ceiling and remarked, the grain belongs to your household as well. I have not contributed anything substantial, so there is no need for thanks. Huang Xuan smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent, for the money had yet to materialize, rendering any hasty division of spoils unnecessary. After exchanging a few more words, the two succumbed to slumber, their fatigue from the day's exertions overwhelming them. They had only managed to inform Lorin to store some of the grain in the warehouse before drifting into sleep. Chapter 15. Before dawn broke, the shouts of the dockworkers echoed through the air, their harmonious voices infused with the rich essence of jiaxing, resonating with both the exhilaration of spirit and the weariness of the body, repeating their calls time and again. Huang Xuan found himself unable to sleep any longer. He rubbed his face and rose from his slumber. Jiang Yixing had been awake for some time and was now outside chatting with the shop assistant. Huang Xuan cast a nonchalant glance in their direction before proceeding to wash up. Manager Zhu had arrived early, having taken a horse-drawn carriage. And despite it being the 16th year of the Republic, automobiles had yet to permeate everyday life, especially for small businesses like his. Yet, He had not the energy to dwell on such impractical matters, issues that even Mr. Chiang Kai-shek had scarcely considered. This morning, grain prices had surged by 10%, a matter that truly preoccupied Manager Zhu. All major grain shops faced the looming threat of depletion, with rumors circulating that the government was poised to introduce price controls. Eager for maximum profit, Manager Zhu had hurried over at dawn. Huang Xuan emerged from the gatehouse, having quenched his thirst, stretching languidly. He approached Manager Zhu, who had just dismounted from his carriage, and said, "You're an early riser, manager. I have already transported some wheat to my home. Shall we go take a look? May I inquire where Boss Huang resides?" Manager Zhu responded with a respectful bow, while his two assistants behind him stood in stunned silence. They had been waiting at the warehouse door since before dawn for the anticipated arrival of a ship fleet. Now, to their astonishment, over 100 stones of grain had been quietly stored in the warehouse, without porters or boats, and not a single grain had fallen at the entrance. The two exchanged bewildered glances, shrinking back in their place behind their master, realizing it was not their moment to speak, and thus stifled their curiosity. Huang Xuan advanced, hands swinging carefreely, his demeanor reminiscent of a wealthy young gentleman embarking on an expedition. In modern cinematic terms, this could be described as a performance of authenticity. Manager Zhu humbly fell a step behind, adjusting his long gown, and after a couple of paces, suddenly inquired, "I wonder how much wheat has been brought in?" It seemed that the manager rather relished the phrase "I wonder," yet Huang Xuan chose not to respond directly, knowing the quantity depended on the inspection. He gestured toward the warehouse and said, "Let us take a look first." Manager Zhu noted Huang Xuan's casual reply, pondering silently, and perceived him as yet another privileged youth, seemingly prepared to extract funds for tuition. With this consideration, he began to calculate. Modern seeds are cultivated in greenhouses or even in controlled environments, resulting in plump grains with a lustrous exterior. These seeds are priced at least 5 times higher than ordinary grains, and several assistants gazed in awe, secretly estimating that this wheat was superior to the rice stored in the warehouse. Manager Zhu, however, was well versed in such matters, despite Jiaxing not being a wheat-producing area. He could discern that these were indeed seed grains. The quality of such seeds commanded a premium over regular grains. As for their origins, he glanced at Huang Xuan, who was toying with a grain, and was disinclined to inquire further. That was a matter for the proprietor. "What about the price?" Manager Zhu asked eagerly, his composure betraying a hint of impatience. 70% of the market price, Huang Xuan replied. Huang Xuan raised a finger and said, "You have 1 day to prepare the silver. I only accept silver dollars, nothing else." At this moment, Chiang Kai-shek had yet to implement currency reform, yet merchants, for various reasons, preferred to receive silver dollars and other hard currencies. However, gathering over $1,000 in a single day seemed quite a challenge for the rice shop at Xiaoqiao. Manager Zhu hesitated to respond. The allure of a 30% profit was tempting, especially as grain prices were destined to soar in the future. Yet, agreeing to the terms posed a dilemma, as he lacked sufficient cash on hand. Huang Xuan, oblivious to Manager Zhu's predicament, merely wished to expedite the sale of his grain. Without waiting for Zhu to speak, he continued, "Could you kindly lend me 2 storage rooms? We can account for the rent together." "That is no issue," Zhu readily agreed. Over the past 2 months, grain sales had been plentiful while collections had dwindled, leaving most storage rooms empty. He glanced at Huang Xuan and then at the grain in the warehouse, hesitating momentarily before saying, "You can find Xiao Li for the storage. I will bring the money over tonight. If that is acceptable, I shall await your arrival." Huang Xuan shrugged nonchalantly. Manager Zhu retained 3 of his assistants. Just as in Huang Xuan's era, the upstream controlled the downstream, and the downstream held the upper hand over the upstream. Everything hinged on who possessed market dominance. When news of a substantial grain supply broke, it spread like a duck sprouting 4 wings, soaring out of the docks. By midday, several shops had dispatched individuals to the dock area. Huang Xuan feigned ignorance, remaining with Jiang Yixing in the warehouse to oversee the weighing and inventory of wheat by the workers. Approximately 15 tons of wheat had been unloaded, all stripped of their packaging. In terms of concealing information from the era, his methods were far more straightforward and efficient than Huang Xuan's. According to the current calculations, this amounted to about 250 sure, and if calculated in smaller measures, the total would be even greater. In fact, places like Shanghai had already begun to adopt the imperial measurement system, yet in Zhanpu, the workers still adhered to the traditional methods. Huang Xuan kept a mental ledger and was not overly concerned about any potential deceit. He merely requested Jiang Yixing to keep an eye on things while he strolled outside. Impatient with the tedious and intricate tasks, he yearned to witness the turning tides of this era and perhaps discover unexpected fortunes along the way. Given ample time, the materials provided by Lorin could yield hundreds or even thousands of times the profit. However, whether due to Huang Xuan's limited access or the capabilities of Loring space, Loring only permitted him a mere 3 days in this location, with no assurance of how much time could be saved upon his return home, perhaps a day later. Or maybe 3. Consequently, Huang Xuan dared not linger. As he regarded the materials entrusted to him by Loring, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. The late 19th and early 20th centuries were an era bursting with inspiration, having just emerged from technological advancements, economic crises, and world wars. People were eager to express a multitude of emotions, and the fruits of such expressions would later captivate countless collectors. Yet, perhaps due to the very nature of this outpouring, the overwhelming influx of information left contemporary individuals at a loss, and many of their contributions went unrecognized within their lifetimes. The only painting sold during Van Gogh's lifetime was the Red Vineyard. It is said that the sale was facilitated by the goodwill of his brother, Theo. Upon learning that his work had been sold for 400 francs, Van Gogh joyfully exclaimed to Theo, "Can you believe it? My painting could fetch at least 500 francs after my death." However, what no one could have anticipated was that, a century after his passing, his artwork vase with 14 sunflowers would be auctioned for an astounding $48 million, setting a record for Western oil paintings at that time. In 1890, Van Gogh took his own life at the age of 37. By 1927, a mere 10,000 could have nearly secured all of Van Gogh's works, and 70 years later, the total value of these masterpieces would have been sufficient to place any name on the Forbes billionaires list. Regrettably, Huang Xuan did not have the luxury of time to amass them. Not only Van Gogh, but the artists of this era often found little success during their lifetimes, and the prices of their artworks fluctuated dramatically. The likes of Picasso, Malevich, and Henri Rousseau saw their works appreciate in value by a factor of hundreds within just a century, with few investments yielding such high returns. However, Huang Xuan's lamentation had little to do with the artists' lives. He merely regretted not having the time to visit Paris to purchase a few pieces to bring home. Given the current state of transportation, even a trip to Shanghai or Beijing was fraught with complications. Otherwise, he could have sought out Qi Baishe or Su Beihong, the latter of whom had only just returned to the country in April, an opportune moment to acquire artworks. Time, indeed, was the culprit. Huang Xuan could not buy a completed piece to take home, as it would conflict with existing artworks. Requesting a few new creations from an artist seemed impractical within the span of 3 days. Even the ambition to gather a few lost pieces remained elusive. He sighed, relinquishing this tempting notion. What could be troubling this young man? A voice suddenly broke the silence, startling Huang Xuan. It was just past noon, and dock workers were laboring with bare torsos, their glistening arms working hard for their evening meal, their calls echoing in the distance. Huang Xuan steadied himself, observing the man before him, who sported a distinguished mustache, his dark hair and beard lending a mature air, though he was not elderly. Yet, his demeanor bore the weight of age. Such trivial matters, Huang Xuan mused inwardly, though he knew they were anything but trivial. His heart ached. If he could transport a batch of masterpieces back, he might leap to become the wealthiest among the Huang family's 3 generations. He envisioned a time when he could indulge in sports cars, yachts, or even acquire a gaming company. The man before him, oblivious to Huang Xuan's thoughts, casually stroked his beard and inquired, "Are you surnamed Huang?" "Indeed," Huang Xuan replied with wide eyes. "And you are?" Unfortunately, the same gesture lacked the authority when performed by a 15-year-old. The man smiled warmly, introducing himself as Zhou Shuming. He had come upon hearing that a young businessman had recently arrived in Zhaopu, bringing with him a cargo of 1,000 stone of grain. "Oh, uncertain if Mr. Huang might extend some favor towards our humble establishment." Zhou Shuming did not regard Huang Xuan with any disdain due to his youth. In fact, in this tumultuous era, countless warlords and politicians have profited amidst chaos, with their offspring and acquaintances serving as their eyes and ears. Huang Xuan's age is precisely that of a son to a powerful figure. Although Zhanpu is but a small town, he has encountered many such scions. Huang Xuan offered a somewhat reserved smile. He was still unaccustomed to engaging in business discussions without prior preparation, or rather, he found himself uneasy performing the act of business without having rehearsed. Nevertheless, he discreetly surveyed the dock to avert the sudden emergence of burly men. The clamorous shouts at the dock persisted, and Huang Xuan found amusement in the scenario reminiscent of his film-esque plot. Redirecting his gaze while maintaining a smile, he remarked, "It is not impossible, however. Should it concern the rice shop at Shichiao, I possess a modicum of influence, so young Master Huang need not worry." Zhou Shuming's repeated address amused Huang Xuan, who shook his head with a smile, saying, "It is not Mr. Zhu's concerns that weigh on my mind, but rather that I have other matters to attend to and wish to avoid causing any inconvenience." "What matters might you be willing to share with me?" At this moment, Huang Xuan began to find his footing. After carefully considering his words, he replied, "My father has a fondness for traditional Chinese literature. Hearing that many books from the Jiaxing region have been lost in recent years deeply troubles him. My purpose in transporting grain is twofold: to assist the people of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and to procure a batch of books to bring back, profit being a secondary consideration." His words, a blend of truth and embellishment, bore an air of pride cultivated from a young age, leaving Zhou Shuming perplexed and unable to discern Huang Xuan's true identity. Chapter 16. Since ancient times, Jiangnan has been a cradle for talented scholars, particularly flourishing during the Ming and Qing dynasties. According to the statistical records of the successful candidates in the imperial examinations, from the 4th year of the Hongwu reign, 1371, of the Ming dynasty to the last examination of the Guangxu reign, 1904, of the Qing dynasty, a total of 201 imperial examinations were held, in addition to the special examinations for scholars of extraordinary learning and literary talent, excluding translation and Manchu candidates. A total of 51,681 scholars were admitted, comprising 24,866 from the Ming dynasty and 26,815 from the Qing dynasty. Jiangnan alone produced 7,877 scholars, accounting for 15,24 of the national total. Among these, 3,864 were from the Ming dynasty, representing 15,54, and 4,013 from the Qing dynasty, making up 14,95. Overall, more than 1 in every 7 scholars during the Ming and Qing dynasties hailed from Jiangnan, a remarkably high proportion that is truly astonishing. From a contemporary perspective, the cultural prominence of Jiangnan is closely linked to its economic prosperity. While in the northwestern regions, individuals often struggled with vast tracts of land, yet faced hunger. In the water towns of Jiangnan, merely a few acres could sustain a scholar. Under such conditions, a rich cultural atmosphere naturally flourished. When scholars found financial success, their pursuits extended beyond seeking beauty or acquiring lavish residences. They also felt compelled to amass books, even if just for show, inadvertently leaving a wealth of precious editions in Jiangnan. Coupled with the immense wealth in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, where families boasted esteemed offspring, the collection of books became a thriving endeavor. This continued until the Xianfeng era, when the dispersal of books became a lament for many collectors. Zhou Shuming appeared to be a scholarly individual, though it remained uncertain whether he had succeeded in the final examinations. Upon hearing Huang Xuan's troubles about purchasing books, he chuckled heartily and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What could be simpler? While my accomplishments in Jiaxing may not be remarkable in other respects, when it comes to books, I am undeniably preeminent, but I am unfamiliar with this place." Zhou Shuming confidently offered, "Leave it to me." Before he could boast further, Huang Xuan interjected, adopting a serious demeanor. "My father has an extensive collection. I have come to acquire some rare and fine editions, and naturally, unique copies would be ideal. All books must be meticulously verified to qualify as fine editions. Generally speaking, whether rare or fine, they are ancient texts. Thus, a fine edition from the Qing dynasty is not necessarily a fine edition from the Ming dynasty. In modern terms, a fine edition from 1927 would indeed be categorized as a Qing engraving. However, considering the limitations imposed by Lorin's peculiarities, my standards must be adjusted accordingly." Zhou Shuming stroked his beard and chuckled. "Pray tell, which books has young Master Huang set his sights on?" Throughout history, few collectors have successfully maintained their collections across 3 generations. With the political turmoil in China, ancient books from Jiaxing have increasingly found their way to the market. However, amidst the warlord conflicts, the government has little time to attend to this matter. Consequently, the availability of ancient texts during this era surpasses that of both previous and subsequent periods. Huang Xuan gently shook his head, pointing towards the storage area. "I have brought over 500 stones of grain, selling more than 200 stones to the rice shop at Xiqiao. If you, Boss Zhou, possess the ability, you may take the remainder. I only seek 10 books." The resonant calls of the dockworkers echoed through the air, yet Zhou Shuming stood as if struck by lightning, stunned by the realization that 500 pickles of grain would cost over 20,000 yuan. In other words, this young man was willing to spend 2,000 silver dollars for a single book. This exemplified what it meant to be a generous patron. Zhou, the proprietor, smacked his lips and proclaimed loudly, "Young Master Huang, please allow me a few days. I shall certainly acquire this warehouse of grain." "That would be most desirable," Huang Xuan replied with a hearty laugh. "However, I can only wait for 5 more days. Do not delay, Mr. Zhou." "Agreed, it is a promise." As Huang Xuan tirelessly endeavored to safeguard cultural heritage, Manager Zhu raced about in a frenzy. The capital of the Xiaoqiao rice shop was insufficient, and after informing the owner, he and the Zhu family steward managed to extract 1,000 silver dollars from the storeroom. They discreetly contacted friendly merchants, hoping to collaborate in purchasing the grain that Huang Xuan possessed. He recognized that this was high-quality seed grain, worth far more than the mere 12 yuan price. And it seemed that even more was on its way. Even the usually indifferent owner was eager to seize a lucrative opportunity. However, by afternoon, news of a large grain shipment arriving spread like wildfire, causing a stir throughout the rice market of Jiaxing. Manager Zhu initially sought to uncover the source of this information, but found himself at a loss. Consequently, he grew even more frantic, hastening to the dock with silver in hand before the agreed-upon time. After confirming the quantities with Jiang Yixing, Huang Xuan instructed his assistants to store the boxes filled with silver dollars in his quarters before transferring them to the entrance of the dimensional passage. He then stepped outside to address Manager Zhu, stating, "With this exchange, the grain in this warehouse shall belong to the Xiaoqiao rice shop." "Excellent, excellent," Manager Zhu exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Watching his subordinates recount the grain stocks, the brisk wind momentarily cooled his fervor. Without hesitation, he approached Huang Xuan. Bowing slightly as he said, "Mr. Huang, I've heard you have another shipment of grain on the way." "Not merely heard, it is rather an educated guess," Huang Xuan retorted dismissively. The remaining grain was still within the dimensional passage, and he had no source for such information. Nonetheless, he smiled and added, "Indeed, there are over 1,000 pickles left, but one Zhou Shuming has expressed interest in purchasing all of it, and I am inclined to oblige him." "That old rascal." Manager Zhu grinned, baring his teeth. "Mr. Huang, since our transaction has been so pleasant, and our shop is sincere in its intentions, might I ask you to consider reserving this deal for us?" "That is not out of the question." Huang Xuan reiterated his earlier statement to Zhou Shuming, disregarding Manager Zhu's astonished expression, and continued, "In that case, I shall await good news at the town's inn." Historically, merchants have prioritized profit, and even the esteemed figures of Chinese capitalism cannot escape this norm. The current head of the Zhu family, Zhu Hongren, upon receiving news from the manager, resumed his pacing in the small garden with his cane. Meanwhile, the other rice shops, already trailing behind the Zhu family, hurriedly sought information, their small legs scurrying about. Over 1,000 stones of grain may not seem substantial, even in today's era of scarcity. It merely serves to provide fodder for conversation before and after meals. However, if such a quantity of grain could be exchanged for a mere 10 books, the immense profit derived from this transaction would evoke the instincts of bloodthirsty sharks and famished wolves among the merchants engaged in the vegetarian trade, prompting them to eagerly brandish their fins and navigate the waters with fervor. Chapter 17. Before Huang Xuan lay 4 exquisite boxes, crafted from fine lacquered wood, reflecting a dim sheen that imparted a sense of weightiness. Zhou Shuming grinned broadly, resting his hand upon the foremost box, and in what he believed to be his most earnest tone, remarked, "Young Master Huang, these are rare treasures I have procured, each possessing extraordinary value. Though you are pressing for a swift decision, I assure you that even the esteemed Lord Qian would find them remarkable." "Very well, let us see," Huang Xuan replied noncommittally. Although his expression remained inscrutable, his eyes betrayed his intrigue. Zhou Shuming, reveling in his own satisfaction, eagerly opened the first box, revealing 3 tomes wrapped in fine light yellow satin. The somewhat larger tome on the left bore the title The Lotus Sutra, the universal gateway of Avalokiteshvara. Its script elegantly sparse, yet undeniably a Buddhist scripture. Leaving specialized matters to the experts, Huang Xuan called for Lorin and lifted the satin from the middle book. The minuscule calligraphy inscribed upon it read, "The Sacred Edicts of His Majesty Emperor Muzong Yi of the Great Qing." Huang Xuan was unfamiliar with Emperor Muzong Yi, yet he recognized the characters for Great Qing and Emperor. He exhaled slowly, pondering how astonishing it was that items from the imperial family, mere years after the fall of the Qing dynasty, had found their way into the hands of such a merchant. Despite his astonishment, he restrained himself, wishing to avoid disappointing Zhou Shuming further. With a flick of his fingers, Huang Xuan swiftly unveiled the satin on the right side, shattering Zhou Shuming's carefully curated mystique. This tome was a script copy, slightly thicker than the previous 2, with Yu Shuangli inscribed in the upper right corner of the cover. Huang Xuan recognized only 2 characters, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. As he casually leafed through the pages, he noticed seals stamped within, seemingly bearing a name, Cheng Yinqiu. Upon comparison, it was deduced that the Lotus Sutra, the universal gateway of Avalokiteshvara, should be valued between 250,000 to 350,000, while the Sacred Edicts of His Majesty Emperor Muzong Yi was estimated at 650,000 to 850,000. 5,000. The Yushuangli script copy was appraised at between 5,000 and 6,000. Influenced by the dimensional rift, Lorin spoke in a manner that favored brevity, seemingly aligned with his temperament. Upon hearing the figure of 6,000, Huang Xuan's spirits soared as he turned his gaze towards Zhou Shuming. The latter remained oblivious, brewing his own ambition, and enthusiastically declared, "These were originally items of the imperial court." With a flourish of his robe, he prepared to elaborate, but Huang Xuan swiftly gestured for silence. Already aware of the prices and disinterested in further embellishments from the seller, he had faith in Lorin's accuracy, which he believed far surpassed that of any artifact appraisal expert. This visit had already cost him over 600,000 for grain purchases alone. Securing merely one book could yield a tenfold profit, greatly satisfying Huang Xuan. However, as a descendant of the Huang family, his expression darkened as he covered the satin of the left book, the Buddhist scripture, stating, "You may take this one back." After a sip of tea, he leisurely continued, "The script copy on the right can remain, but as for this one," he pointed to the middle tome, the Sacred Edicts. "Let us set it aside for now and examine the rest." Upon catching sight of Huang Xuan, Zhou Shuming immediately selected the dramatic script, his heart brimming with disdain, categorizing him among the ranks of young aristocrats. This perception was not entirely unwarranted. The era was different, and so were the values. The Xinhai Revolution had only just concluded, and the Qing dynasty still commanded substantial influence among the populace, its brand value undeniable. As for traditional opera, while contemporary minds may regard it as a national treasure, for those literati willing to part with their funds, the price of such manuscripts could scarcely rival the Buddhist scriptures that Huang Xuan deemed beneath his notice. Assuming he understood Huang Xuan's aesthetic standards, Zhou Shuming bypassed the second box entirely and opened the one placed at the center of the table, dusting it off with a flourish before unveiling the satin covering. He remarked, "Thus, behold this volume. I can peruse it myself." In a fit of irritation, Huang Xuan cast it aside, the corners of his mouth twitching as he instructed, "Luo Lin, appraise it." Without needing Huang Xuan to rummage through, Luo Lin promptly scanned and compared, stating, "The Zhao Zhiqian's academic essays and correspondence from Zhao Zhiqian to Hu Peishi, valued between 1.5 to 2 million. The fourth volume of the Song Chunhua Pavilion Posts, valued between 3.5 to 4.5 million. The Tang Wei Yingwu S compilation, with Song Lu Chenwing S annotations, and the supplementary volume of Mr. Wei Suzhou's collected works, valued between 2 to 2.5 million. Huang Xuan twitched his nose, suppressing a glimmer of delight, and addressed Zhou Shuming coolly, "Look at the volumes below. The Southern Song Dynasty's Spring and Autumn Classics, valued between 1 to 1.5 million. The Spring and Autumn Classics, 2 volumes preserved, valued between 1 to 1.5 million. The Great Buddhist Tops Sarangama Sutra with commentary and copy, valued between 2 to 3 million. Since the Ming Dynasty, Song Dynasty printed and manuscript editions had been highly esteemed. Their meticulous proofreading and abundant quality editions contributed to their reputation. Consequently, the price of fine Song editions has consistently remained elevated. By the turn of the millennium, a single complete page of a Song edition could fetch over 10,000 yuan, and a slender volume could secure an entire house. In the high-priced market, Song editions held a unique advantage, though they did not occupy an absolute lead, particularly during the Republic era. Despite the abundance of libraries, many rare treasures did not necessarily align with contemporary tastes. Huang Xuan savored the words on the table, masking his exhilaration with a sip of tea, and remarked, "These 2 boxes are indeed palatable. However, if Boss Zhou has only these few volumes, he cannot procure all my provisions." Chapter 18. Zhou Shuming furrowed his brow tightly, contemplating the adage that gold flourishes in chaotic times while antiques thrive in peaceful eras. In 1927, merely 16 years had elapsed since the Xinhai Revolution, and the remnants of the scholarly elite who once sold their knowledge for imperial favor lay cold in the ground. In this present age, a single gun or a bag of rice proved far more tangible than a book. Once valuable rare editions and exquisite artworks had plummeted in worth, with dilapidated libraries dotting the landscape. There were even unworthy descendants who sold such treasures for mere waste paper. Before him lay 12 books, for which Zhou Shuming had paid a mere 4,000 silver dollars, extracted from the old Zhou family's library. 40 years prior, even his old scholar-mentor would have gladly exchanged 1,000 measures of rice for them. Contemplating this, Zhou Shuming sipped his tea and raised an eyebrow towards Huang Xuan, saying, "If you are not satisfied, young Master Huang, I can procure more for you. But I kindly ask that you leave the grain in the warehouse for a few more days." "Just one day," Huang Xuan retorted arrogantly, extending a finger. My time is limited, and I cannot afford to wait. You may also take these 2 volumes of the Spring and Autumn Annals from the Song Dynasty, along with that book authored by the so-called emperor, making a total of 6. You can either collect 900 measures of grain from the warehouse or pay me 500 silver dollars for each book. Does that seem agreeable? Huang Xuan's price was calculated at $12 per measure, while the market rate for coarse rice had soared to $18. Naturally, Zhou Shuming preferred the grain. He felt a twinge in his lips before composing himself, knowing that those with grain held the power to speak. He understood this well, and, with a courteous farewell, said, "In that case, I shall take my leave and return with the grain. Young Master Huang, await good news." In just a few words, he referred to himself as Old Man again, prompting a cold snicker from Huang Xuan, who gathered the books into boxes and exited first. Word spread like wildfire from Zhanpu about a certain fool from the capital who was purchasing rare editions at 10 times their market value, quickly reaching the entire Jiaxing prefecture. The counties of Haiyan, Pinggu, and Haining became akin to a grand library of China. In these tumultuous times, such news was eagerly amplified by countless individuals. Did you hear? Book prices are set to rise. Those with ancient texts will surely prosper. It is said that the national government plans to establish a library, like those of the West, where the money spent on books could buy hundreds of thousands of rifles. I hear the foreigners want to buy antiques from China. My fellow villagers say they have seen several ships. Yet, Huang Xuan could only spare 3 days. From the afternoon onward, individuals began to seek an audience with him, with only Jiang Yixing by his side, unable to stem the tide of visitors. Reluctantly, he sought the assistance of manager Zhu. Although many came, most were merely hoping for a stroke of luck, with some even attempting to make a quick profit. Concerned for their safety, the Zhu family wished to invite Huang Xuan into the city, but he declined. Thus, after 6 or 7 hours of meetings, he finally dispatched all the grain and a substantial portion of silver. In the end, only a few shopkeepers possessed substantial financial resources, and it remained a mystery from where they procured such rare editions. Huang Xuan had long been overwhelmed by the selection and could only mechanically adhere to Lorin's appraisals, painstakingly choosing 5 volumes, leaving him with merely $100 or so to spare. The sound of sweeping echoed from the open warehouse, and Huang Xuan cast another glance at Jiang Yixing, the taciturn middle-aged man still clad in a worn blue short shirt, with meticulously mended cuffs. Once the books were secured, Huang Xuan prepared to return home, but as he was about to depart, a pang of regret washed over him for not having thoroughly explored this extraordinary era. He wondered if he would have another opportunity, as Lorin's transmission device was far too outdated, making a deliberate revisit unlikely. "Uncle." Huang Xuan gathered his last silver dollars and carefully wrapped the books in yellow silk. He turned to Jiang Yixing and said, "I appreciate your assistance these past few days. I truly feel indebted." Jiang Yixing, flustered, rubbed his hands together and murmured, "Young Master Huang, you are too kind. I have told you not to call me that." Over the last few days, the prominent merchants in town had visited Huang Xuan, leading Jiang Yixing to feel a growing respect for him, and he inadvertently began addressing him as Young Master Huang. Initially silent, Huang Xuan shook his head as he prepared to leave and said, "Uncle Jiang, I shall be departing tonight. There are still some silver dollars left. Consider it payment for these past few days." Jiang Yixing, overwhelmed with excitement, fumbled with his hands, stammering, "This is too much. This is too much. Let it be this way, and please extend my gratitude to old Master Jiang," Huang Xuan replied, stepping out of the room. By the time Jiang Yixing attempted to express his thanks and followed him out, all he saw was a flash of white light. Huang Xuan returned directly to the pavilion in the backyard, completely unclothed, with only the yellow silk in his hands to shield his modesty. He gazed around nostalgically and complained, "Lorin, you needn't be so frugal. Not even a garment was transmitted to me? To keep your departure from P112 within 24 hours has already consumed a considerable amount of energy. We must control expenditures to ensure the base operates normally." Lorin's monotonous response somehow comforted Huang Xuan. If only he had another covering, he would express gratitude to Lorin. Yet, reality was reality. Huang Xuan glanced at the sky, which seemed to herald dawn, and surveyed the 11 books he held, ultimately making a decision. To preserve humanity's cultural heritage, he resolved to wrap the volumes in silk and venture out in his natural state. The distance from the pavilion to the bedroom was not overly far. Huang Xuan reassured himself. "Remember to replenish energy." Lorin's cold remark vanished into the void, leaving Huang Xuan alone, toggling between his computer and phone, desperately confirming the era in which he found himself, to avoid being unwittingly sent to an unknown dimension by some unscrupulous machine. It was said that such occurrences had happened in history. Yes, according to Lorin, what an honest child he was. The courtyard lay in tranquil silence, with only the kitchen of the annex illuminated, presumably due to the chef preparing breakfast. It was still before the hour when his parents would leave for work. Huang Xuan quietly secured the door and retrieved a box that had come as a complimentary gift with a book he had purchased long ago. One by one, he carefully placed the invaluable ancient texts, each worth millions, into the box, interspersing them with yellow silk to protect them. Finally, he extracted the top volume, a precious document from the Northern Song dynasty, and wrapped it in a pillowcase before placing it in a separate box. Having completed these tasks, and with dawn yet to break, Huang Xuan yawned and took a couple of steps before comfortably settling into bed. For the past 2 days, he had been sleeping in the storeroom, and not to mention the bed's stone-like surface, the lingering odor alone was enough to keep one alert. Chapter 19. It is often said that a day in the heavens equates to 10 years on earth. According to modern sensibilities, one would surely prefer to work in the celestial realms while living on the terrestrial plane. Yet, Lorin's capabilities are still somewhat lacking. Under the varying temporal conditions of different dimensions, he can only manage to reduce time by 2/3. Nevertheless, for Huang Xuan, this is already a source of great satisfaction. Every morning, Zhang Xini rises early, has her breakfast, and instructs the butler to awaken Huang Xuan before hastily departing for the company. Regardless of the magnitude of her enterprise, it is unlikely she could ever fathom that her son has ventured into another dimension, a concept that perhaps does not even exist in her vocabulary. The diligent butler Zhou roused Huang Xuan from his slumber. By calculation, he had only slept for a few hours. Considering his disrupted circadian rhythm, he ought to rest for at least another 10 hours to adjust his internal clock. Regrettably, no one in the household is aware that he has recently traversed a time-space conduit. "Good morning, Uncle Zhou," Huang Xuan mumbled as he rose from bed, the computer before him still buzzing softly. As the butler opened the window, he remarked, "Xuan, you mustn't play games too late at night. You're on holiday now. You can indulge in gaming during the day." Butler Zhou, a native of the south, spoke with a pronounced nasal tone. Huang Xuan readily acquiesced. Recently, he had been captivated by World of Warcraft, often battling through dungeons late into the night, much to the chagrin of his family. However, he mused that such opportunities would be rare in the future. If time permitted, he would much prefer to explore other dimensions. The pursuit of a life replete with profit may not merely be for the sake of wealth. High returns seem akin to a potent drug, rendering one unable to resist while neglecting other considerations. Noticing Huang Xuan's distracted demeanor, Butler Zhou offered a few more admonitions, but Huang Xuan paid him little heed. After breakfast, the chef took his leave, and with his parents rarely home for lunch, Huang Xuan would often remain at school for meals during the day. Thus, the household only prepared breakfast and dinner, leaving Huang Xuan to fend for himself during his holiday meals. After exchanging pleasantries, Huang Xuan tucked his small book box under his arm, popped a popsicle into his mouth, and stepped outside. He was too lazy to sift through business cards. So he addressed the heir. "Lorin, do you recall the auctioneer I inquired about a few days ago? The one introduced by Lu Ping?" "I remember," came Lorin's muffled response. "What's his number? I'd like to call him." "Scanning required energy," Lorin replied. "The base's energy is currently quite depleted." "Are you complaining?" Huang Xuan feigned surprise. "The information has already been inputted into your phone," Lorin remarked, disregarding Huang Xuan's question. With a chuckle, Huang Xuan retrieved his phone, which had just powered on when an incoming call interrupted him. "Hello, is this Mr. Huang Xuan?" Noticing the caller ID, which appeared to be from Shanghai, Huang Xuan furrowed his brow and replied, "This is I. Who am I speaking with?" "I am Gan Lijing, the technical director of Xinya Company in Shanghai." "Are you the author of Password 1 and Password 2? "Yes, that would be me," Huang Xuan responded hesitantly, recalling that those two software programs seemed to have been sold. The line crackled with noise before Gan Lijing continued. "Our company is very interested in your software. Might you have time to come to Shanghai and discuss this further?" "I have already sold those two software programs." The other party chuckled softly and remarked, "I have heard, but it seems you have retained the rights to future modifications and other versions." "Indeed," he replied. "We wish to acquire this portion of your rights, including the core technology." "Not for sale," Huang Xuan immediately declined, although he was unaware of the other party's interest in this matter. The prospect of a substantial income rendered such a proposal devoid of allure. The other party fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "If it is inconvenient for you, we can send someone to Nanjing to discuss it with you." "I am currently uninterested in the subsequent versions," Huang Xuan fabricated a response, "so I believe it is unnecessary." Having said that, he did not wait for the other party to respond, stating, "It was a pleasure receiving your call. I shall hang up now." With a sigh, Huang Xuan shook his head, locating Lu Ziqing in his contacts, and pressed his thumb lightly. "Hello, is this Mr. Lu Ziqing?" "Yes, it is." Lu Ziqing's voice was vibrant, exuding an energetic demeanor. Huang Xuan appreciated such spirited individuals, reminiscent of his own parents. As he walked along, he said, "This is Huang Xuan, introduced by Lu Ping last time." "Haha, hello. You need not mention Secretary Lu's name. I would remember right away." Given the striking reference of the entire nation painted red, a name like that is unforgettable in the collecting community. Lu Ziqing did not inquire why Huang Xuan was calling. It was obvious to anyone that the call pertained to auction items. Yet Lu Ziqing remained patient, smiling and waiting for Huang Xuan to speak first. The intricacies of the situation eluded Huang Xuan. He simply followed the other party's lead, exhilarated, and asked, "Mr. Lu, do you have knowledge of ancient texts and rare editions?" "I know a bit." "That's good." Huang Xuan was equally impressed by their previous transaction and held a favorable view of their professional expertise. After organizing his thoughts, he said, "I have several rare editions that I hope you can come and examine." "No problem." "When?" "How about now?" Huang Xuan glanced around and suggested, "What about near the Science and Technology Museum? I will find a place where we can converse. I will also need to trouble you to find an appraiser." "No problem. Shall we have Mr. Shinbing to come over? We always consult him for items we are uncertain about." "Agreed," Huang Xuan replied readily. 40 minutes to arrive. Lu Ziqing responded without hesitation. No one would turn down a commission worth hundreds of thousands. Huang Xuan had just found a CAF and reserved a small private room when Lu Ziqing called to clarify the location. Huang Xuan crossed his legs and savored his coffee. Lu Ziqing and Shunbing soon entered the private room. Huang Xuan instinctively glanced at his phone. It had only been half an hour. "Thank you both for coming." Huang Xuan stood to welcome them, mimicking the mannerisms of a Republican-era merchant, extending his arms in a gesture of invitation. The peculiar and unconventional demeanor of the two elicited a chuckle as Shunbing took the initiative to sit down, with Lu Ziqing settling beside him, directly facing Huang Xuan. They casually ordered a couple of glasses of water, and once the server departed, Lu Ziqing fixed his gaze upon the box on the table and inquired, "Mr. Huang, what treasure do you possess this time?" Huang Xuan chuckled heartily, nudging the box with his hand, and sipped his coffee, responding, "Aren't you too concerned that I might be fencing stolen goods here? We are somewhat familiar with the collections held by various collectors. If Mr. Huang has indeed discovered such a clandestine artifact, I shall concede." As Lu Ziqing spoke, he reached for the box, delicately unveiling the yellow satin covering and placing it between them. Shunbing, visibly intrigued, twirled his white mustache and remarked, "Let me have a look first. You two may continue your conversation." Without regard for the others, he produced a toolbox and donned his glasses to examine the contents. While Huang Xuan and Lu Ziqing engaged in casual conversation, their attention remained fixated on the small box before them. In contrast to Lu Ziqing's feigned composure, Huang Xuan exhibited genuine tranquility. If the last appraisal of stamps was to substantiate the existence of Lorin, this time, the authentication of books served more as a mere formality. With Lorin's technological superiority spanning millennia, it was implausible for him to be outvalued by an ordinary individual, regardless of whether that individual was a renowned art appraiser. Chapter 20. A treasured item. After a considerable moment, Shunbing let out a long sigh, expressing, "This volume of Northern Song protective document is undoubtedly an ordinary official manuscript. Yet it boasts a complete set of seals and possesses remarkable characteristics. Furthermore, its preservation is astonishingly impeccable." He then glanced at the right side of the document and added, "However, the collection of seals ceases at the Republic era, which is somewhat less than perfect." Huang Xuan stifled a chuckle within, acknowledging that the preservation was indeed flawless. Since its collection, although it changed hands multiple times, each owner had been a collector who meticulously cared for it. As for the cessation of seals at the Republic era, were there to be subsequent years, it would be Huang Xuan himself who would be left in dismay. Noticing Huang Xuan's silent amusement, it was Lu Ziqing who interjected, "Old Shun, what do you estimate its value to be?" "I shall ponder this further, but a figure around 1.5 million is certainly within reason," Shunbing replied conservatively. The so-called expert valuation cannot be determined with a mere statement, especially in institutions like auction houses where every word reflects one's expertise. Thus, they exercise utmost caution, particularly in the valuation segment, which necessitates continuous comparison and assessment. The psychology of individuals from different eras naturally diverges, leading to varying evaluations of the same artwork. For instance, if a modern Fauvist artist's work were presented during the Renaissance, it would likely be dismissed outright. Moreover, identical treasures could fetch disparate prices across various institutions, complicating the valuation process even further. Huang Xuan nodded slightly. The valuation from Lorin ranged between 2 million and 2 million. Although Shunbing's estimate fell nearly 700,000 short, this was to be expected. In the realm of common reasoning, should the final transaction price exceed the estimate, the estimator is seldom blamed. Rather, the auctioneer is often commended. Conversely, should the estimate be inflated, the outcome becomes unpredictable. Lu Ziqing took the box from Shun Bingda's hands. The manuscript consisted of 10 sheets of white hemp paper, written between the 2nd year of the Mingdao era and the 6th year of the Huangyu era, 1033 to 1054. He examined it thoroughly, then smiled and remarked, "Mr. Huang, your collection is indeed impressive. Are you planning to sell it privately or through auction? If someone is willing to purchase it for 2.8 million, I shall sell it directly. If not, then an auction it shall be," Huang Xuan replied, settling on a median price. Although he still faced financial constraints, this was the fruit of his labor, and underselling it would not sit well with him. Lu Ziqing, feeling invigorated, nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, Mr. Huang, I will prepare diligently." "That is good to hear." Huang Xuan cast a furtive glance at Shen Bingda, observing his composed demeanor, which eased his concerns. After all, his earlier display of skepticism regarding the valuation was evident. Yet, seeing Shun's astute nature, he smiled and added, "Naturally, one hopes for a higher price for one's possessions. This places the onus on you, Mr. Lu. However, should we wait for an auction transaction, you may find yourself without a commission. That is a given." Lu Ziqing expressed his understanding that Huang Xuan's commission was 5, while the auction house typically charged 12. Therefore, private sales were indeed lucrative, but for him, although a private sale offered a neat profit, consigning to the auction house was also acceptable. After all, it was still his merit, and he would receive a commission regardless. Huang Xuan was unaware of the underlying intricacies and carefully stored the documents before contemplating. "I still have nearly 10 volumes of ancient books that I wish to sell soon. I hope Mr. Lu can keep an eye out for potential buyers." Lu Ziqing, initially prepared to take his leave, found himself in a bit of a predicament and replied, "Mr. Huang, while I trust you, the industry has its regulations. We cannot make assertions without seeing the items." Huang Xuan had not anticipated this and thought that merely presenting one book for inspection would suffice. After pondering for a moment, he suggested, "It would be troublesome to take them out now. How about I provide you with the titles? If someone is willing to purchase them, that would be splendid. If not, I could always consign them to the auction house." He feigned writing down the book titles and slightly opened his mouth to call out to Lorin, "What are the names of those few books? How do you write them?" After a short while, Huang Xuan wrote down the titles and presented them to Lu Ziqing, attaching an estimated value at the end. He remarked, "Aside from this document, there is also a hand-painted map of Taiwan from 1748, presented to Emperor Qianlong by the then Inspector Bai Ying. Aside from these two, the rest are ancient texts. I hope you can help me secure a good price." Lu Ziqing confidently accepted the list, but was instantly taken aback by the figures at the top. The first line read, "Cheng Yinqiu's collection, Yeshuanji drama manuscript, 5 million. The subsequent entries were all valued at over 2 million. Lu Ziqing took a deep breath. The cumulative total exceeded 30 million. Not only would his commission be substantial, but even consigning them to the company for auction would yield him a considerable bonus. Thus, he hesitated and said, "Mr. Huang, to be honest, your collection is already sufficient to warrant a dedicated auction session. If you are certain about selling, I believe it would be prudent to have old Shen appraise them." Huang Xuan, intrigued, inquired, "A dedicated auction session?" "Certainly, but we would need to include some other auction items as well." Lu Ziqing, concerned that his cautious phrasing might lead Huang Xuan to misunderstand, candidly added, "However, preparing for the auction may take over a month, and you would need to submit these collectibles for appraisal at the company. Of course, the company will sign an agreement with you and pay you a deposit." Huang Xuan realized he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. After sipping his coffee, he asked, "Can I access this deposit?" "In theory, it should remain in the bank." Lu Ziqing, noticing Huang Xuan's budding interest, remarked, "However, if Mr. Huang is experiencing financial constraints, our company can lend you a sum of money for a short term after appraising the ancient texts, though it cannot exceed 10%. This amounts to over 2 million. Huang Xuan mentally calculated and nodded. "That sounds agreeable. If you could lend me 10% and reduce the commission to 8%, I would consider it." "That is certainly feasible. I can assure you of that immediately," Lu Ziqing responded, confidently thumping his chest. Huang Xuan's demands were not unreasonable, especially since with these 10 valuable volumes as a foundation, the company could easily host a dedicated auction for rare ancient texts, consolidating similar items and ensuring a profit with minimal risk. He was prepared to acquiesce to Huang Xuan's request right away. Huang Xuan, wishing not to overthink the situation, understood that having funds at present was akin to greasing the wheels for Lorin. He informed Lorin and decisively stated, "Please wait here for a moment. I shall retrieve the books, and we will proceed to the company together." Certainly, Mr. Huang, and if you have your own attorney, feel free to bring them along. Lu Ziqing replied, as he began to tidy up the box on the table. Huang Xuan smiled, thinking that Lorin was indeed the best lawyer one could have. Chapter 21. Lu Ziqing was affiliated with Sotheby's in New York, a company renowned globally. However, within the Chinese auction sphere, China Guardian remained the preeminent leader. Upon learning of such an advantageous opportunity, the auction house naturally placed significant emphasis on it. While the industry has its own evaluative methods, for those preparing to auction their collections, historical records of maximum bids previously achieved by an auction house are of paramount importance. A collection may be valued at merely 5,000 yuan, yet if a similar item has fetched 50 million at a particular auction house, the owner would undoubtedly harbor high hopes for that establishment, believing that even a modest increase of 500 yuan is worthwhile. Only with a greater variety of auctioned items can one attract a larger pool of buyers. The auction house is well versed in the psychology of its clientele, and upon discovering that there were indeed 10 volumes of rare editions available for over 2 million each, such eye-catching prospects are simply irresistible. Thus, they would never decline Huang Xuan's terms. Lu Ziqing, of course, received accolades. When Huang Xuan encountered him for the second time, his face was beaming with smiles. Huang Xuan himself was equally radiant, having been taught by his family from a young age to share snacks, enjoy mutual benefits, and earn together, so that they could sustain their fortunes longer, indulge more, and reap rewards with greater ease. He transferred 1 million yuan from the newly acquired funds into his cousin's account. Currently, the number of generators on the construction site had risen to 15, and fuel expenses were perpetually in arrears. Fortunately, Zhang Haoji was unconcerned with such trifling amounts and had not pressed his cousin for payment. Otherwise, Huang Xuan would face bankruptcy, or Lorin would be deprived. After a leisurely afternoon, he returned home only to find everyone in a flurry of activity. Curiously, he seized the opportunity to question the butler, Zhou, who was directing the servants. "Uncle Zhou, what is happening? Where are my parents? Today is the anniversary celebration. Have you forgotten?" Zhou Lin was busy overseeing the packing of gifts and, upon seeing Huang Xuan, immediately grasped him. "My young master, have you forgotten what I told you this morning? I reminded you to bring your phone. I was nearly frantic when I couldn't find you this afternoon." "The anniversary." Huang Xuan leapt to his feet, suddenly recalling that he had forgotten what the celebration entailed, or perhaps no one had ever informed him. Nevertheless, this did not diminish its significance to the Huang family. The anniversary had gradually evolved into a representative assembly for the Huang clan, where crucial decisions for the upcoming year would be made during this period. Every descendant of the Huang family was required to attend. Failure to do so, without an acceptable excuse, would result in the most immediate punishment, a lack of pocket money. A truly terrifying prospect. His phone was set to silent mode. Frustrated, Huang Xuan tossed it onto the sofa and hurried back to his room to change clothes, gulping down a glass of water as he inquired, "What time is it?" 5:30. There is still an hour until the anniversary celebration. Zhou, undeterred by the gifts, seized 2 individuals to assist Huang Xuan with changing clothes and gathering items, grumbling, "I've been trying to reach you since noon and just sent several people out to find you. You, however, have vanished without a trace. Does my mother know?" This was Huang Xuan's adversarial entity. Zhou emphasized in a raised voice, "The entire family is nearly frantic. You tell me, do you know or not?" Huang Xianming shivered slightly, shaking his head to dispel the dreadful thoughts, and cautiously donned his clothing. "Well, it's best to forget it. Let's hurry and leave, or there will be more gossip." The vehicle was already prepared. The speaker was Li Qing, the personal assistant to Huang Xuanqing. Similar to Huang Xian's father, Li Qing was somewhat disheveled, nearly to the point of being unable to manage his own affairs. Thus he had someone assigned to organize his study and other tasks. Realizing that time was running short, Huang Xuan gestured irritably and rushed out the door. At the entrance of the Huang family estate, dozens of cars were parked, including not only Huang Xuan's uncles, brothers, and cousins, but also distant relatives and friends of friends. It was said that many partners would convene at the Sheraton Hotel in the city for a cold buffet, as the upcoming days would be crucial for determining new managerial appointments and other personnel arrangements for numerous companies, even directly affecting various contractual matters. However, these discussions were merely hearsay to Huang Xuan, who only overheard adults speaking of such matters. The younger generation had their own gathering spots. Although Huang Xuan was not particularly fond of the small garden surrounding the lotus pond, participation was essential if he wished to receive pocket money. As of now, he had 16 male cousins and 12 female cousins. Among the male cousins, 4 were the sons of his uncles, making them his direct cousins, while the other 12 were the grandsons of his great-grandfathers. Additionally, there were many other relatives who were not closely related. And the reason for stating for now was that the number was ever-changing, though the overall trend was one of growth. Huang Xuan entered the Lotus Pond area with a sense of gloom. He would soon turn 16 in June, making him one of the oldest in this small garden, although a few of his direct cousins were 2 years his senior. Upon seeing Huang Xuan, 2 younger cousins, the sons of his third uncle, waved enthusiastically. The two families had frequent interactions, fostering a closer bond. Most importantly, like Huang Xuan, they both detested studying and were known for their mischievous antics. "Brother, let's go out and have some fun tonight." The two boys, aged 13 and 14, were at that age where mischief reigned, and their first suggestion was a blatant disregard for rules. Without hesitation, Huang Xuan declined. "I need to return home tonight. You two should behave." The boys circled around him as if they had never seen him before, asking, "Brother, have you been struck silly by aunt?" "You're the one who has been struck silly," Huang Xuan retorted, playfully tapping Huang Ji on the head. "I have things to do tonight. You two go and entertain yourselves." "Illidan?" they inquired, occasionally indulging in World of Warcraft, aware of their cousin's fervor for the game. Something like that, Huang Xuan thought, reflecting on how his current pursuits were far more engaging than Illidan. At that moment, a few more boys joined in, and Huang Ji and Huang Ling ceased their inquiries, engrossed in their own conversation. Watching them, Huang Xuan suddenly felt a sense of strangeness. He remembered a time when he too was like this, relishing in play and disregarding all else in pursuit of his whims. Yet, whether due to the passage of time or the influence of Lorin, he now found that solely seeking amusement felt rather lackluster. Such thoughts, however, seem to create a disconnect with one's age and the social circle one inhabits. Although part of a large family, the sheer number of descendants makes it impossible for anyone to pay attention to all. Huang Xuan's grandfather, Huang Jindi, is a person of stringent expectations, and due to his demanding work schedule, he is not particularly close to his children and grandchildren. Moreover, the intricate relationships within the family inevitably lead the children to form cliques over time. Those with closer blood ties or stronger connections to their grandparents and parents tend to congregate together. This differentiation in intimacy and distance unavoidably influences the children, and such divisions will ultimately affect their relationships as they mature, reminiscent of Huang Xuan's parents' generation. On the opposite bank of the Lotus Pond, over a dozen children gather, relishing barbecued delicacies and discussing their recent lives and newly opened entertainment venues. This territory belongs to young adults who are of age but not yet married. However, among Huang Xuan's generation, a subtle distinction emerges. Huang Jindi, being the third among his peers, has 2 elder brothers and a younger brother. Although he has successfully maintained the Huang family's current standing and strength, it can be said that he merely preserves what has already been established. Consequently, as the patriarch of the Huang family, Huang Jindi faces considerable scrutiny, particularly from his 2 older brothers, Huang Xuan's granduncles. Huang Jindi is nearly a decade younger than his elder brothers, and with his first 2 children being daughters, Huang Xuan, despite being the legitimate eldest grandson of the Huang family, is a full 15 years younger than his eldest male cousin, which happens to be double the age difference. This division among the 4 highest-ranking members of the Huang family has led to a rift, and while Huang Xuan plays on one side of the Lotus Pond, his cousins have already crossed to the other side, forming their own circle. Disdainfully, Huang Xuan spat into the pond. He has always had a strained relationship with several of his cousins, and as they grew older, there have even been instances of physical altercations. As Huang Jindi's health declines, the animosity between the 2 factions has inevitably intensified. Noticing Huang Xuan's action, Huang Ling stealthily leaned in and asked, "Brother, shall we add something to their barbecue?" "What shall we add?" Huang Xuan chuckled in response. This group of boys belongs to the 3rd branch of the family, and since the 2 spirited sisters married, they have never won in a direct confrontation. Thus, pranks have become a natural choice. Huang Xuan has always led with a guerrilla warfare mentality. "What about mixing in some black dog blood with feces?" suggested Huang Ji, who approached with keen interest, having heard that this was a tactic employed by Taoists. "Using feces is rather mundane," objected Huang Song, the youngest son of their 5th uncle. "Let's use laxatives. Last time we didn't use enough," which allowed them to escape unscathed. Chapter 22. A lively debate erupted among a group of young lads, while a few girls stifled their giggles. Fanning the flames of the discussion, Huang Xuan, the progenitor of mischief within the Huang family and an authority on pranks, quietly approached Lorin in search of a product for their antics. What could disgust for an entire year? Barbecued meat? No. Cola? No. Beer? Still no. What then could evoke such prolonged revulsion? Chinese football. Thus, Huang Xuan relinquished that line of inquiry, opting instead to seek out a product that could maximize their prank potential, such as a reputedly potent laxative that could cause severe dehydration. It was said that the dosage was doubled, 1 million degrees of energy. Seeing Loring's lack of assistance, Huang Xuan offered a handsome reward. Loring remained indifferent, not even acknowledging the air vibrating with Huang Xuan's pleas. Reluctantly, Huang Xuan raised the bid to 2 million degrees. 3 million degrees. Loring, it cannot go any higher. I cannot starve to death. If it were 10 million degrees, I might consider it. Loring's response left Huang Xuan feeling exasperated. At that moment, as the discussion reached a fevered pitch, Huang Xuan, taking advantage of the distraction, cautiously remarked, 10 million degrees translates to over 10 million. That would be sufficient for a contract killing. He recalled the cost that the squinty-eyed fellow had calculated for him. 1.6 per degree. Gritting his teeth, he stated, 5 million degrees, and it must be capable of repulsing the target for at least 6 months. They would remember it half a year later. Loring responded with artistic finesse, then began to impart some strategic advice, concluding with, if you are willing to offer 10 million degrees of energy, I might consider assisting you in eliminating a general target. Before Huang Xuan could react with alarm, Loring added, moreover, it would be executed in such a manner that the technology of this era would remain oblivious. Have you ever killed? Huang Xuan realized the futility of his question, recalling his first encounter with Loring, nearly leading to his obliteration in another dimension. He involuntarily shuddered and asked, what do you need so much energy for, to kill? I require more energy, Loring replied blandly. Then added, as long as you can provide sufficient energy, you shall understand the reason. At this juncture, the youths had devolved into a cacophony of bickering. Huang Xuan shouted to silence them, seizing the opportunity to allocate tasks. The barbecue could not be overlooked, and the cola and beer needed to be procured in adequate quantities. Huang Ji and Huang Ling, the two brothers, were dispatched along with a group of elementary school students, though Huang Xuan harbored doubts about their capabilities. The individuals across the Lotus Pond, including Huang Liming, had undoubtedly been the subject of numerous pranks and would be on high alert, with the main event still to come. Huang Xuan beckoned Huang Song over, accompanied by his great-uncle's grandson, Huang Xuanwei. Leaving a few young girls behind in the garden, the three of them stealthily ventured out. Upon reaching adulthood, each scion of the family received a monetary endowment, varying in amount, determined during the anniversary celebration before their 18th birthday. Those in fortunate circumstances often indulged in purchasing a vehicle. Living arrangements allowed them to stay with their parents, and their basic needs were well taken care of. Thus a good car became a fundamental necessity. Huang Xuan was aware that several of his cousins, such as Huang Liming, possessed multiple vehicles, but today, they would undoubtedly showcase their most prized possession to avoid the embarrassment of hidden splendor. The younger generation's vehicles were uniformly parked in the underground garage. Today marked an anniversary celebration, with a dozen individuals stationed there. Huang Xuan and his two companions stealthily concealed themselves in a corner. Huang Song whispered, shall I draw them away? How would you do that? Huang Xuanwei replied in a hushed tone, I heard there's electronic surveillance inside. I'll make them leave. Huang Song responded nonchalantly, if they dare oppose me, I'll shout for help. Huang Xuan delivered a sharp slap to his head, exclaiming, idiot. Have you forgotten how you got beaten last time? If they heed your words, that brat Huang Liming will have them shouting for help. Then what should we do? Huang Song shrugged, indicating that he felt his task was complete. Huang Xuan, exasperated, slapped him again and instructed, stay here, and if anything happens, run quickly, understood? Yes. The two boys nodded vigorously, appearing utterly unconcerned. Huang Xuan, feeling helpless, stood up and strode towards the entrance. Huang Song and Huang Xuanwei widened their eyes, observing how Huang Xuan entered the enigmatic garage. To their astonishment, the guards at the entrance continued their idle chatter, and the security personnel remained absorbed in their play with batons, while Huang Xuan simply vanished. Little did they know that a base from the future was assisting Huang Xuan in this prank, leaving them to rub their eyes and gaze at the unchanging concrete floor. The principle of human sight is based on light reflection. Thus, as Lorin moved alongside Huang Xuan, enveloping him in the reflected light of the areas he traversed, Huang Xuan became virtually invisible. Yet, such a large and precise undertaking required considerable energy from Lorin. Previously, Huang Xuan and his companions had contemplated stealing cars, but their schemes were limited to puncturing tires and similar childish antics. However, after being met with vigilant security, their efforts had failed, and Huang Ji had even been caught and beaten. Huang Xuan vividly recalled that his sixth brother, amongst their 4 branches, had been the first to strike, and this time, he chose the sixth brother's vehicle. It was a Lamborghini Murcielago, reportedly valued at over 300,000, with import taxes bringing the total to around 600,000. This Lamborghini boasted an impressive 571 horsepower, capable of reaching speeds of 208 kilometers per hour. However, Huang Xuan doubted whether his timid sixth brother would dare to drive it at full speed. Since he lacked the courage to do so, Huang Xuan decided it would be best not to drive. He approached the convertible as per Lorin's instructions, mindful of energy conservation. At this moment, Huang Xuan seemed to function as a receiver, significantly reducing Lorin's unnecessary energy expenditure in his vicinity. The reason for this phenomenon remained elusive to Lorin, and Huang Xuan had no interest in probing further. Such complex matters were better left to others for exploration. Lorin made slight modifications to the vehicle's electronic systems, including the braking, transmission, and steering mechanisms, ensuring that the car would veer sharply upon ignition. Next was the turn of the seventh brother's Ferrari Enzo. In contemporary terms, the Lamborghini was considered a common vehicle, one that both the affluent and the less fortunate aspired to possess as a symbol of status. The Ferrari, however, was regarded as an outdated luxury from 5 years prior, with those still unclear about their identity clamoring to label it a prestigious automobile. Since it is a prestigious automobile, it must be paired with a skilled driver. What significance does it hold for someone who has never dared to venture onto the highway to possess a sports car capable of reaching a maximum speed of 350 kilometers per hour? Releasing a spirited steed from its reins is indeed a meaningful endeavor. Bugatti, Aston Martin, Porsche, and even the rare and somewhat pitiful Celine S7, all have been meticulously tuned by Huang Xuan. One can only imagine the spectacle when they roar to life. Contemplating this scene, Huang Xuan chuckled like a weasel, accompanied by a series of comical sounds, vanishing into the night sky. Chapter 23. The first day of the anniversary celebration is often dreadfully mundane, primarily serving as an opportunity for acquaintances to familiarize themselves with one another, lest they mistakenly address each other incorrectly later on. For the young scions of the Huang family, the tedium is even more pronounced. However, today, Huang Xuan's astonishing vanishing technique left both Huang Song and Huang Shunwei utterly astounded, as they embellished tales of his momentary disappearance with fervor. Yet, the true spectacle awaited them at 11 in the evening. At this hour, Huang Xuan's cousins had just reveled in their triumph over exposing the nefarious deeds of a terror organization, basking in their self-congratulatory glee as they strutted away from the lotus pond towards the parking lot. They took the opportunity to mock the children who had been unmasked, lamenting their inability to drive, as they were all under 18. Suddenly, amidst the familiar roar of engines, an unfamiliar cacophony of collisions erupted. A few individuals, yet to start their vehicles, were caught off guard by the chaos around them. According to reports from Huang News Agency, no casualties had been recorded thus far. The sight of numerous luxury cars colliding created quite the spectacle, and Huang Liming was understandably infuriated, slicing through the airbag in his rage. This vehicle had cost him a staggering $2 million, now reduced to a heap of twisted metal. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of that scoundrel, Huang Xuan. Huang Jianxian, the sixth brother, furiously emerged from his damaged Lamborghini. Ever since he had struck Huang Ji, Huang Xuan had targeted him with 2 instances of laxative pranks, simple yet effective. What are you shouting about? Do you think anyone is unaware of your misfortune? Huang Liming, the fourth brother at 26 years of age, pondered far more than Huang Jianxian. A dozen cars had collided in their own parking lot during the anniversary celebration. How could the elders at home remain oblivious? If they were to learn of it, what would be their reaction? Perhaps they would punish Huang Xuan, but how would that reflect on themselves? As Huang Liming leaned against his car, he contemplated the implications of being outwitted by a mere child. What judgments would he face? And what accolades would Huang Xuan receive? Yet, if he remained silent and swallowed his pride, how would others perceive him? Caught in a web of conflicting thoughts, Huang Liming found himself at an impasse. Meanwhile, the parking lot had descended into chaos. Huang Jianxian, unable to bear Huang Liming's soliloquy any longer, exclaimed, "I can't concern myself with that now. Today, I will make that brat remember this lesson." His call spurred Huang Shizhou into action. He had exerted considerable effort to acquire a BMW 7 Series, and now, witnessing the damage, he felt a surge of frustration. The $1.5 million he spent seemed trivial compared to the current state of his vehicle. Glancing at Huang Jianxian with disdain, he retorted, "Stop your empty chatter. Let us go teach that brat a lesson." The high-priced security personnel had long since arrived at the scene of the incident, while the family's guards stood bewildered amidst the wreckage. Huang Shizhou was the first to break from the crowd, and Huang Jianxian shouted for anyone willing to join him. Following closely behind, after a moment of mutual glances, only 2 individuals dared to chase after them. The security guards dared not intervene, standing frozen in place as a few individuals cast glances towards Huang Liming. His lips twitched for a moment before he tightly sealed them. For him personally, this might not be the worst resolution. At this moment, Huang Xuan was reveling in merriment with a group of cousins, and upon hearing the distant commotion, he laughed and scolded with delight. "Huang Ji, animatedly recounting today's calamitous grilled sausage incident, noted it as one of the few successes of the day. Suddenly, two shouts echoed from outside the courtyard, followed by an inexplicable uproar, suggesting that someone had intruded. A few older children quickly fell silent. The rules of the Huang family were stern, and trespassing into the ancestral home was a grave offense within the clan. The noise abruptly diminished, and the mood among Huang Xuan and his companions soured as they prepared to depart. Yet, the shouts suddenly escalated again, and two burly figures burst in, flailing their arms, with several others trailing behind, desperately trying to restrain them, yet evidently failing. It seemed to be that scoundrel Huang Jianxian. Huang Ji recognized him instantly as the same glutton who had once given him a thrashing. Unfortunately, at that time, his second sister had just married, and none of the younger generation from the third branch could match the imposing figure of the sixth brother, leaving the matter unresolved. Several of Huang Xian's older cousins, now in high school and not listed in the fourth branch's genealogy, shifted slightly away upon sensing the mounting tension between the two parties. You should be across the pond, shouldn't you? Though Huang Xian was merely 15, it was clear that he was the one being looked up to. Cut the nonsense, Huang Jianxian fumed. Was it you who tampered with the vehicle? His face was a mask of fury, fists clenched tightly as if ready to strike the moment Huang Xian spoke. Are you blaming us for your own negligence? Huang Xian retorted boldly, stepping forward. If you have evidence, feel free to report me to the clan. If not, you might as well leave. This place is not solely yours. The voice of the 11th brother was not loud, his demeanor often urgent, yet not as rash as the 6th. The cold wind had sobered him somewhat during the journey, making retreat seem unwise, but he clearly contemplated an escape route, hinting at a more nuanced stance. Regrettably, Huang Jianxian was oblivious to his cousin's thoughts. Raising his fist, he demanded, "Stop with the trivialities. Tell me, who did it? Was it you, or did you all conspire together?" He pointed accusingly at Huang Xuan, who, feeling intimidated, instinctively took a step back, prompting Huang Jianxian to advance unwittingly. Huang Xian, with an itch in his teeth, queried, "Luo, do you have a way to instantly augment my strength? Level 16 skills are currently unavailable." Luo responded with an air of calm, devoid of urgency. Observing the group of boys focused on him, Huang Xian ground his teeth together, his lips subtly parting as he murmured, "In any case, I just need to topple the person in front of me. Do you have any moves for that? The previous physical examination and vaccination have enhanced your bodily functions. According to my analysis, you possess an 80% chance of overpowering the individual before you." Huang Xian could not afford to inquire further about Lorin. Toppling Old Six had been one of his aspirations for the past 2 years. To this end, he made it a point to visit the gym once a month. Now, the moment had arrived. Just as Huang Jianxian took his second step, Huang Xian charged forward with fervor, landing a formidable punch on his jaw. Huang Jianxian emitted a muffled grunt, his body collapsing sideways as if struck down by an immense force, while Huang Xian, having exerted himself excessively, fell atop him. A 2-second silence enveloped the arena, followed by a chorus of youthful roars as a throng of boys raised their fists in exhilaration. The 18 and over category had been dramatically overturned. Huang Xian found himself seated on Huang Jinshuan's calves, staring incredulously at his own fist, surrounded by a group of admirers gazing at him with adoration. A profound sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Chapter 24. Since the marriages of my eldest sister, Huang Helen, and my second sister, Huang Xuan, the Huang family's third and fourth branches have not enjoyed a single commendable victory. Yet today, Huang Xian's decisive punch has rectified this lamentable situation. Huang Jinxian, besieged by dozens of blows, was swiftly dispatched to the hospital, while Huang Pinyin was not spared from the brutal onslaught, momentarily losing consciousness. The rest of the group, most of whom were left swollen and disheveled, hastily fled from the lotus pond, while my younger cousins reveled in their triumph. Huang Xian could not shake a sense of unease. Engaging in a brawl on the anniversary celebration and sending the sixth brother to the hospital, he wondered how his mother would respond. At this hour, nearing midnight, the other gardens of the ancestral home began to dim their lights and disperse, the lotus pond not being an exception. Huang Song, stuffing hazelnuts into his pocket, boisterously recounted his earlier punches when the family steward, Zhou Li, entered with a smile and addressed the raucous group. "Little 16, your grandfather is calling for you." Little 16 referred to Huang Xian. As he prepared to leave, Zhou Li's remark caught him off guard. At such a late hour, surely his grandfather did not wish to summon him unless something grave had occurred regarding Huang Jianxian. He quickly dismissed the thought. If something had happened to Huang Jianxian, it would be their second grandfather seeking him out. Setting aside his PSP, he approached Zhou Li, saying, "Grandpa Zhou, is grandfather still awake at this hour? Today has been quite busy. How could he possibly rest?" Zhou Li, who was closely related to Huang Xian and had often held him as a child, spoke affectionately. Your grandfather intended to wait until the celebrations concluded to have a word with you, but it seems you have caused quite the stir on the very first day. They provoked me first, Huang Xuan admitted, adopting a somewhat playful tone. Zhou Li chuckled, taking Huang Xuan's hand. Since childhood, it has only ever been you who stirs trouble. Who would dare provoke you? He then waved to the others, saying, Young masters, it's time to return and rest. Do not stay up too late. The boys dispersed, guided by one among them. Tonight, all were to stay at the ancestral home, adhering to the family's long-standing traditions, which dictated that parents and children must separate for the evening. Zhou Li led Huang Xuan to a golf cart, swaying as they made their way to the main residence. Along the route, Zhou Li, with a hint of humor, remarked, Your grandfather has heard quite a bit about your recent exploits. Huang Xuan pouted. He was no stranger to tales of his youthful escapades and dismissively replied, Is that why grandfather is seeking me? I cannot fathom the reason. Zhou Li, nearing 60, smiled broadly, his expression radiating warmth. At that moment, the first day of the Huang family's anniversary celebration had just concluded, and the ancestral home buzzed with the comings and goings of guests and vehicles. People frequently greeted Steward Zhou, and those who recognized Huang Xuan offered him nods and a few words. Huang Xuan felt compelled to adopt a respectful demeanor, even though he had always been a playful spirit. However, Zhang Xini remained diligent in her guidance, and the unfamiliar might occasionally be deceived by his appearance, mistaking him for yet another well-behaved member of the Huang family. The electric bike moved at a sluggish pace, and Huang Xuan, feeling impatient, loathed the third day of the anniversary celebration. On that day, whether acquaintances or strangers, everyone felt compelled to exchange greetings incessantly, to the point of nausea. One might receive a cup of water to facilitate further salutations, only to feel queasy again. Huang Jindi sat quietly in his study. His health had deteriorated significantly over the past 2 years. As time progressed, the Huang family grew more unwieldy, increasingly challenging to manage. Although the family still produced remarkable talents, the drive and tenacity of the previous generation had long since faded. Each family member had become akin to a colossal ATM, while the family itself was not a money-printing machine. Thanks to the cautious stewardship and accumulation of the previous generation, Huang Jindi believed he had managed to preserve the family's modest holdings. However, others thought differently. They wondered why. If their ancestors could turn a plot of land into an expansive estate, Huang Jindi could not amass 10 times that. If he could not achieve this, how could he dare remain in the patriarch's position? Huang Jindi, too, pondered such thoughts, yet felt powerless to change his circumstances. On his desk lay a few thin sheets of paper, the topmost adorned with a photograph of Huang Xuan, sporting a mischievous grin while conversing with Lu Ziqing. Huang Jindi held high hopes for his eldest grandson, yet the past decade had brought him nothing but disappointment. As a seasoned politician, he did not place great importance on academic qualifications or achievements. However, as a student, Huang Xuan had failed, an irrefutable fact. What troubled him most was the alarming trend of Huang Xuan's failures seeming to persist and proliferate. While his sons were engrossed in business or academia, none showed any inclination toward politics, which left Huang Jindi feeling somewhat helpless. It was unquestionable that the family patriarch should possess political acumen. Thus, he turned his gaze toward the third generation, perhaps a bit too eagerly, as the children were still quite young. Yet, his own health appeared to be running out of time. Sir, 16 has arrived. Zhou Li gently pushed the door open. Let him in, Huang Jindi replied, pressing a paperweight over the documents on his desk to conceal the names and photographs. Huang Xuan tiptoed into the room, filled with reverence for his grandfather. Perhaps this was an inherited trait from his father. 16, come and sit, Huang Jindi beckoned, patting the sofa beside him, appearing quite relaxed. Oh. Huang Xuan laughed as he dashed over. He had observed that when his grandfather smiled without furrowing his brow, it indicated a good mood. Huang Xuan half sat on the sofa, tucking one leg beneath him, and began to massage his grandfather's shoulders. Grandpa, are you tired today? Indeed, Huang Jindi replied, comfortably leaning back. Though Huang Xuan's massage was not particularly skilled, he was the only child who showed such thoughtfulness. His own sons feared him, while his grandchildren still lacked understanding. Only Huang Xuan, despite his frequent misadventures, possessed filial piety, which was more than enough. Huang Jindi gently patted Huang Xuan's hand and said, That's enough. A good night's sleep will suffice. He shifted slightly, sitting up straighter. Huang Xuan, I've heard you've been involved in some significant matters recently. Huang Xuan felt his heart racing. Restless, he shifted slightly and said, There's nothing much. I merely wish to engage in some activities, largely due to boredom. Clearing his throat, Huang Jindi remarked, In truth, one accomplishes very few things in a lifetime. When one reaches old age and reflects, it often amounts to merely 3 or 4 significant deeds. At this juncture, his gaze intensified as he looked at Huang Xuan. However, throughout a lifetime, One encounters a multitude of individuals, each capable of achieving several remarkable feats. When these are combined, the result is indeed impressive. Yet, the acquaintances one makes are beyond one's control, though the choice of whom to collaborate with remains yours. Perhaps due to the contemplation of age, a tinge of melancholy enveloped Huang Jindi as he sighed deeply. Huang Xuan, sensing the mood, dutifully refilled his grandfather's cup with water, adding, "Grandfather, recently I made a friend. He is quite remarkable, and I believe I can assist him too. He is willing to help me as well, and I find this arrangement quite agreeable." Huang Jindi chuckled heartily, his forehead smoothing as he laughed, patting Huang Xian's hand. "As long as you find it agreeable, that is sufficient. I may be aging, but while I am still here, your contentment is what matters." He reiterated this sentiment twice, causing Huang Xian to feel a pang of sorrow. In recent years, his grandfather had grown increasingly busy, visiting the old home less often. Under the dim light, his grandfather's face appeared increasingly aged, though his smile remained vibrant. Just as Huang Xian was about to speak, Huang Jindi continued with a smile, "You are free to choose your pursuits and friendships. I will not interfere. However, you must remember that you are a member of the Huang family, the legitimate eldest grandson. Do you understand?" As he spoke these final words, Huang Jindi's tone became more serious. Huang Xian's eyes glistened, and he nodded vigorously. Satisfied, Huang Jindi clapped his hands and began to narrate. During the reign of Emperor Qi Ming, many ministers plotted rebellion. On the fateful day, one individual, consumed by fear, sought to prepare an escape route. Thus, he packed his valuables a day in advance and, accompanied by his family, set off towards the camp of a nearby rebel leader, believing that the presence of troops would ensure his safety. Do you know the outcome of this tale? Huang Xian shook his head, aware that his grasp of history paled in comparison to animated tales, particularly regarding someone whose name he did not even know. Huang Jindi stroked Huang Xian's head gently. The rebel leader also grew fearful. Many predicted failure and regretted their choices. Ultimately, the rebellion naturally crumbled, and this individual who had prepared an escape met his demise. Huang Xian blinked, perplexed as to why Huang Jindi chose to share such a story with him. Outside, the sounds of people and vehicles gradually faded. Huang Jindi gazed out the window in silence, straightening up and firmly grasping Huang Xian's hand, staring into the distance for a prolonged moment, uncertain whether he was speaking to Huang Xian or to himself. Chapter 25. The anniversary celebration appeared to unfold seamlessly. Aside from the customary quarrels, no one troubled Huang Xian, and everything transpired as it had over the years, with the children resolving their own matters. Huang Jianxian had yet to be discharged from the hospital, and Huang Liming had also grown increasingly reticent. Meanwhile, Huang Xian's mother returned his card, which, in addition to the original 16 million, now contained an extra 100,000 yuan for pocket money. Initially, Huang Xian felt elated, yet the atmosphere at home grew increasingly peculiar. His mother seldom visited the office, while his father lingered at home for extended periods, even residing in the ancestral home, a situation unprecedented in the past. Huang Xuanqing, a scholar by nature, had always shunned the political intricacies of the family and deliberately distanced himself from the center of familial power. However, now everything had taken an unusual turn. For several consecutive days, Zhang Sini traversed between the ancestral home and the company, and even the butler, Zhou Lian, was rarely present. No one divulged to Huang Xian what was amiss. In the midst of his bewilderment, Lorin approached Huang Xian with a request. "I require more energy." Eager to engage in some activity, Huang Xian was willing to expend additional resources. Cousin Zhang Haoji seemed busier than ever. He had previously flitted between various cities, often seeking out new romantic interests. Yet in recent days, he had remained in Nanjing, too occupied to meet with Huang Xian. Thus, Huang Xian took it upon himself to hail a taxi to the Fushan construction site, where the atmosphere remained vibrant and industrious, unaffected by the Huang family's malaise. Li Shengang had acquired his own office, seemingly elevated to a managerial position. However, Huang Xian had never taken much interest in such affairs. His sole concern lay with the generators. Upon hearing that his young employer was arriving, Li Shengang had already donned a sharply tailored suit. Waiting at the entrance of the site, dust swirled in the air as passing trucks repeatedly kicked up clouds of dirt, which, under the sun's rays, adhered to Li Shenggang's suit in a slow but steadfast manner, adhering to the laws of physics. Before even entering the site, Huang Xian could hear the thunderous roar of the generators. Frowning, he disembarked from the taxi, finding Li Shenggang's face coated in a yellowish dust, his tired, slanted eyes bearing the weight of sleepless nights. "Not sleeping well?" Huang Xian casually inquired, as Li Shengang seemed poised to become his direct subordinate, perhaps even his first subordinate. Despite Huang Xian's disdain for those slanted eyes, Li Shengang blinked vacantly a couple of times and replied, The generators are a bit noisy at night. Can't they be positioned further away? Huang Xuan frowned. If the engine noise was audible here, it was easy to imagine how bothersome it would be at night. The site already housed 30 generator units. Li Shenggang admitted, the construction progress is rapid. The generators have been stationed at the foot of the mountain. Yet the noise remains significant. At this, he cast a furtive glance at Huang Xuan and continued. The workers have voiced some concerns, which I've managed to suppress. But if this continues, it may not be sustainable. Huang Xuan understood the annoyance stemming from the noise, yet halting the generators was out of the question. Lorin would undoubtedly oppose such a notion. Furthermore, the generators needed a designated space. He paused, shielding his eyes from the sun as he surveyed the surroundings. Perhaps we should offer the workers a bit more compensation as a gesture of goodwill. Li Shenggang appeared to be under immense pressure, and without hesitation, he acquiesced, stating, "This is the only course of action we can take now." As he spoke, he furtively glanced at Huang Xuan's expression. A month prior, he had been merely a junior clerk, easily directed by anyone on the construction site. However, now he wielded considerable authority over nearly everyone present. A shift entirely attributed to the influential figure he had aligned himself with. Yet, he felt somewhat undeserving of the position he now held. Li Shenggang harbored concerns that the young man before him might suddenly erupt in anger, banishing him from the site or, worse yet, relegating him back to the unpromising clerical work he had once endured. The workers' frustrations were also reaching a boiling point. He had managed to delay matters for over half a month, but his patience was wearing thin. He feared that upon arriving at the site the following morning, he might be met with an eerie silence, or worse, a mob of workers wielding hefty iron rods. At present, however, it seemed Huang Xuan bore no significant discontent. Li Shenggang discreetly wiped the beads of sweat from his brow with his suit jacket, closely trailing Huang Xuan. A row of generator units stood neatly arranged at the foot of the hill, gleaming with the sheen of machine oil. In the foreground were the 250 kW units, while behind them loomed the 300 kW and 500 kW models. Watching the industrious workers, Huang Xuan found himself somewhat admiring the shrewdness of the man behind him. Despite only providing him with a mere 2 weeks' worth of fuel money, this individual had managed to continuously escalate the leasing agreements, amassing debts in the millions. With a hint of amusement on his face, Huang Xuan inquired, "How much do we owe now? Do they still agree to lease you the units?" "We owe the construction site 3 million, and over 4 million to Shangqing Technology," Li Shenggang replied cautiously. "They dare not refuse us. For only by leasing the units can we repay them. Although the repayment is slow, there is still money being accounted for. If they cease leasing to us, the debts will become unmanageable." Huang Xuan couldn't help but chuckle, acknowledging that only someone like Li Shenggang could navigate such a precarious situation. Feeling the ground tremble beneath him, he retrieved a bank card from his pocket and said, "I have 5 million here. We can repay them some of what we owe." He then produced another card, stating, "This one is mine, containing several 100,000, which can be distributed as bonuses to the workers." Li Shenggang accepted the cards with trembling hands, glancing at Huang Xuan, who still wore a smile, easing his anxiety somewhat. The cacophony of the many generators was far louder than the roar of an airplane taking off, and Huang Xuan found it increasingly unbearable the longer he stayed. He cast a glance at the empty oil barrels piled in front of him. In a short span, 5 or 6 barrels had been completely drained. Considering the current oil prices, he felt a chill and quickly averted his gaze. As they walked outward, listening to Li Shenggang recount the accounts from the past 2 days, an overview that could be clarified swiftly in just over 10 days, they approached the vicinity of the construction site office. Suddenly, Li Shenggang adopted a hesitant demeanor, prompting Huang Xuan to inquire curiously, "What now?" Li Shenggang offered a peculiar smile and remarked, "In recent days, quite a few individuals have expressed concern regarding our substantial electricity consumption. Moreover, previously, we directed the power to the distribution room. Yet the construction site scarcely requires such an abundance of energy. Thus, Huang Xuan was taken aback, having made 2 discreet exits. He realized that these clandestine matters had hitherto been entrusted to Lorin. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he subtly moved his lips, almost engaging in silent communication. "Lorin, how did you manage this? Has anyone noticed? Currently, there are no records of any authoritative intervention. However, you might contemplate relocating the energy chain." "To where? How about an abandoned factory?" Lorin conversed with Huang Xuan in an almost imperceptible tone of negotiation, yet the latter remained oblivious to the nuanced difference in their dialogue. Their exchange with Lorin reached an impasse. Huang Xuan cast a glance at Li Shenggang, who was amusing himself by enticing ants with his triangular eyes. It seemed he harbored some suspicions, but Huang Xuan felt assured that the guardian would safeguard his interests. Thus, he stated originally, The plan was to channel the electricity through the public circuit to the factory. Since inquiries have arisen, I shall simply cover the costs for the connection in a few days. The feasibility of transferring electricity through a public circuit to the factory was beyond Li Xingang's concern. In any case, Huang Xuan had provided an explanation. Whether it was deemed credible was no longer his responsibility. Leaving the supervisor amidst the lingering dust, Huang Xuan swiftly boarded a taxi. Chapter 26. The members of the household were all preoccupied with their own affairs, and Huang Xuan seized the opportunity to explore the city of Nanjing by car for several days. Previously, he had always spent his time within the city limits, rarely venturing to observe the so-called industrial zones and development areas. In his mind, these locales were perpetually shrouded in smoke and the scent of decay. However, upon visiting, he discovered a different reality. The land in the suburbs of Nanjing was not inexpensive. Many factories, in their pursuit of profit, were established in smaller townships. Huang Xuan, however, was reluctant to travel far, and Lorin insisted on proximity to the base. Moreover, in his deliberate search for high-energy consuming enterprises, he eventually set his sights on an electrolytic aluminum plant. This facility was aged beyond measure, with a production capacity claimed to be 100,000 tons, a figure that had not been updated in a decade, and the equipment had never been replaced. The workforce had largely departed, leaving behind only a few nearing retirement and several executives. The accountant, in theory, should have applied for bankruptcy, yet for reasons unknown, the operation persisted. The news of Huang Xuan's intent to acquire the plant invigorated the remaining workers, who believed that a new owner might rejuvenate their factory. Unbeknownst to them, from the moment the contract was signed, the factory was destined to incur losses. Typically, the production of electrolytic aluminum consumes 15,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity per ton, which is the standard for new plants. However, this facility was likely to exceed 20,000 kilowatt-hours. Yet, this was precisely the outcome Huang Xuan desired. He established the energy chain in a new substation and, without convening a meeting at the new facility, instructed the former plant manager to maintain the status quo, with the sole exception being that electricity costs would no longer remain unchanged. Consequently, the generator units were capable of producing nearly 500,000 kilowatts of electricity daily, and the new plant could borrow approximately the same amount. Coupled with the consumption from the previous 2 weeks, the 10 million kilowatt-hours requested by Lorin was nearing completion. Nevertheless, Huang Xuan understood that Lorin's presence was what set him apart from others. Thus, he proceeded with the acquisition of the plant. At the very least, when the need arose, Lorin would not suffer losses due to a lack of energy. Yet, curiously, for 3 consecutive days, Lorin seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving no trace. Huang Xuan refrained from seeking Lorin out. The grand summer vacation was drawing to a close, and his assignments remained untouched. Although this had been the case in previous years, anxiety was inescapable. His parents were engrossed in their own activities, leaving him and a few others to hunch over their desks, foolishly attempting to tackle the assignments they had to complete in a single day. Just then, his phone clumsily began to ring. "Is this Mr. Huang Xuan?" "Yes, it is I." Huang Xuan set down his pen, bemused that someone who called him Mr. was almost a stranger. For how could a 15-year-old be addressed in such a manner? "I am Gan Lijing, the technical director of Shanghai Shinya Company. Do you remember me? We spoke a few days ago." Huang Xuan suddenly recalled the individual who wished to purchase the Lorin software. He replied somewhat sullenly, "Is there something Mr. Gan needs?" The other party's voice conveyed sincerity, yet it failed to resonate with Huang Xuan. His assignments remained unfinished. Come Monday, regardless of how earnest that voice might be, the teacher would not grant him leniency. Thus, Huang Xuan replied with indifference, "I'm afraid I'm quite busy at the moment, Mr. Gan." Seemingly concerned about Huang Xuan hanging up again, Gan hastened his speech, "Mr. Huang, we are very earnest in our intentions. If you are willing to discuss, we can negotiate the price." Huang Xuan had little interest in pricing. He merely uttered a couple of non-committal sounds, preparing to disconnect once more when Lorin unexpectedly interjected. "Agreed to him. You seem to be monitoring me constantly," Huang Xuan murmured in discontent, yet he acquiesced. "Very well. Let us meet tomorrow at noon at the CAF on Jiolin Road." After quickly ending the call, Huang Xuan glanced around, fully aware that he could not see Lorin. He chuckled. "Where have you been these past few days?" "I've been trying to reach you." "Upgrade." "What?" "The base level was elevated 3 days ago, and your permissions have correspondingly increased." Lorin spoke with a calm demeanor, yet Huang Xuan was instantly exhilarated. An increase in level and permissions. He grinned broadly. "So can you take me wherever I wish to go now?" "Not yet." Lorin swiftly dashed Huang Xuan's hopes. "Only a level 6 base possesses the capacity for precise dimensional time travel. Currently, the base level stands at 22. Isn't that akin to being useless?" Like many youths of his age, Huang Xuan quickly fell into despondency again. Certainly not, Lorin gently reassured him. At present, my ability to acquire information has significantly improved. For instance, regarding the password program we discussed earlier, I can obtain much more. How? Huang Xuan sat up, intrigued. From higher-level dimensions. Huang Xuan's face lit up with excitement. So we can venture into the future? To higher-level dimensional spaces, Lorin corrected him before shattering Huang Xuan's dream. Currently, I can only acquire information. I cannot transfer matter. What use is that? Lorin appeared notably patient this time, explaining, information holds value, much like the program that individual sought to purchase from you. I can obtain a wealth of it. Is it truly that impressive? Huang Xuan questioned skeptically. My mother always said that one must consider both the positive and negative aspects of everything. I refuse to believe you have suddenly become invincible. Lorin remained silent for a moment, but his tone remained even as he stated, acquiring information alone does not yield energy. On the contrary, it can destabilize the current dimension, resulting in a cumulative effect. Huang Xuan countered, technology is the primary productive force. The technologies that most significantly impact productivity will inevitably lead to greater instability. Consequently, the cumulative effects of such disruptions will be more pronounced, as the dimensional plane must expend considerable energy to mitigate these effects. Therefore, acquiring technical documentation prior to temporal and spatial disturbances is strictly prohibited. What about now? Huang Xuan inquired with a hint of skepticism. Up to this point, I have yet to receive any new directives. Thus, my primary objectives remain focused on enhancing the base's level and monitoring the state of the dimensional plane. In other words, I may disregard other matters, he shrugged, indifferent, as it was ultimately the responsibility of Lorin. With a hint of concern, he pressed on, what are my current privileges? What purpose do they serve? How can they be elevated? In response to his trio of inquiries, Lorin answered earnestly, your current privilege level stands at 23, granting you access to the base and the ability to utilize its facilities. Due to your voluntary contributions to the base, the overseers have deemed you capable of making further enhancements, thus elevating your status. The overseer of the base is you, is it not? Indeed. Huang Xuan regarded Lorin's audacity with disdain but couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation regarding his newfound privileges. He casually nodded, closed the tome on the table, and inquired, specifically, what can I accomplish with my privileges? You may utilize the base's infrastructure, access daily energy resources, manage the base's routine finances, and assume control of the base during critical periods. Huang Xuan blinked, his sensitivity peaked. Assume control during critical periods? What about you? Your privileges currently do not extend beyond those of the base's overseer. You may only take command in instances when I am unable to perform my duties. Huang Xuan concluded that discussing usurpation with the sovereign was not prudent. Recognizing the moment, he refrained from further commentary and shifted the topic. Lorin, can the base assist me with my homework? Chapter 27. In the early morning, Huang Xuan's parents had departed long before, leaving him feeling uneasy about their busy schedules. Having completed only half of his homework, he found himself increasingly restless. Lorin, he inquired, do you think something might be amiss at home? The response was insufficient to draw any conclusions. In truth, Huang Xuan did not genuinely seek an answer. He shook his head and retrieved a bucket of fried chicken from the refrigerator, indulging in it alone. However, Lorin did not retreat as usual but continued speaking. Huang Xuan, I can now traverse to timelines beyond T1600. Would you be interested? It must be said that Lorin, having upgraded, had become more human-like, exhibiting a tonal variation in speech that allowed for clearer expression. Huang Xuan easily detected the rising intonation and smiled slightly, replying, which timeline do you wish to send me to? Is your energy sufficient? Continuing to enhance your permissions would greatly benefit you as well. I am not in want of food, and my homework remains unfinished. I cannot go at present. Huang Xuan firmly declined. His academic performance was subpar, and although his mother could not monitor his class attendance, she was stringent regarding homework. Should a teacher report him, he would undoubtedly face significant consequences, possibly even a new form of punishment. Lorin appeared visibly troubled by this, responding in a low voice. The base currently cannot simulate handwriting, but it can assist you with calculations. Mathematics homework is easy to copy. Huang Xuan shook his head, remarking, copying math requires a future machine. A simple meal from KFC suffices. While savoring his ice cream, he added, there are matters at home these days, so I cannot go out. In a few days, classes will resume, but you can replenish your energy first. At this point, Huang Xuan leaped up, pointing at the ceiling in exasperation. How can you even say that? The last time I asked you for 500,000, you merely provided me with a program and expected me to sell it. You then demanded over 20 million units of electricity, nearly bankrupting me. As of now, we are even. You do not seek me out, and I do not seek you. The base at level 21 possesses manufacturing capabilities. Enough, Huang Xuan interjected, waving his hand. To be honest, he was quite curious about Lorin's new abilities and the potential powers he could acquire in the future, but this was not the appropriate time. Generating electricity through a generator was hardly a sustainable solution. At 1.6 yuan per kilowatt, the daily cost would approach 1 million. He was no money printer and could not afford to funnel all his hard-earned assets into Lorin's demands. While the factory could provide energy for Lorin once the paperwork was completed, he could not guarantee anything up front. Who knew what new ideas this entity might conjure? After Huang Xuan's resolute refusal, Lorin quietly vanished. Sitting alone by the window, Huang Xuan suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for Lorin, who had become disconnected from his own world, surrounded by no familiar faces. Though merely a machine, perhaps it was fortunate for him. Picking up the phone on the table, Huang Xuan pondered for a moment before setting it back down. In just 2 days, the generator units would begin to be dismantled, a decision made long ago. Even if charging the base for Lorin was necessary, it was imperative to seek alternative methods rather than continuing to expend funds at a rate of 6,800 per generator each day. It must be noted that ever since Huang Xuan had spoken with his mother, Lorin had become significantly more courteous. Huang Xuan no longer felt the same trepidation he had initially felt upon encountering him. Now, even if Huang Xuan were to reject Lorin, he would not perceive any threat, perhaps a matter of authority, Huang Xuan mused. Shortly after lunch, as Huang Xuan contemplated whether to indulge in some snacks or continue playing World of Warcraft, Lorin spoke up again. Huang Xuan, you have an appointment this afternoon. You sound like a secretary, Huang Xuan remarked, recalling the tenacious Gonli. As a holder of level 23 authority, you are entitled to request a personal secretary from the base. Oh, Huang Xuan chuckled, so that would mean applying to you? Lorin did not respond directly, instead stating, the level 22 base can currently accommodate data for 2 dedicated secretaries, typically determined by the highest authority in the base from among the applicants. As the highest-ranking individual, I have the discretion to decide. Huang Xuan could not help but laugh. Considering there are just you and me in the base, what is there to judge? As the overseer of the base, the data processing capability I require is included, allowing for the accommodation of data flow for 2 dedicated secretaries. Lorin paused, waiting for Huang Xuan to regain his composure before continuing. The assistance provided by a dedicated secretary is substantial, capable of aiding in calculations and data recording. How does that differ from you? Huang Xuan had always regarded Lorin as his secretary and found it peculiar that Lorin was promoting such a new concept. Previously, I fulfill the duties of a secretary myself, Lorin replied monotonously. However, if you wish to obtain counsel in the future, you will need to apply for a dedicated secretary. Isn't that still dealing with you? Huang Xuan queried. Indeed, applying for a dedicated secretary merely entails requesting resources necessary for data processing. Very well then, Huang Xuan replied languidly. It's not much different from before. 50 million units of energy, Lorin stated, his tone remaining unchanged. Huang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. What was this? It was outright extortion. Then forget it, Huang Xuan retorted. 40 million, Lorin lowered his price. Huang Xuan remained silent, prompting Lorin to propose 30 million. Reflecting on Lorin's assistance over the past 2 weeks, Huang Xuan realized he could not deny Lorin energy altogether. After all, the factory had been purchased, and it could not remain idle. Yet, he felt a surge of indignation at Lorin's underhanded tactics. After a prolonged silence, he finally clenched his teeth and declared, 20 million. Deal, Lorin readily accepted, as if he had been waiting for Huang Xuan's agreement all along. Huang Xuan was well aware that Lorin was not easily swayed. After failing in the morning, he devised a new scheme in the afternoon, which struck Huang Xuan's soft spot with precision. Having grown accustomed to Lorin's conveniences, he found himself deprived of considerable disadvantages. When he encountered Gan Lijing once more, Huang Xuan still felt a lingering ache, for nothing had changed, Lorin remained the same. And the responses he received were as foolish as ever. Yet, money continued to flutter around him like wings, ever poised to vanish from sight. Huang Xuan believed himself not particularly greedy. He merely desired a single sports car, though having 3 or 4 would be delightful, and perhaps a yacht similar to his uncle's, of about 30 to 50 meters in length. In 2 years, if he could afford a private jet, he would find no further aspirations in terms of transportation. As for other expenditures, such as acquiring several servers or purchasing jewelry to save for a future wife, these were but trivial expenses. However, even this modicum of hope was stripped away by Lorin. With these thoughts, Huang Xuan drained his cup of coffee in one breath. Gan Lijing, seated across from him, was taken aback. Did he truly gulp down that entire cup? This was not merely a matter of taste, but rather a psychological issue. He signaled for the waiter to refill his cup and, forcing a smile while wiping the cold sweat from his brow, said, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Huang Xuan." We have long heard of your esteemed works, Code 1 and Code 2, ha ha ha. He laughed foolishly with his companion seated beside him, while Huang Xuan merely lifted his eyelids to glance at them before lowering his gaze again, silently finishing another cup of coffee. Let us get to business. I am quite busy, he stated. Gan Lijing wiped the sweat from his face, pondering how he ended up with such a character. He continued. Our company's preliminary proposal is to purchase all rights to your works for 6 million yuan, primarily the usage rights to the core program, excluding the portion of rights you have already sold. At this juncture, Huang Xuan had already gleaned much information about the other party from Lorin, and he replied nonchalantly. Has Lianyo Company been acquired by you? Lianyo Company was the entity that had purchased Huang Xuan's software, having finalized the contract just days prior. Gan Lijing suddenly felt an immense awkwardness, yet his seasoned demeanor allowed him to regain composure swiftly. With a smile, he remarked, I did not expect Mr. Huang to be so well informed. The dynamic of negotiation between a youth and a middle-aged man was indeed peculiar, especially in a CAF. Not only Gan Lijing but also his companion felt uncomfortable, while Huang Xuan remained unfazed, taking another sip of coffee, and remarked, You acquired Lianyo Company with cash. Did you not? Can you still produce 6 million? Rest assured, Mr. Huang, Gan Lijing replied, his body tensing as if spring-loaded. The company's financing channels remain robust. 6 million will not impact our cash flow. Your company's capital is approximately 70 million, correct? Huang Xuan inquired. Gan Lijing, undeterred by the seemingly irrelevant question, responded earnestly. It appears Mr. Huang has conducted a thorough investigation of us. Currently, the company's capital is indeed around 70 million, and it continues to appreciate. Huang Xuan nodded, a beaming smile gracing his face as he remarked, I am not particularly interested in your purchasing plans. However, I do have a novel proposal. Oh. Gan Li maintained his smile, eager to listen attentively. I propose to acquire 30 of your company's shares, supplemented by an additional 12 million in cash. Gan Li's smile froze upon hearing this revelation. Chapter 28. Capital Injection. In truth, although Lianyo Company maintains a commendable operational status, it faces the pressing challenge of cash flow constraints as it seeks to further expand its business. More accurately, this predicament has been a constant since the inception of Lianyo, becoming increasingly severe following the acquisition of Lianyo Company. Over the 5 years since its establishment, Shanghai Lianyo has successfully acquired nearly 10 companies, achieving the remarkable feat of small enterprises absorbing larger ones. Consequently, the company's equity structure has become quite complex. At this juncture, Huang Xuan proposed a plan akin to a capital injection, which immediately captured the attention of the internal stakeholders. In fact, the chairman of the company, Yu Liye, who holds 68 of the shares, was already aware of Huang Xuan's identity as the eldest son of the Huang family from Jinling. However, for reasons unknown, he refrained from disclosing this information to Gan Lijing. This situation left the technical director in an awkward position, yet it did not cloud the judgment of Lianyo Company. The following midday, Yu Liye and 4 other directors arrived simultaneously at the Sheridan Hotel in Shirtu City. For them, the new encryption program was of paramount importance, as was the 12 million capital injection, but Huang Xuan's identity held even greater significance. Establishing even the slightest connection with the Huang family of Jinling proved advantageous. Conversely, although Huang Xuan harbored little interest in running a company, he was keen to find a legitimate reason to allocate funds, thereby avoiding the risk of his mother confiscating them again. Thus, an efficiently operating company with immense potential became an appealing option. Moreover, the interest of Lorin in this venture added to its allure. His initial remark was, I have heard of this company. Huang Xuan deemed this sufficient. The atmosphere of their discussion was cordial and relaxed. Following their introduction, Yu Liye's first words were, Welcome, Mr. Huang Xuan, to the Lianyo Board of Directors. The subsequent negotiations could be characterized as an enhancement of camaraderie. Yu Liye, a man in his 60s with graying hair, stands out as an anomaly at the helm of a high-tech software company, which is not typically characteristic of Chinese business norms. To be precise, his understanding of computer technology is rather limited. However, he possesses a keen insight into human nature and business operations. One can discern from the trajectory of Lianyo's development that Yu Liye's primary strategies revolve around acquisitions and recruitment. He has acquired rival companies, adopted their programs, and poached talented employees, thus transforming himself, a man with scant knowledge of software, into a significant player in China's software industry. While his methods may not be entirely commendable, Yu Liye's business practices are fundamentally clean. After reviewing Lorin's background, Huang Xuan's attitude shifted positively. Much like his family, he believes that business ethics do not warrant extensive debate. If one must address the subject of commercial morality, then cleanliness in dealings is the highest commendation. The three other directors, of a similar age to Gan Lijing, appeared to have technical backgrounds. When discussions turned to Huang Xuan's programming, they showered him with praise, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward and unable to respond, as he could not even comprehend the annotations in the code, let alone engage in meaningful dialogue. Even with the assistance of Lord Lorin, who only regurgitated textbook knowledge, the conversation left much to be desired, often revealing significant gaps in understanding. Consequently, Huang Xuan found himself obliged to engage in cordial discourse with Yu Liye, a situation that felt rather peculiar to him. In his mind, such business negotiations were reserved for a future self, perhaps in his 30s or 40s, yet here he was, accomplishing this in the third year of junior high, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. After finishing a cup of tea, Huang Xuan could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Mr. Yu, may I ask how your esteemed company views my proposal?" "In principle, there are no objections," Yu Liye replied, his smile exuding reassurance. "However, given the numerous shareholders, adjustments will likely be necessary regarding the equity structure." "What sort of modifications are we considering?" Huang Xuan asked. 21 equity. Along with a 50 share of the software's revenue within the first year, Yu Liye specified. Huang Xuan pondered to himself that it was unlikely many would purchase such software within a year. The software presented by Lorin differed significantly not in the form of encryption or the security of passwords, but rather in its encryption model. It did not employ mathematical puzzles or physical challenges, such as quantum cryptography, but relied entirely on the encryption program itself. Within the software, by establishing a reference point, such as an apple, it would naturally apply a predefined formula to extract the necessary elements to construct a database that serves as a public key, subsequently generating a set of numbers as a private key. The public key could be disclosed, while the private key was to be securely held by the individual, with the formula being randomly generated. This conceptualization diverged entirely from traditional encryption methods. At least in Huang Xuan's era, there was often a balance between password security and simplicity, whereas Lorin's software disregarded the need for simplicity altogether. This allowed different users to configure varying levels of encryption. Moreover, due to the theoretically infinite nature of the database, the reference points available were boundless, ranging from cups and apples to satellites and the moon, or even abstract thoughts, dependent solely on one's requirements. The database itself considered only the fit, generated by a random formula, thus ensuring that the public key could not unveil the contents of the private key. Even through exhaustive trials of every conceivable formula, one could only access the database, not the private key. The paramount advantage of this approach lies in rendering previously conceivable methods of code breaking entirely obsolete, thereby addressing numerous pressing issues of the present. Many encryption algorithms of yore, and even some contemporary ones, purport to be impenetrable by supercomputers for decades. However, the reality is that advancements in modern computing can achieve capabilities that far exceed those of earlier supercomputers within merely a few years. Consequently, estimates of decryption timelines based on past capabilities are rendered futile, as the confidential information often becomes indiscriminately exposed long before it reaches its time for disclosure due to the relentless march of technological progress. The program acquired by Lorin, however, alleviates any concerns of this nature. This represents a vision for 50 years hence, as Gan Li resolutely articulated. Huang Xuan privately mused, "You are indeed correct." After considerable contemplation, Huang Xuan spoke in a soothing tone, "A 24 equity stake, along with a 30 profit share over the next decade. Extending the returns on stable investments is a prudent investment strategy, albeit one that inherently lowers potential returns while mitigating risks." The other party evidently grasped this notion as well. Yu Liye pondered for an extended period before responding. "A 24 equity stake is acceptable, but the profit share can only extend for 3 years at 35. Any more would incite discontent among the shareholders." The remaining 3 directors nodded in agreement. Huang Xuan shrugged and replied, "Then let it be." Selling a program for twice its value sufficed, as the worth of the program, regardless of its significance, was secondary to the fact that Lorin remained involved. Chapter 29, Shiqing Middle School, 1. The family lawyer was once again invited to finalize the agreement, spending half a day exchanging the primary contract. The Huang family fund would become the legal entity for the company's stock, but the ownership of the shares would remain under Huang Xuan's name, marking a customary first step for the Huang family's offspring into society. Both Huang Xuan and Yu Liye felt immense satisfaction with the inclusion of the Huang family. The aging Yu Liye regarded this as a prudent move, while Huang Xuan, apart from a slight nostalgia for his now lighter bank card, remained optimistic about the profit returns of Xingye Company. After all, it was a firm he had heard of through Lorin. After an easygoing weekend, his parents returned to the old residence, and Huang Xuan had grown somewhat accustomed to it by now. He tidied up a bit and joyfully headed off to school. Indeed, This might have been the most splendid holiday he had ever experienced. Who could say they had strolled through the early 20th century and returned? The legendary time travel was but a one-way ticket. Riding in the car driven by Li Qing, Huang Xuan hummed a tune as he arrived at Shirching Middle School. Ever since the generator sets were dismantled from the construction site, his bank card had been consistently dwindling. The electrolytic aluminum factory was reportedly due for renovation. Matters that rested solely with the factory directors. The budget was limited, and Huang Xuan had little interest in how it was spent. However, the factory's electricity consumption continued to soar, the specifics determined entirely by Lorin. Although the daily consumption of 300 to 500,000 kilowatts was significantly less than before, Lorin seemed satisfied. Huang Xuan, of course, felt more at ease. The current electricity price was just over 50 cents per kilowatt, a stark contrast to the previous days. Akin to the difference between century eggs and lean meat porridge versus noodle soup. At 7 a.m., he arrived at school. After expressing his gratitude to Li Qing, Huang Xuan strolled alone towards the classroom. Shirching Middle School, a private institution, boasted a campus adorned with verdant trees, surpassing many new university campuses in its beauty. Though its teaching quality left much to be desired. Nonetheless, given Huang Xuan's academic performance, such a school was still the most suitable for him. However, ever since the appointment of a new principal last year, life for Huang Xuan and his peers had become somewhat uncomfortable. Previously, as long as one adhered to the most basic school rules and maintained academic performance, no one paid much attention. If there were changes to gatherings or events, a simple text to the teacher sufficed. Yet, since last year, the foreign principal, influenced by some peculiar notion, aspired to establish the premier private school in southern China, much to the detriment of Huang Xuan and his classmates. Principal Yang Shantao disregarded Chinese norms, his most notorious tactic being humiliation. In the first half of last year, he hosted a grand gala, inviting esteemed parents and guests from various circles. Then, amid the lively atmosphere, he announced the names of the top 100 students alongside the bottom 50. The uproar was palpable. One can only imagine the embarrassment of those well-dressed ladies and gentlemen when their names were linked to their children's dismal grades. Fortunately, Huang Xuan found himself ranking around the bottom 80 of his grade and had thus escaped the ignominy. However, since then, the principal's evening gatherings have been held almost regularly, not only to announce academic achievements, but also to declare various penalties. Those obstinate students who neglect their assignments and the hot-blooded youths who engage in fights or harass younger girls are publicly named and shamed at these events. Encouraged by traditional Chinese values, very few would consider dropping out after being called out in such a manner. Furthermore, it is said, perhaps merely rumored, that Principal Yang Shantao possesses an impressive background, which ensures his firm grip on the position. Thus far, he remains the sole candidate for the principalship at Shirching High School. The likes of Huang Xuan and his peers can only endure the torment without resistance. This is indeed a dismal experience. The mere thought of this principal dampens Huang Xuan's spirits, extinguishing the lively glimmer in his eyes. As Huang Xuan approached the classroom, a familiar booming voice reached his ears. It is rare to encounter someone who can fully exploit their vocal cords, esophagus, and mouth to such effect. And Lu Pinggang is certainly one of them. His voice is reputed to surpass entry-level sound systems, leaving a lasting impression. Extending a hand to greet Lu Pinggang, he was met with the latter's enthusiastic exclamation, "Where were you last week? We couldn't find you, didn't even see you on Warcraft. We independently took down Illidan, the final boss. Where did you disappear to?" What could Huang Xuan possibly say? Last week, during the guild activities, he had been deeply engaged with Lorin, and despite claims of omnipresence, one cannot simply establish a signal in alternate realms. Shaking his head and dismissing the absurdity of that notion, Huang Xuan playfully punched Lu Pinggang's arm, stating, "I had some family matters to attend to. It was unavoidable." Lu Pinggang, well aware of the Huang family's anniversary celebrations, wrapped his left arm around Huang Xuan's shoulder and, in what he believed to be a hushed tone, remarked, "I heard you gave your sixth brother quite a beating. Is he in the hospital?" The hushed comment was promptly overheard by a few nearby acquaintances who quickly gathered around. A particularly well-informed individual declared, "I know. Both his 6th and 11th brothers ended up in the hospital, and it's said to be horrendous, nearly requiring surgery, right?" Huang Xuan immediately delivered a light punch to the cheeky Ko Minyue, retorting, "Which of your eyes witnessed such horror?" Seeing the group around him grinning and egging him on, he resignedly raised his hands, saying, "All right, brothers, I concede. Today, I'll treat you all. How does that sound?" That was a much more agreeable proposition. With their aim achieved, the group erupted in laughter and dispersed, leaving only Lu Pinggang still clinging to him, insisting, "Huang Xuan, do you know the cost I bore to take down Illidan?" I specifically bought a blade server to test Illidan's attributes in my private server and organized guild raids for practice. $5,000 was merely the beginning. Do you have any idea how much effort the guild members invested to cultivate a main tank? And you just vanished on me. What do you propose we do about this? Huang Xuan was indeed somewhat at a loss. Recently, several friends had become engrossed in World of Warcraft, investing an immense amount of time and energy into the game. He had volunteered to play as a warrior, becoming an integral part of their collective endeavors. However, in recent days, he had not even made a phone call, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he hesitated, uncertain of what to say. Observing Huang Xuan's demeanor, Lu Pengang felt a wave of relief wash over him. With an air of magnanimity, he clapped Huang Xuan on the shoulder and remarked, "I'll speak on your behalf at the meeting. You owe me for this." "Understood," Huang Xuan replied helplessly, enduring the playful slap from Lu, who was significantly taller and heavier. After a struggle, he managed to dislodge Lu's arm from his shoulder and took a deep breath, saying, "However, I truly have matters to attend to. I cannot play World of Warcraft for the time being." "No worries," Lu Pengang responded with another hearty slap on the back, chuckling. "Illidan has fallen. We have little left to keep us engaged. Even the monkey has logged on in days. I'm planning to find a new game to play." Huang Xuan felt a surge of frustration. It was evident that Lu was teasing him. Just as he was about to retort, their class representative, with a scowl, approached them and said, "Finding a new game? Do you have any idea what I just heard?" The class representative was part of Huang Xuan's circle, but unlike them, he was not as reckless in his gaming habits. His academic performance was consistently mediocre, and with a relatively well-off family background, he maintained decent relationships with his peers. Hence his pivotal role in helping Huang Xuan and others evade homework penalties. Seeing his grim expression, someone immediately inquired, "Please don't tell me it's more bad news." "Ugh, what a jinx," muttered Ho Minwei, whose grades were perpetually at the bottom, his expression darkening. Wei Mudrin cast a sympathetic glance at the monkey and, with a grave tone and accompanying body language, declared, "I cannot assist you with this. I just heard the homeroom teacher call for old class, supposedly regarding the test papers for today's preliminary assessment." "Preliminary assessment? On the first day of school?" the monkey exclaimed, jumping up. He then looked at Wei Mudrin with hopeful eyes, asking, "Comrade representative, will the results be kept from our parents this time?" Huang Xuan could barely bear to witness this, covering his face. The preliminary assessment was blatantly intended to serve as a warning, and it was inconceivable that parents would not be informed. Regrettably, this particular monkey seemed destined for a harsh fate. Wei Mudrin, equally resigned, shrugged his shoulders. At that moment, their homeroom teacher happened to enter the room, raising a hand triumphantly as if celebrating a championship victory, and announced, "Everyone, according to the latest directive, you are to promptly clean up. The preliminary assessment will commence at 10 o'clock, starting with Chinese, followed by mathematics and English in the afternoon, each lasting 90 minutes. Final results will be communicated to parents. Those who fail any subject will be put up on the bulletin board, and the bottom 5 will take the stage." The bulletin board was prominently placed along the tree-lined path leading into the school, a route all students had to traverse. The stage was, of course, the brainchild of Principal Yang Shantao. Upon hearing this, Ho Mingyuan nearly fainted, and several others wavered unsteadily alongside him. Huang Xuan also appeared on the verge of collapse. While his Chinese was bearable, his English was abysmal, and his mathematics was a dismal sight. Initially, he had entertained the thought of relying on the monkey and others to secure lower ranks, but now, with the knowledge that failing any subject would lead to being posted on the bulletin board, he felt utterly despondent. To be posted on the bulletin board. Whenever Huang Xuan envisions the expression on his mother's face upon seeing his name, it feels as though the heavens themselves are about to collapse. Chapter 30. Shicheng High School. 2 hours slipped away in the blink of an eye. As the examination paper was placed before Huang Xuan, he instinctively glanced around, only to find that everyone was engaged in the same action. The homeroom teacher cleared her throat twice and said, "Everyone, focus on your own work. This is merely a small assessment to gauge your usual study habits. There is no need for apprehension. Simply answer earnestly." At that moment, he heard Monkey whispering behind him, "You say that every time, yet I always end up on stage." Huang Xuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ho Mingyuan's father was the big boss of Yadong Industries, with a fortune in the billions, yet he had never married. Having started in real estate, his son's education was quite problematic, and being part of their group, the boy's academic performance was as muddled as his father's properties. After surveying the surroundings and finding nothing amiss, Huang Xuan noted that while the homeroom teacher's teaching was mediocre, her seating arrangement was impeccable, ensuring that one could never find someone to copy from. To be honest, there weren't many in the class who could be copied from anyway. In front of him, Wei Mujian and others had already begun to scribble on their papers. Huang Xuan had no choice but to bow his head and start writing. Ultimately, the language he had used since childhood, despite his confusion over the questions, was filled in thoroughly. Satisfied, he set down his pen and glanced at his peers, who remained enveloped in a fog of uncertainty, filling him with a sense of pride. According to my analysis, your accuracy for questions 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on is below 50. Lorin always managed to undermine Huang Xuan's confidence at the most inopportune moments. Closing the paper with indifference, Huang Xuan muttered, "Anyway, they are all multiple-choice questions. I've elevated my 25 accuracy to 50. One must learn to be content." After a brief pause, Lorin remarked, "Based on the data I retrieved from what you refer to as your homeroom teacher's computer, your overall accuracy is below 60. Failing?" Huang Xuan blinked, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Do you have the answers?" "Just obtain them," Lorin said, displaying a newfound humility. Showing no signs of superiority due to the nature of his work, he added nonchalantly, "If you require precise accuracy, I can analyze her grading habits from previous essays and provide you with a range of scores." With less than 20 minutes remaining in the exam, Huang Xuan covered his face with one arm and quickly said, "Stop searching. I know you're accurate. Just tell me the correct answers." Realizing the folly of not utilizing such valuable resources, Huang Xuan slapped his forehead in frustration. Yet Lorin did not immediately divulge the answers. Instead, in a calm tone, he stated, "After assisting you, I will require some form of compensation." "I knew it." Huang Xuan slapped his forehead again and said, "What do you want?" "How much power?" "I need a set of high-performance servers, along with a sufficient number of hard drives." "You're not even letting go of such outdated technology?" Huang Xuan couldn't help but express his confusion. Although he had previously jested about buying Lorin some hard drives, it seemed absurd to still be using such relics from several millennia in the future as a medium for acquiring consultation. Transforming a level 24 buffer machine will aid in reducing energy consumption. In the 21st level, the base will possess fundamental manufacturing capabilities. Given your consistent ability to acquire resources, I believe it would be prudent to make purchases in advance. Huang Xuan scoffed dismissively, reiterating your persistent capacity for resource acquisition. If you were to seek out another individual, you would soon realize that there are very few who can procure resources for you in such a manner. Currently, the safety of the base takes precedence as the first priority, upgrading the base is the second, and resource acquisition is the third. Therefore, the third priority must not impede the first. Huang Xuan promptly interrupted, noting your seriousness. "Fine, I shall purchase it for you. But let us agree on a maximum of 2 million. Beyond that, I shall have nothing to eat." However, Lorin did not respond to this query but instead began to recite answers. A, C, C. Huang Xuan sighed as he wrote. Feeling that Lorin had indeed become more astute, adept at navigating the essential matters, and it appeared his wallet would soon become lighter. Considering that even the most assured subject, Chinese, might yield a failing grade, Huang Xuan completely lost faith in the subsequent two subjects. His suspicions were validated. The exam's difficulty far exceeded that of the second year of junior high. Not to mention that Huang Xuan had scarcely attended classes. Even Wei Mujian, a diligent student, wore a distressed expression. Observing the classroom, Huang Xuan surmised that none would achieve excellence. With this realization, he dared not entertain the notion of answering every question correctly, a truly ironic concern. 3 hours prior, he contemplated fabricating something on the blank paper. Yet now he pondered which sections he could omit to lower his score. He aimed to maintain his score around 65, which was indeed a lofty aspiration. At 6 o'clock, Huang Xuan stretched lazily as he exited the classroom. The corridor was chaotic, filled with agitated students. These children, newly entered into their final year, had yet to adapt to the harsh educational environment. Or rather, most of the students at this school should not have to endure such rigors, but a certain principle required them to experience it. The monkey, resembling a figure who had dropped his tissue into a toilet, wore a contorted expression, eyes filled with reluctance, and lamented as he clung to Wei Mujian, exclaiming, "Brother, for the sake of the party and the country." But the brother was preoccupied with his own troubles. Meanwhile, the old class leader, Chang Xia, shouted to a group of younger students, "Comrades, you have worked hard." The younger students replied, "To serve the people." Chang, filled with self-satisfaction, walked away. He typically refrained from mingling with Huang Xuan and the others, reportedly possessing lofty ambitions, and always appeared smug after exams, in stark contrast to Huang Xuan's demeanor. It was, however, a source of frustration for him that the time spent not taking exams often exceeded the time spent in examinations. Huang Xuan shook his head and seized the opportunity to slip away. Previously, he would always accompany the monkey, but today, a slight change urged him to depart first. As soon as he boarded the vehicle, Lorin stated, "I have gathered quotes from various manufacturers. There are 3 models available for modification, and you may choose 2. You want me to choose?" Huang Xuan was skeptical of Lorin's sincerity. The IBM Model T-Rex mainframe Z990 is quoted at $1 million. As soon as Lorin mentioned it, Huang Xuan interrupted, "Do not speak further. 8 million. Am I to survive on the wind of the Northwest? The last purchase for the factory cost several million. And I also invested in Xinya. Where shall I find the funds now?" In but a week's time, an auction for ancient texts is to commence, promising a minimum revenue of 20 million yuan. Yet, Huang Xuan firmly declined. "Seek something more economical. Are you not planning a modification? The technology of several millennia hence ought to suffice, does it not? What does it matter if the quality is subpar?" As he spoke, Huang Xuan found his conviction strengthened and continued, "You ought to examine their documentation. Producing servers independently negates the necessity of purchasing them. The 21st level base is limited to modifications and basic production, following the principle of optimal production. Acquiring superior architecture servers and subsequently employing advanced technology for modification presents the most advantageous combination, consuming the least energy to meet demands." Huang Xuan inquired skeptically, "Is it truly possible that a mere modification could rival the computers of your era?" "It is the intellect." Lorin seemed sensitive about his identity, emphasizing, "Of course, it cannot compare to the intellect. The procurement of servers is intended to facilitate better integration into the network systems of this age, serving as a buffer. It is paramount to preserve the characteristics of this era. Should you desire me to fabricate them, it would necessitate approximately 6 billion kilowatt-hours of energy and the corresponding materials." Understood. Huang Xuan closed his eyes momentarily and beseeched, "Could we not select a more affordable option?" One low-end version, the X235, features a single 2 GHz processor, an 18 GB hard drive, 512 megabytes of memory, and dual power supplies, priced at 3,724. A more advanced variant, equipped with 2 processors, 336 GB hard drives, 2 GB of memory, and additional functionalities, hovers around 7,800. Should we opt for such processors, I would require approximately 2,000 units. That totals several $million. Does it not? Huang Xuan calculated for an extended period, ultimately discerning Lorin's insidious intent. "Thus, I propose acquiring the first model, the Z990, which also offers energy savings." The vehicle shuddered slightly, evidently halted by a red light, while outside, a throng of hurried individuals navigated through the sea of cars. Huang Xuan sighed, reluctantly conceding, "Then let us proceed with the purchase. You may handle the arrangements, yes? After all, it is merely a matter of dealing with foreigners." "Okay," Lorin replied in English. Huang Xuan smiled, reassuring himself that the acquisition of the servers ultimately served his own interests. Chapter 31. 2 places, 1. 3 days later. The homeroom teacher entered the classroom with a skeptical gaze and instructed the class monitor to distribute the test papers. Throughout the process of handing out the papers, she regarded Huang Xuan with an air of suspicion, causing him to feel quite uneasy. Once everyone had received their papers, the homeroom teacher cleared her throat and announced, "This time, the results were not particularly favorable. Only 18 students passed all 3 subjects, while 6 students failed all 3. According to regulations, they will have to face the consequences." The room fell into despondency, and the sound of the monkey was surprisingly loud, though his expression was significantly better than that of his peers. His father had recently traveled to France and might stay for a month. Thus, the current grades held little significance or constraints over him. Huang Xuan quickly flipped through his 3 papers and glanced at his deskmates as well, swiftly uncovering the reason for the teacher's peculiar gaze. His English score, which usually lagged behind his deskmate by over 30 points, had unexpectedly soared to 70, surpassing the latter. Perhaps in a moment of excitement, he had copied too eagerly and lost control. He spread his math paper across the desk and compared it with his deskmate's. It was needless to say that his paper was impressively neat. Although both scored over 60, his deskmate Suyu's paper was filled to the brim with markings. Red corrections and check marks scattered throughout, often earning only half points for each question. In contrast, Huang Xuan's paper was refreshingly tidy. The initial questions had a mix of correct and incorrect answers, while the more challenging problems had drastically different results, either entirely wrong or completely correct. To salvage points, he had even fully answered the last major question, but that was not all. He had drawn quite a bit for a geometry problem, though it seemed his diagrams were flawed. In geometry, the foundational issue is drawing accurate diagrams. A misdrawn figure typically precludes a correct solution. Yet, Huang Xuan not only managed to arrive at the right answer, but also managed to draw it incorrectly. This could not be blamed on Lord Lorin. Huang Xuan had not been attentive at the time, answering questions before sketching the diagrams, which turned out crooked and far from correct. Moreover, Ms. Li Kei's sketches were equally chaotic. It was a matter of inexperience. After enduring the homeroom teacher's strange gaze for an entire class, Huang Xuan barely had time to catch his breath when Ms. Li Kei suddenly flashed a mysterious smile, pulled out a stack of papers from beneath the podium, and announced, "Class, Teacher Zhu has a prior engagement next period. I will be taking over. Let us complete another set of papers." With that, ignoring the chorus of lamentations from the class, she began distributing the papers. As Wei Mujian handed out the papers, the homeroom teacher continued to watch Huang Xuan. When he glanced up, he caught sight of her sinister smile. "Fool," Huang Xuan muttered, his voice audible. The monkey, sitting in the back, exclaimed in confusion, "Who are you calling a fool?" Huang Xuan waved the paper playfully and replied, "There are always fools around." With that, he began working on the paper, though it was he who held the pen while Lorin did the actual work. The second day of the new semester felt exceptionally long. At noon, as classes concluded, Huang Xuan was preparing to step outside for a bite to eat when he spotted Li Qing anxiously waiting at the school gate. Upon seeing him, she rushed forward and said, "Huang Xuan, come with me quickly." "What's wrong?" he asked. "Just come with me," she urged. Surrounded by students, Li Qing felt reluctant to speak further, so he grasped Huang Xuan's hand and began to jog. Once they were in the car, Li Qing initiated the engine and said, "Your grandfather has specifically summoned you for a meeting, and I have come to fetch you." "What meeting?" Huang Xuan inquired. "It is a meeting regarding the postponement of the anniversary celebration." Huang Xuan shrugged, indicating his understanding. With only 3 days until the anniversary, crucial issues often remained unresolved until after the festivities, yet being summoned himself. Instinctively, he rolled down the car window, inhaling the gasoline-scented air with a hint of anxiety. At just under 16, he felt it was inappropriate for him to attend such a meeting, and when such situations arose, they often heralded unpleasant events, such as inheritance disputes. A shiver ran down his spine as he recalled his parents, who had been scarce in recent days. Rarely had they been this busy. Li Qing was driving a Hongqi, and they sped along, reaching the ancestral home's parking lot in about an hour, where a waiting attendant opened the car door. "Do you need to change?" Huang Xuan, still clad in his school uniform, gazed at the impeccably dressed steward Zhou and felt a twinge of discomfort. Zhou's expression was serious as he rasped, "No need to change, just follow me." The conference room was already in an uproar. Huang Renming, the third son of the Long Branch, held a cup of tea in one hand while gesticulating with the other, exclaiming, "Why should your branch split first? If we are to separate, let everyone have their share." Huang Renming was the son of the volatile Huang Jinxian, both renowned for their fiery tempers. Though his words garnered little support within the clan, Huang Jindi felt compelled to respond, "I have stated before, this is not a division. It is an opportunity for me to train the younger generation." "What nonsense! What is there to train? Besides, he has more than a dozen older brothers. He should not be the one to be trained." Huang Renming spat. "All he does is fight. What use is that?" A voice from the crowd chuckled softly, "Because he is the legitimate grandson of the Huang family." Those words seemed to strike a nerve within Huang Renming, whose face turned crimson, resembling a mine on the brink of explosion, awaiting the slightest provocation. At that moment, Huang Xuan stood at the doorway, overhearing the heated exchange within and deducing that the conversation had turned to him. He glanced at Steward Zhou, who smiled and softly urged, "Go on in." With that, he pushed the door open. The room fell briefly silent as Huang Xuan cautiously stepped inside. The expansive conference room, spanning 300 to 400 square meters, was filled to capacity, with the air conditioning circulating a palpable human warmth. He pursed his lips and greeted, "Greetings, grandfathers." "Hello, uncles and aunts." After a minute of salutations, Huang Jindi chuckled a couple of times, patted the chair beside him, and said, "Xianer, come sit next to me." Huang Liming, with his luminescent green gaze, fixed his eyes on Huang Xuan. He was the eldest grandson of the 4th generation, originally the sole heir permitted to attend such meetings. But moments earlier, a shadow had once again shattered his aspirations. The entire room was embroiled in heated debate over him. Huang Liming clenched his teeth, pondering the rationale behind it all. Huang Jindi appeared frail, his complexion a pallid yellow tinged with sickness. Huang Xuan seated himself beside his grandfather, anxiously grasping his hand. Though still firm, it was chillingly cold, and the muscles felt unnaturally slack, as if one could almost touch the bones beneath. Huang Renming huffed at Huang Xuan and sulkily took a seat. Huang Jianxian was still in the hospital, and had he been beaten so severely by the street children, he would have long since sought them out. With a faint smile, Huang Jindi disregarded the discontented Huang Renming and lowered his head to Huang Xuan. "Xianer, would you like to study abroad?" His voice was barely above a whisper, seemingly directed only at Huang Xuan, yet every ear in the room caught his words. Given the atmosphere, Huang Xuan recognized his limited agency. He glanced towards the lower end of the table where his mother sat beside his father. She discreetly blinked her right eye and then gently closed her left. This was her silent approval. Huang Xuan was well aware of his mother's subtle tactics. In his youth, she often employed such strategies to forge alliances under his father's nose, securing the majority vote in family decisions. He nodded earnestly and declared, "I am open to studying anywhere. You have always said, grandfather, that we Chinese should gaze upon the world." His resolute statement brought a look of satisfaction to Huang Jindi's face. He tapped his teacup with his right hand, producing a clear chime. "It's settled then. Xian'er will go to Brazil for his studies and concurrently manage the family's enterprises there." Before Huang Renming could interject, Huang Sugua, his granduncle, unexpectedly cleared his throat. Thus, the decision was made. Huang Jindi patted Huang Xian's hand again, saying, "Xian'er, once in Brazil, focus on your studies and engage in thoughtful reflection. Do you understand?" Nodding like a child, Huang Xuan had yet to grasp the full implications of what had transpired before he was ushered out the door. Chapter 32. Two Places 2. The gray dust descended as anticipated, casting a golden yet gentle slant of sunlight. Dust particles mingled with the hues of sunlight, drifting languidly before the tea-colored glass window, resembling an old swing that perilously grazed the ground yet miraculously returned to its zenith. A cluster of new leaves adorned the lofty branches, relishing the evening meal, trembling with excitement in the wind. The creaking of the door bore a heavy sound. Yet Huang Xuan sprang to his feet, having awaited his family's return for an extended period. Who could fathom why he was suddenly bound for Brazil? A place shrouded in mystery? In the conference room, Huang Xuan dared not refuse lightly, yet his curiosity about the reasons consumed him, while Lorin, despite her prowess, could not unveil the past without real-time surveillance. His mother gracefully shed her coat, hastily entering the living room. Wearing a weary smile as she settled on the sofa beside Huang Xuan, enveloping her son in a warm embrace, offering silent solace. Huang Xuanqing followed behind Zhang Xini with heavy footsteps, waving the servants away before pouring 3 cups of tea, which he carried over on a tray. "Mother, must I truly go to Brazil?" he inquired. "Yes," Zhang Xini replied with a forced smile. "You will need to stay there for a while." Huang Xuan tilted his head and asked, "What about you?" "Your father will accompany you to Brazil," his mother replied, gently stroking his hair. "As for me, I must remain in the country for some time." "Why?" Huang Xuan struggled to extricate himself from her embrace, pouting. Zhang Xini exchanged a glance with Huang Xuanqing, smiling softly as she said, "Son, some matters. I'm not a child anymore." Huang Xuan retorted angrily, "You send me to Brazil, but you must tell me why." Silence enveloped the living room, broken only by the bubbling of the tea. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Xini suddenly hugged Huang Xuan tightly again, her voice quavering as she confessed, "Mother does not wish for you to go to Brazil. She does not want our family to be separated." Throughout his life, Huang Xuan had never witnessed his mother in such a state. To him, she was a gentle, strong, intelligent, and talented woman who always found solutions to any predicament, whether it was the intrigues of a large family or the trivialities among sisters-in-law. She established her own conglomerate and became the 5th largest shareholder of the Huang family fund through stock exchanges, making them the most substantial shareholders. The fact that Huang Jindi could ascend as the head of the Huang family, and that the 3rd branch could become the largest stakeholder of the Huang family fund, was intricately linked to her efforts. Indeed, Zhang Xini was the most respected woman in the Huang family, not solely due to her lineage, but as a testament to her personal charm. Yet now, Huang Xuan felt as if he could see his mother, tears welling in her eyes. Resting her head upon his shoulder, he clenched his fists and proclaimed, "Mother, who has wronged you? Tell me, and I shall find a way." Unbeknownst to Zhang Xini, behind her son stood an ancient being from a time 100,000 years hence. She withdrew a piece of paper from the coffee table, gently wiping her cheek, and playfully tapped Huang Xian's forehead, saying, "Silly child." "Mother." "Ah." Zhang Xini finally smiled, although her eyes sparkled with tears. She gently placed her hand on Huang Xian's cheek and said, "My son, once you arrive in Brazil, you must learn to live independently. It is an unfamiliar place. So avoid trouble, observe more and speak less, reflect deeply, and contemplate thoroughly." Such discussions seemed endless, prompting Huang Xuanqing to interject, "He isn't leaving immediately." Ignoring his wife's reproachful gaze, Huang Xuanqing sat beside Huang Xian and patted his shoulder, saying, "Huang Xian, in 2 months, you will turn 16, correct?" "Yes. At 16. You are no longer a boy, but a young man. You must bear responsibility. Do you understand?" "Yes." Observing his son's obedient nod, Huang Xuanqing instinctively flared his nostrils and continued, "Your grandfather's health is deteriorating. He fainted during the anniversary celebration." "Ah?" Huang Xian was taken aback. Although Huang Jindi was in his 60s and his health was not what it once was, he had been managing well despite his demanding work. It was hard to believe he could faint so suddenly. Huang Xuan forced a smile and said, as one ages, various ailments arise. With your grandfather's declining health, family matters have become complicated. It is a time of turmoil. Let us, father and son, spend some time in Brazil. He feigned cheerfulness, adding, I have several classmates there and some projects to work on. A change of environment would do you good, wouldn't it? Though only 15. Growing up in such a large family made Huang Xuan appear mature when confronted with certain issues. His grandfather was ill, gravely so, and could faint at any moment, potentially losing control over the family. At such a time, the always discontented first and second branches of the family would undoubtedly take action. Huang Xuan cast a worried glance at his mother. His father, devoted to his academic pursuits, rarely concerned himself with family matters, often intentionally avoiding them. However, he had a good wife. Zhang Xini had long mastered the practical authority of the third branch, with several uncles following her lead. In this context, she would naturally remain in the country. As for the third generation, despite being frequently labeled the eldest son, he had 7 older brothers and 8 older sisters above him, which also meant he had younger siblings below. What did it signify for him and his father to go abroad at this time? Or was it that his grandfather and mother had little faith in the situation? As if sensing Huang Xuan's concern, Zhang Xini maintained her smile and said, My son, you need not worry about us. Your mother is an adult now and can take care of herself. Rather, you and your father must look after each other, understand? After Huang Xuan nodded, she continued, Your grandfather cannot come to see you off due to his health. You must be careful on your journey. He is very concerned about you and wishes to entrust you with managing the family's assets in Brazil. You must work diligently. Also, your grandfather asked me to give you this. With that, Zhang Xini retrieved a small red box from her handbag. Huang Xuan carefully took it, revealing a piece of verdant jade, the size of a thumb, smooth and glistening. At its center was inscribed a single character, rendered in seal script, with vigorous strokes that exuded an indomitable spirit. The presence of this character imbued the entire jade with an air of solemnity. Huang's mother placed it around his neck, saying, Grandfather wanted me to tell you that the character engraved on the jade is, which means bravery. In that instant, tears welled up in Huang Xuan's eyes as the echoes of his conversation with his grandfather from that night reverberated in his ears. Chapter 33. 2 places, 3. As one ages, the significance of feelings becomes increasingly paramount. Huang Jindi is no exception. Over the past 2 months, he has acutely sensed the waning of his vitality, struggling to muster enthusiasm for any endeavor. He abhors this sentiment, having dedicated a lifetime to his work. He desires not a languid twilight. Yet reality proves obstinate, more so than the stubbornness of the elderly. As many have remarked, perhaps the dissipating energy draws him closer to nature, or perhaps a yearning for life inclines him towards spirituality. Thus, Huang Jindi has begun to explore the texts of Taoism and Buddhism. It is within this emotional landscape that he encounters Huang Xuan during the anniversary celebration. A nameless feeling envelopes the elder, leading him to contemplate that his eldest grandson may not be as incapable as the rumors suggest. If he were granted another 20 years, he believes he could cultivate a perfect successor. If only Huang Jindi recognizes that his most fatal flaw throughout his life has been his timidity regarding the future. Although others do not perceive this emotion in a man still capable of wielding power, this trepidation has rendered him complacent, reluctant to disturb the increasingly decaying and unwieldy structure of the Huang family. In a profound sense, Huang Jindi sees Huang Xuan as a reflection of himself. He hopes his grandson will not tread the same path and can wield the great banner of the Huang family, for only he is fit to do so. He must be courageous. Time has left Huang Jindi with no choice but to place his hopes in Huang Xuan, with hope being his only remaining companion. There are numerous flights from China to Brazil, with options via Europe including Air France, Lufthansa, and KLM. Through Johannesburg, one might choose South African Airways. And through the United States, United Airlines is available, albeit requiring a visa for entry. At this juncture, Zhang Xini's astuteness becomes apparent. Citing an extended layover in Europe, she has chosen United Airlines for Huang Xuan and his companions, thereby providing Huang Xuan with a valid reason to obtain a U.S. visa. Undoubtedly, the cost is significantly higher than that of traveling to Europe, yet should the need arise, Huang Xuan now possesses an additional route. The flight is scheduled to depart at 2 p.m. on Sunday. As Huang Xuan gazes down at the white clouds, he has settled all affairs within his control, bidding farewell to family, parting ways with classmates, and temporarily entrusting the aluminum factory to Li Shengang's management. The base will remain intact, and as long as he carries the energy chain, his connection to Lorin will endure. Having completed this critical task, only a sense of reluctance lingers in Huang Xuan's heart. When his mother sees him off, she exhibits remarkable strength, as if sending her son on a brief excursion. Huang Xuan embraces her gently, silently vowing to return honorably to this land. As the flight becomes increasingly smooth, the flight attendants signal that it is safe to unfasten seatbelts. Huang Xuan swiftly discards the cumbersome restraint, disregarding his father's expression, and turns his gaze toward the window. Vast expanses of clouds leap beneath the wing, with the blue sky merely serving as an embellishment. Huang Xuan gazes greedily at these familiar yet unfamiliar sights, fearing that once he disembarks, he may never again witness such clouds or such blue. Lorin, are you still there? Despite having received Lorin's assurances long ago, Huang Xuan remains anxious about her potential disappearance in his hour of need. I am. Can you heal grandfather? I mean, his physical condition. He is not ill, merely weakened. So what? Huang Xuan felt himself growing frail as well. There are numerous methods to restore vitality, yet I am currently unable to do so. Huang Xuan had long anticipated this outcome, but he could not refrain from inquiring, only to receive a disappointing reply. Outside the window, the clouds churned and retreated, and his lips trembled slightly as he spoke. Lorin, when will you be able to achieve such a feat? This endeavor requires not only a certain level of the base, but also resources from the current realm, making it impossible to estimate a specific timeline. Huang Xuan fell silent once more. Huang's father also appeared subdued. He was a stern man, impeccable in fulfilling his paternal responsibilities, yet lacking in expressive communication. More often than not, Zhang Xini facilitated the conversations between him and Huang Xuan. Even at this moment, Huang Xuanqing exhibited a trace of melancholy. Accompanying them to Brazil was Huang's father's personal assistant, Li Qing, who had recently been promoted to temporary steward. While his responsibilities had not significantly changed, his salary had notably increased. For him, whether staying in China or going to Brazil was inconsequential. A free trip abroad might even be more delightful. However, perhaps the silence of the Huang father and son had affected him, or perhaps he sensed the challenges that awaited them in Brazil, as a hint of concern appeared on his face. Speaking of Brazil, most Chinese people are familiar with its football, samba, and carnival. Yet few are aware of its soybeans and coffee. Indeed, as the foremost economic power in Latin America, Brazil boasts the largest production of sugarcane, coffee, and citrus in the world, the second largest production of cocoa and soybeans, and the third largest production of corn. China is the largest importer of Brazilian soybeans. More precisely, when an average Chinese individual picks up a bottle of soybean oil at the supermarket, there is over a 10% chance that it originated from Brazil. The Huang family's principal investments in Brazil revolve around port operations and agriculture. Agriculture in Brazil is peculiar. Unlike China, which has cultivated agricultural civilization for thousands of years, Brazil remains in an era of land reclamation. The nation has approximately 400 million hectares of arable land, with 1.2 billion hectares available for development. Yet only about 50 million hectares are currently under cultivation. Although this area has been increasing by 1.8% annually over the past 2 decades, it accounts for merely 6% of the country's total land area. Such figures would astonish any Chinese individual. Had Emperor Qin Shi Huang known that a foreign land possessed such fertile fields, he would undoubtedly have dreamt of crossing the ocean with the might of the Qin. On the plane, Huang Xuan perused the documents his mother had entrusted to him. They were attachments to a share transfer agreement, transferring all of the Huang family's interests in Brazil to Huang Xuan, with management to be conducted by a guardian until he reached the age of 18. As the largest investment location for the Huang family abroad, Brazil is home to a wholly owned subsidiary, Xingfeng Company, which operates 3 farms on the renowned Brazilian Cerrado, encompassing a total area of 120,000 hectares. Based on the purchase price from years past, the value per hectare is estimated at 1,070, totaling approximately 130 million. Furthermore, the Xifang Group and the Huang Foundation each hold a 50 stake in Shi Huang Industrial, while the latter possesses a 10 equity in Docas, a company primarily engaged in port construction. Docas operates the Santos port, the largest coffee exporting port in the world, along with ownership stakes in over a dozen other ports, collectively valued at more than $150 million. Consequently, Huang Xuan suddenly amassed assets worth $200 million. Moreover, both ventures represent exceptionally sound assets, serving as a strategic foothold for the Huang Group's expansion overseas. The transfer of such a significant asset to a yet immature third-generation heir has faced vehement opposition from others, which undoubtedly compelled Huang Jindi to exert tremendous effort. Chapter 34. 2 places. 4. São Paulo, the largest city in Brazil, serves as its foremost industrial, financial, and cultural hub, bearing a striking resemblance to Shanghai. Awaiting at the airport were two vice managers from Shihuang Industries, Zhang Rong and Yu Tingli. The former was affiliated with the Sifang Group, while the latter hailed from the Huang Foundation. When the name Shengfeng Company was mentioned, both men displayed visible disdain, suggesting a strained relationship between the two firms. Huang Xuan observed the two middle-aged gentlemen with curiosity as he slung his bag over his shoulder and strolled toward the exit. Huang Xuanxing, a man of remarkable modesty, emanated an air of scholarly sophistication despite his lineage. Prior to his arrival, he had requested a simple reception. However, Zhang and Yu still arrived in 3 Mercedes-Benz vehicles, which, while not particularly ostentatious in São Paulo, nonetheless stood out in Brazil, where the wealthy often prefer helicopters due to the severe traffic congestion. Zhang Rong lagged half a step behind Huang Xuanxing. For although the Sifang Group was founded by Zhang Xini, its interests were technically owned by Huang Xian's parents, rendering Huang Xuanxing a de facto superior to Zhang Rong. This hierarchy was evident in the demeanor of both men. Zhang Rong was notably more circumspect in his speech, whereas Yu Tingli appeared far more at ease. The reception hall at São Paulo Airport was spacious, bustling with a diverse array of individuals. Signs held aloft displayed an assortment of languages: English, French, Russian, creating the impression of a miniature linguistic exhibition. As Huang Xuanxing engaged in pleasantries, Huang Xian wandered nearby, his small bag in tow, and soon spotted a group of imposing figures. Their matching suits suggested they were akin to the legendary bodyguards, prompting Huang Xian to glance at them with heightened interest. Truth be told, although the Huang family is considerable, it is uncommon for anyone, aside from a select few, to be accompanied by a veritable entourage of bodyguards, as such ostentation invites unnecessary animosity. Thus, when Huang Xian noticed a dozen serious-looking, brawny men forming a circle in this exotic waiting area, a mischievous impulse stirred within him. 2 towering individuals, each standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches, flanked the outer edge, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. When one caught sight of Huang Xian, the latter deliberately raised an eyebrow and blinked playfully, a hint of provocation in his demeanor. This was a mischievous habit ingrained from home, an instinct to play pranks upon encountering others. Huang Xian thought to himself, if you choose to stand guard, I shall continue my playful winks. The bodyguards, upon realizing he was merely a teenager, briefly scrutinized him before returning their attention elsewhere. Undeterred, Huang Xian smiled at the hulking figures, his grin devoid of any genuine amusement, reminiscent of a sleepless night aboard an aircraft. Just as he contemplated escalating the playful encounter, the crowd ahead began to shift, prompting the bodyguards to tense, several forming a protective wall as their leader advanced. Murmurs of discontent rippled through the waiting crowd. Quickly falling to silence, Huang Xian craned his neck, shielding his eyes with his hand, squinting to discern the commotion. Emerging from the throng was a breathtaking beauty, clad in summer attire and donning sunglasses. The term classical referenced here bears no relation to the traditional Chinese notion, but rather pertains to the classicals celebrated by Westerners, faces akin to statues, 3-dimensional figures, and skin as smooth as marble. She donned an off-shoulder ensemble, her light golden tresses cascading naturally, dancing gently with her movements. Her delicate arms held a petite handbag, while her feet were adorned with stiletto heels, her slender calves gracefully extending from her rounded ankles, enticing gazes yet shrouding her allure. Despite being underage, Huang Xian had acquired his identification card, feeling entitled to appreciate the beauty before him. Casting a glance back, he noticed his father engaged in conversation several meters away, which relieved him as he pushed further ahead. Li Qing, the bodyguard assigned to supervise Huang Xian, was hardly vigilant. He too was captivated by the beauty, oblivious to Huang Xian's maneuvering. By the time the next wave of disembarking passengers arrived, Huang Xian found himself at the forefront of the crowd. The bodyguards circled protectively around him, with the first 2 clearing a path, soon to vanish from Huang Xian's sight. The underage youth, now in possession of an ID, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Having worked up a sweat to witness her, it seemed rather disrespectful to leave without an acknowledgement. In a moment of rebellion, Huang Xian seized a half-consumed bottle of mineral water from his bag and hurled it into the air. This was not the first chaos he had instigated, but it marked his inaugural disruption on foreign soil, a mere 26 minutes after setting foot in the Federative Republic of Brazil. Although he had never witnessed a grenade explode in a crowd, he compensated for this lack with a simple water bottle. As the bottle neared the bodyguards, the lead guard shouted, tackling the classical beauty to the ground, followed closely by the second and third guards. The outer guards reached for their suits, and the startled crowd, roused by the commotion, erupted in screams. The reception hall quickly descended into chaos, akin to droplets splashing into boiling oil, with only a handful grasping the unfolding events. Women redefined high-pitched screams while men occasionally bellowed in confusion, a cacophony of strange sounds rising and falling. Huang Xuan's mind faltered, and as he contemplated retreat, two burly men lunged at him. Startled, he instinctively retracted his neck and swung his left hand in a clockwise motion to evade one man's punch, only to realize that his physique had changed. He felt as though his fist had plunged into a mass of wood shavings, with a resounding thud. He knocked the man behind him to the ground. Emboldened by his success, Huang Xuan dared not linger. He thrust the first man's hand away and turned to flee. Before departing, he glanced back, locking eyes with the beauty, now sans sunglasses. Her visage was strikingly different from that of an Eastern woman, with full yet well-defined lips. A straight nose that seemed slightly narrow, yet harmonized beautifully with high cheekbones, exuding charm. Huang Xuan had two cousins often lauded as beauties and an elegant, lovely mother. Yet he could not deny that this woman, adorned with sunglasses dangling from her ears, possessed a wholly unique appearance. With a somewhat awkward smile, Huang Xuan instinctively made a face. Just before the third bodyguard rushed forward, he slipped into the chaotic crowd. Lorin exerted a slight amount of energy to hinder the pursuer's steps, allowing Huang Xuan to successfully reach his father's side. Huang Xuan grumbled a complaint, grasped Huang Xuan's hand, and hastily exited the hall, oblivious to the fact that it was his own son who had instigated this tumultuous commotion. Chapter 35. Waiting. 1. The event passed quietly. Early the next morning, Huang Xuan rose with the dawn, rousing Huang Xuan before preparing their belongings for the journey. He was set to embark on his tenure as a visiting scholar at the University of São Paulo, and due to safety concerns, Huang Xuan felt compelled to follow closely behind. Huang Industries had procured a modest villa for them, approximately 300 square meters in size, situated less than 2 kilometers from the university, allowing for a pleasant walk to campus in the mornings. Huang Fu was quite taken with the surrounding environment and swiftly consented to the arrangement. In matters such as these, Huang Xuan had little say. He would audit courses at the College of Foreign Languages at the University of São Paulo and also dedicate 3 hours each day to tutoring. Until a more suitable candidate could be found, this role would be filled by De Silva. De Silva, a translator sourced by Huang Industries for Huang Xuan, was a mixed-race individual in his 30s, with a somewhat limited command of Chinese, yet his Portuguese translations were fairly accurate. Brazil's official language is Portuguese, but geographical remoteness from Portugal and years of political and cultural influence have rendered the Portuguese dictionary largely ineffective here. However, Brazilians generally possess a rudimentary understanding of Spanish, while English remains quite uncommon. Even if every Brazilian were fluent in English, it would offer little assistance to Huang Xuan. Lorin could serve as a translator, but due to geographical constraints, this miserly individual seldom spoke. According to him, conserving energy was paramount, surpassing the need for communication. Huang Fu could only converse in English and a smattering of Latin, which posed significant challenges in engaging with ordinary Brazilians. Fortunately, the faculty at the University of São Paulo were of high caliber, speaking English with commendable proficiency, and enjoyed amiable discussions with Huang Xuan. In terms of language, Zhang Sini had little recourse, placing her hopes on Huang Xuan to devote some time to guide Huang Xuan. The effectiveness of this, however, could be discerned by reflecting on the previous 15 years. Meanwhile, Lorin diligently translated documents, relying entirely on Huang Xuan for his energy needs, as domestic supplies could not meet the ever-increasing demands of the base. To transmit energy in Brazil, the base would need to relocate, and whether such a move was justified remained a crucial question. Brazil has indeed developed a robust nuclear power sector, attributable to state ownership. On another note, it stands as the world's largest producer of bioenergy, primarily generating biodiesel and fuel ethanol, the latter amounting to an annual production of 2.1 billion liters. As Huang Xuan translated this figure, he fancied he could hear Lorin's salivation. In truth, I am capable of digesting more than just electricity, Lorin remarked. Huang Xuan felt a flicker of intrigue, yet this was not akin to conditions back home. As his mother wisely advised, it was better to observe than to speak. He gazed at the information on his computer, unable to reach a definitive conclusion. Tentatively, he suggested, Lorin, perhaps I should acquire another aluminum factory or a similar energy-intensive enterprise. That could be considered, Lorin responded, appearing somewhat unenthused by the proposal. In about a week, the base would amass sufficient energy to elevate to level 21, at which point daily consumption would reach a standard of 500,000 kilowatt-hours. This would necessitate stable energy channels and ample supplies. Otherwise, relocating the base would be unwarranted. How could it be unwarranted? Huang Xuan pondered inwardly, contemplating his need for assistance. Nonetheless, he realized that calculating the cost of 500,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity at the typical industrial rate in the country would amount to approximately 300,000 yuan, translating to 9 million per month. Despite possessing assets worth $200 million, the operational authority lay firmly with his guardians, namely his parents, leaving him with a mere 100,000 at his disposal. This realization filled Huang Xuan with a sense of melancholy. Just a fortnight ago, he had been a millionaire, and now he had descended a tier. With the looming threat of negative equity in the near future. Lorin, the ancient book auction is set to take place in a few days, correct? Recalling his previous success, Huang Xuan felt an urgent desire swell within him. Just 3 days remained. Please contact Lu Qingshan for me. Even if I cannot attend in person, I would like to listen in. Certainly. As Huang Xuan's generosity towards Lorin increased, so too did Lorin's demeanor, markedly improving from the once hostile exchanges. Huang Xuan privately speculated that this transformation might not solely be due to authority, but perhaps related to a hierarchical dynamic. Yet, this remained mere conjecture. Before long, Lu Qingshan's voice resonated through the telephone. Huang Xuan wasted no time, directly inquiring, "Mr. Lu, how are preparations for the auction proceeding? We have invited approximately 150 individuals to participate, most of whom possess the means to contend for your items." He continued, "I hear you are studying in Brazil. Will you be returning?" Huang Xuan smiled. His trip to Brazil was merely a ruse, and he could only be described as a visitor. "I want to be returning, but I may require some assistance." "Of course, please go ahead. It concerns currency. As I am currently in Brazil, I primarily utilize the real and the dollar. So I hope you can convert most of the auction proceeds into dollars and deposit them into my account." Lu Qingshan hesitated momentarily. Exchanging such a substantial sum into dollars could be quite cumbersome. Nonetheless, after a brief consideration, he responded with a smile, "That should pose no problem. However, as this stipulation was not included in our prior agreement, I will need to seek approval from the company. Additionally, the payment timeline may be delayed." "Understood," Huang Xuan acknowledged, adding, "Please retain around 5 million yuan to deposit into my domestic account, while the remainder should be converted to dollars or reais. If that proves inconvenient, you may also deposit the yuan directly into my account. I will provide you with the specific account details and payment instructions shortly." "Rest assured," Lu Qingshan replied repeatedly, acknowledging that while Huang Xuan could still settle in yuan, as a fiercely competitive auction house, Sotheby's would naturally strive to accommodate its clients. The conversation concluded as the time for Portuguese class approached. De Silva was a dedicated instructor, or more accurately, an eager pedagogue from Brazil, fully utilizing every minute of the 3-hour session, his pace serving as the measure of his diligence. Huang Xuan possesses no foundational knowledge, while De Silva can merely be described as a Brazilian endeavoring to learn Chinese. More importantly, Huang Xuan harbors not even a scintilla of interest. He merely sits there in agony, observing the lips of his interlocutor moving, and with a barely audible voice inquires, "Lorin, is there any way for me to learn Portuguese instantly? I haven't even grasped English yet. Learning another language seems excessive. Instant mastery is unattainable," Lorin replied earnestly. "Even purchasing a pack of tissues requires proficiency in Portuguese." Huang Xuan, in a tone of resignation, implored, "Could you assist me? What about 10 million kilowatt-hours? Don't you possess technology for millennia ahead? When you traveled to other timelines, did you have to learn a language each time?" Lorin clearly found Huang Xuan's proposition enticing, yet he truthfully responded, "The auxiliary learning feature becomes available only after reaching level 21 of the base, and it still requires a considerable amount of time. Furthermore, I recommend you master the language, as it proves invaluable during interdimensional travels." Upon hearing the phrase "a long time," Huang Xuan expressed his disinterest by stating, "What good is it anyway? You have the ability to translate. When I cannot comprehend much of what you understand, it will deprive you of numerous opportunities." Whatever, Huang Xuan dismissed such opportunities with indifference. The earnest De Silva, however, remained oblivious to the fact that his sole student was profoundly distracted, happily continuing his monologue while Huang Xuan stared blankly at the textbook on the table. Suddenly, Lorin interjected, "Huang Xuan, would you be interested in venturing to other dimensions?" This marked Lorin's third invitation to Huang Xuan, who had consistently declined in the past. It was hardly surprising. Once the novelty wore off, Huang Xuan, lacking a spirit of adventure, would rather watch a tedious film or discuss trivial matters than embark on a journey to realms far beyond his comprehension. Were it not for his relocation to Brazil, he would have lost much interest in Lorin, with assets exceeding $200 million. He could easily rank among the elite back home, devoid of grievances or vendettas. Why bother? After a moment of hesitation, Huang Xuan glanced at the animated De Silva and quietly remarked, "Actually, you know I cannot return home right now. Didn't you mention that you aren't preparing to move the base? Interdimensional travel can still be conducted without relocating the base." Lorin interpreted Huang Xuan's question as a form of disdain and raised his voice. "It merely requires slightly more energy expenditure. Normal temporal travel is feasible. The foundation of the interdimensional era is energy. In the past, Lorin might have fretted over energy loss, but now he comprehends that only expanding resources can fulfill the demand. Lorin reiterated his point twice, while Huang Xuan covered his forehead with his hand and sighed, "Fine, whatever." Upon witnessing Huang Xuan finally express interest in exploring other dimensions, Lorin became exhilarated and promptly stated, "If you wish to depart, we must first prepare equivalent goods, storage facilities, and energy reserves." Chapter 36. Waiting 2. Although it was said that we would embark on our journey, in reality, we lingered for another week. This delay primarily stemmed from the anticipation of the funds from the ancient book auction being credited. The total pre-tax revenue from the 11 books amounted to over 32 million, aligning closely with Lorin's estimated value. Notably, the Jade Frost Studios' dramatic manuscript, which was auctioned, exceeded its estimate by 15%, reaching a staggering 7 million, ranking 5th among recent ancient book auctions. The exchange rate between the renminbi and the real hovered around 1 o'clock. 24. However, Sotheby's converted the majority of these funds into US dollars and deposited them into Huang Xuan's account. If one were to calculate the return on investment, Huang Xuan achieved an astonishing 50-fold profit within just 3 days, a feat made possible due to Lorin's temporary lack of energy. To facilitate preparations, Huang Xuan made an international call to Li Shengang, instructing him to be ready to contact the generator rental company and maximize the aluminum plant's power supply, accumulating over 10 million kilowatt-hours of stored energy. However, while preparing the general equivalent, Huang Xuan encountered a minor complication. After successfully completing the upgrade program for the 22nd level base, Lorin's capacity to carry materials increased significantly, and the energy consumption required for the same volume and weight decreased several-fold. Furthermore, the prospect of venturing into the time and space beyond T-1600 heightened Huang Xuan's anticipation. Yet, this very anticipation rendered the preparation of the general equivalent slightly more challenging. Although the base stored vast amounts of energy, once venturing into an alternate dimension, one must consider not only the energy consumed during the journey but also the necessity of retaining energy as a precaution against encountering a dimension that had not experienced a temporal disturbance. Thus, the efficient transportation of materials became a crucial concern. Lorin provided Huang Xuan with a list of commonly used materials, predominantly various food products, which represented the most cost-effective choice. Additionally, there were specially crafted artisanal items, as it was generally understood that resin consumed less energy than glass, while glass, in turn, required less energy than metals. Adhering to this principle, travelers from 100,000 standard years ago often favored delicate yet fragile trinkets. Their primary drawback was their difficulty in valuation and resale, yet they were economically feasible. It was said that the specific mechanisms of energy consumption within dimensional passages were intricately linked to molecular structures and energy spectra, a central concern in the studies of past scientists. Lorin explained to Huang Xuan that products which were less durable consumed less energy. However, this failed to elucidate why rust-prone iron would consume more energy than diamonds, perhaps neglecting the interrelations of materials. This paradox seemed to contradict the very essence of preservation. Despite the elevated authority of the esteemed overseer and his marked intellectual improvement, as Huang Xuan described, he still struggled to comprehend Huang Xuan's thoughts. Dimensional travel was fraught with peril. High risks naturally demanded high rewards, which, in turn, were tied to costs. Thus, for several days, Huang Xuan found himself preoccupied with the question of which materials to bring. Food was indispensable. Wherever there were people, it served as the standard equivalent, and it was said that its value had historically been quite significant. The bovines and sheep may indeed be a viable option, yet they present a myriad of complications. Primarily, one must cleanse their digestive tracts, a task few travelers are inclined to undertake. For the dimension-hopping travelers, Huang Xuan has encountered a rather delightful dilemma. During the era of grand dimensions, the prices of food and similar commodities soared to exorbitant heights, rendering them unacceptable to merchants. In certain dimensions, they could claim half of the profits, while Huang Xuan's once perplexing energy conundrum has proven surprisingly simple to resolve in an age characterized by an insatiable thirst for energy. Ironically, the most economical resource in this era is energy itself, as it is precisely affordable energy that they seek. Of course, The grand dimension era cannot endure indefinitely, akin to a beautiful utopia. The freedom of trade rapidly ushered in uncontrollable temporal and spatial disturbances, leaving only the closed dimensions with a chance to evade such turmoil. However, reality remains steadfast. Confronted with soaring electricity costs and restrictions on the transportation of goods, Huang Xuan ultimately procured 500 tons of grain, along with a modest quantity of sugar, Sichuan peppercorns, and other seasonings. Although the quantity is considerable, São Paulo stands as Brazil's largest commercial hub. As long as one can afford the price, the Port of Santos can deliver any product from around the globe. On the evening of May 28th at 7 p.m., Huang Xuan quietly vanished from his apartment. That night, Huang Xuanxing would remain in the laboratory, while Li Qing would be at home but would not enter Huang Xian's room. Thus, until the following morning at 10 a.m., Huang Xian's whereabouts would go unnoticed. The dimensional passages are perpetually vibrant, with everything around seemingly adorned in different hues. Yet upon closer inspection, they appear remarkably similar. Drifting solitary in the void can be rather tedious, particularly when one cannot find a point of reference. Bored? Huang Xuan inquired of Lorin. Why is it that when I venture to other dimensions and return to P112, the time is not synchronized? Why can I not traverse to other spacetime segments within the P112 dimension? How many spacetime segments exist within a single dimension? Lorin responded in a formal manner. Time exists in discrete segments, rather than continuously. In simple terms, a dimension is composed of distinct spacetime segments. Thus, as long as one returns to the same segment, time remains unified for that individual. The higher the grade of the shuttle, the more energy it consumes, allowing for a more precise control over the timing of entry into a specific spacetime segment. If one departs from an earlier part of a time segment and enters later, the duration of stay in other dimensions lengthens, but cannot exceed the total length of the initial segment, lest one become irrevocably stranded in the alternate dimension. Furthermore, the lengths of these time segments are variable and subject to change. At times, a segment may last less than a second, while at other moments, it could extend for months. Assessing the current space-time is a fundamental requirement of the shuttle, but the more accurate the assessment, the greater the complexity of its construction. Lorin's explanation, though somewhat accessible, remained limited in clarity, particularly for Huang Xuan. His inquiry was merely a means to pass the time, devoid of any genuine intent to comprehend a machine from eons past. In jest, he remarked, "Last time you left me in another timeline, if you had acted more slowly, wouldn't you have lost me entirely?" The response was undeniably cold. Huang Xuan, unfazed, chuckled. "In truth, even if I were lost, there would still be a way back. Endlessly traversing through time and space would surely present an opportunity to return, wouldn't it? The probability is exceedingly low." Perhaps even Lorin could not ascertain just how low that probability was, yet he responded earnestly. Each individual has a limited number of entries into alternate dimensions, determined by the energy ratio of the dimensional buffer zone. Hence, infinite access is unattainable. Huang Xuan was taken aback, inquiring, "Then how many times can I enter?" Currently, this dimension is in a state of temporal desolation, with only one known temporal base, and you possess the second highest level of authority. Consequently, the entire energy of the dimensional buffer zone is at your disposal, so there is no need for concern. Huang Xuan disapproved of the notion of idly consuming resources, expressing his dissatisfaction. But precisely how many times is that? And from where does this buffer zone energy originate? Can it be replenished? The buffer zone energy can indeed be replenished, but the usable energy depends on the total energy and the differential required to maintain the dimension's equilibrium. The greater the differential, the more entries into the dimension are permitted. According to your understanding, the energy of any dimension is conserved, so to acquire additional energy, one must engage in conflict with other dimensions, seizing their energy while minimizing losses in one's own. Is it truly that complicated? Must there be warfare? Certainly. When the energy required to sustain a dimension exceeds its total energy, temporal disturbances will occur, potentially obliterating certain timelines or even annihilating the entire dimension, leading to prolonged temporal desolation. Currently, P112 exists in such a state. Huang Xuan stuck out his tongue, eager to inquire further, but the ambient light began to shift peculiarly, a phenomenon he recognized as their arrival at the destination. Chapter 37. The Spitsbergen Archipelago, 1, P146T 1631W 7814 Arrival. Whenever Lorin engaged in matters pertaining to his responsibilities, his tone became particularly rigid. Huang Xuan stepped onto the solid ground, emerging from the dimensional passage. This was far preferable to the disorienting environment within the portal. "Where are we now?" he inquired, taking a deep breath of the frigid air. "It's quite cold," he remarked. As he spoke, warmth enveloped him, and Lorin replied. We are situated in the year 1631, near Longyearbyen on the Spitsbergen archipelago, close to the Arctic Circle. The current temperature is 2°C. I have already encased you in an energy field to maintain warmth, but I still recommend that you don appropriate clothing swiftly. You were the one who suggested I dress lightly, Huang Xuan retorted, glancing down at his long-sleeved t-shirt. This choice was made to mitigate the visual shock of short sleeves. Though he no longer felt the chill, a shiver coursed through him, and he stamped his feet. Let's find some people. There is a significant human presence 3 kilometers to the west. Additionally, please be aware that your stay in P-146 cannot exceed 84 hours. That's just 3.5 days. Why complicate it? Huang Xuan said, tucking his chin into his collar, feeling somewhat out of place amidst the surrounding frozen terrain. He shook his head and set off in the indicated direction. Along the way, Lorin began to search for dimensional information. A crucial step not only for assessing current safety, but also for determining their course of action. Prior to the occurrence of temporal disturbances, the environments of various dimensions had been thoroughly surveyed. However, in the present desolate temporal landscape, the data had become outdated. The only reliable hope lay in the similarity to standard dimensions. If this was indeed a realm shaped by severe temporal upheaval, it would likely exhibit a high degree of similarity. In this context, the temporal wasteland became advantageous. During the era of great dimensions, the concept of similarity was nearly non-existent, as countless traders had long since ravaged the land. Were it not so, temporal disturbances would not have transpired. As the closest human settlement to the Arctic, the Spitsbergen archipelago boasted scant vegetation cover, particularly in the inland areas, where only sparse mosses dared to breach the surface. Lorin warned of the presence of numerous polar bears in the vicinity, stirring a sense of trepidation in Huang Xuan. While they walked, Lorin began to disseminate fundamental information about the region, an overwhelming wealth of content that left Huang Xuan feeling burdened. He mused that if he were to absorb all of this knowledge, a few more temporal journeys might suffice for him to master both history and geography. The Spitsbergen archipelago, also known as the Svalbard Islands, belonged to Norway in Huang Xuan's time. However, it was currently under Dutch dominion. In the 17th century, the Netherlands was the most powerful nation in the world, heralded as the sea carriers, and Spitsbergen, as one of its colonies, was given significant attention. The air felt imbued with coldness, and from afar, the sounds of conversation began to drift through the open expanse. As they traversed the barren landscape, a small fishing village came into view, seemingly a bustling market. Huang Xuan quickened his pace. The warmth provided by the energy field was commendable, yet he found himself favoring clothing. What was valuable in the 17th century? He pondered what attire he might exchange for. Perhaps a polar bear fur coat? Would it be too cumbersome? Tulips. Lorin's response nearly made Huang Xuan choke. He suddenly recalled having heard something similar earlier. Apparently, there had been a period when the Dutch engaged in frenzied trading of tulips, selling off assets to acquire tulip bulbs for hoarding and competing to purchase newly cultivated, rare varieties, resulting in a single rare tulip fetching thousands of Dutch guilders, worth 30 times the average annual income of a Dutchman at that time. Naturally, such madness could not endure. After the fervor subsided, those once coveted tulips depreciated by over 90, with most ordinary varieties being fed to livestock. This phenomenon has been regarded as the first economic bubble in history, significantly impacting the economic order and strength of the Netherlands. Yet, before their devaluation, these flowers were exorbitantly priced. Are tulips still valuable now? Despite knowing he was near the Arctic Circle, Huang Xuan could not suppress his curiosity. Analyzing the similarity of this dimension, it appeared that tulip sales were at a peak. Huang Xuan felt a tinge of disappointment. Had he known, he would have brought a batch of tulips, surely better than some everlasting Augustus or such renowned items. Several small sailing vessels, adorned with 3 sails, swiftly appeared before Huang Xuan's eyes, an obsolete design since the electric age. Each boat boasted its own square sail, crafted from sewn canvases with vertical seams. Ropes secured the sails, interconnected by movable rigging. The triangular lateen sail had yet to be invented, thus the area of the square sails was far less than one might imagine. Upon the arrival of the boats, the villagers erupted in excited shouts. At this moment, a few men of Nordic descent emerged from behind a low wall and spotted Huang Xuan. Their expressions were likely one of astonishment. Huang Xuan shrugged. If he were near the Arctic Circle and saw a person of Asian descent wandering about in a t-shirt, he too would likely exclaim in surprise. After all, a larger crowd would be more effective for monster hunting. Hogathit. Huang Xuan greeted first, with Lorin acting as his translator. Her voice mimicking his so closely it seemed as though Huang Xuan himself spoke Dutch. Hoi, one man extended his hand in response. Huang Xuan's face brightened, and he called out, "Hello, How far is it to Longyearbyen from here? Just ahead, a young man, curiously observing the approaching Huang Xuan, pointed westward and asked, "Where do you come from?" "Amsterdam, my friend." Huang Xuan intentionally portrayed warmth, as the notorious Nordic pirates had long been renowned. He smiled and added, "I traveled from Java Island to Amsterdam and now serve as an employee of the Dutch East India Company." Java Island refers to present-day Indonesia. In terms familiar to the Chinese, the Dutch East India Company used Java as a base to invade Taiwan, only to be expelled by Zheng Qinggong a century later. However, the young man before him evidently had no knowledge of the whereabouts of Java Island, yet every Dutchman was well acquainted with the East India Company. Upon hearing Huang Xuan's familiarity with Dutch life, a middle-aged man, standing somewhat behind, stepped forward and said, "If you wish to travel to Longyearbyen, you may join us later." "Thank you very much," Huang Xuan replied, shrinking slightly. "Could I exchange some clothing with you? I could offer spices in return." Although spices had lost their legendary value since the 17th century, their price remained steep. Nonetheless, in this northernmost region of the earth, they held even greater market potential in Europe. The middle-aged man shook his head but still agreed to provide him with a set of clothes. Huang Xuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, accepted the offer. He could not currently summon a large quantity of food from the dimensional portal, but several of the young men appeared quite enthusiastic, especially after Huang Xuan donned the seal skin, transforming his appearance and drawing him closer to their likeness. The small sailboat that had arrived brought with it an assortment of fish, algae, and a considerable quantity of shrimp, including the renowned Norwegian jelly shrimp, which, as far as Huang Xuan knew, were priced far higher than the dilapidated vessel that carried them. Yet now, they were merely a leisurely food for the fishermen. Observing the jelly shrimp carelessly discarded on the ground, Huang Xuan felt a surge of vitality, and the frigid air no longer seemed so piercing. Chapter 38. The Spitsbergen Archipelago. 2. The nearest port to Longyearbyen is Green Bay, where the sea ice melts only during the summer months of June and July, allowing large vessels to come and go, rivaling the prosperity of Amsterdam. Green Bay indeed lives up to its name, with its 113 days of continuous daylight each summer. Even those accustomed to glaciers, such as Huang Xuan, who has just embarked from Brazil, find this harbor deserving of its verdant title. Particularly on the sunlit hillsides, a riot of colorful blooms flourishes, and despite the lingering chill in the air, one could easily mistake this brief stretch for a southern paradise. Marcet seems quite proud of this place. He is a Dutchman born in Spitsbergen who has never ventured beyond Longyearbyen except for fishing. This year, it is said to be a bountiful harvest, and he plans to seek employment. The profits from joining a larger vessel far exceed those from fishing alone. To a 21st century Chinese, Longyearbyen hardly qualifies as a town. It could more accurately be described as a sizable village, with a permanent population of around 200. Only during the summer do fishermen flock to the area. Yet even so, Longyearbyen remains the largest city in the entire Spitsbergen archipelago, accommodating a third of the archipelago's populace. Upon witnessing this scene, Huang Xuan, who had recently felt bolstered by the jellyfish shrimp, found his spirits dampened once more. On this outing, he primarily carried provisions, with sugar and spices merely supplementary. However, contemplating a city of merely 1,000 inhabitants left him disheartened. Selling 500 tons of grain. Would he sell a ton to each person? Marcet, oblivious to Huang Xuan's despondency, had initially accompanied him to Longyearbyen, and now that they had arrived, he intended to depart, eager to find a ship before summer's end, which was merely a month away. "Wait," Huang Xuan called out, exerting his utmost effort. "Where is the government here? The East India Company? Is this the place?" Huang blinked, facing a cluster of a dozen modest houses encircling a courtyard. He had initially assumed these were residences, only to realize that this was the illustrious headquarters of the Dutch East India Company in the archipelago. There wasn't even a single guard in sight. "Where is everyone?" Huang Xuan wondered aloud, gazing at the closed gates. "There should be a fleet of fishing boats arriving today." "The governor is undoubtedly at the port," Marcet replied, somewhat irked, as he did not wish to squander precious time on a fellow from Java. "Well, perhaps it's from Guo Island. Who cares?" Exhaling a puff of breath in the crisp air, Huang Xuan tightened his clothing and declared, "I will accompany you to Green Bay." "Suit yourself," was Marcet's indifferent reply, provided he could reach Green Bay. Huang Xuan trailed dejectedly behind Marcet, his mood persisting until they reached Green Bay, where it was swiftly replaced by sheer astonishment. For this era, Green Bay might indeed be considered a significant harbor. 2 sailing vessels, each with a displacement of 200 tons, were moored at the nearby dock. According to the information provided by Lorin, the largest ships constructible during this period could only reach 600 tons, comparable to the destroyers of World War II. However, The dull-witted sailboat could not entice Huang Xuan to part his lips in awe. What captivated him was the immense stone platform along the shore and the colossal bodies upon it. Was that a whale? Huang Xuan's voice trembled as he forgot to conceal his astonishment, uttering the words directly. Lorin's translation echoed back, but fortunately, Marcette was equally immersed in excitement, oblivious to the sounds around him, declaring, "The first whaling ships have returned. I must board to seek employment." Thus, in the vast green bay, Huang Xuan stood alone, watching as a dozen men labored to dissect the whales. From a young age, he had known that the blue whale was the largest animal on Earth, and had once believed that all whales were as gigantic as the blue whale. Yet, upon witnessing these behemoths, he could only express his shock. Now, as he observed dozens of whales being cut into pieces, his astonishment began to morph into saliva. As for the legendary guilt associated with consuming whale meat, if eating beef was merely delightful, then consuming whale meat should evoke joy as well, especially in this era, where whales were treated as ordinary commodities rather than rare creatures. He was merely uncertain about the pricing of whales. But what mattered was that transporting such behemoths required little energy. These were baleen whales from the suborder Mysticedae, specifically the minke whale, weighing around 9 tons. Beside it was a humpback whale from the same family, weighing approximately 30 tons. Additionally, on the southern sailing vessel were 2 gray whales, weighing around 28 and 35 tons, respectively. Currently, no toothed whales had been discovered. The most numerous were the Arctic whales, totaling around 70. After relaying this information, Lorin began to ramble about whale-related matters. It seemed that, at some point, Lorin had taken to educating Huang Xuan, not just during their travels, but also in daily life. Huang Xuan didn't mind as long as Lorin kept his volume down. He was willing to tolerate a bit more chatter. "Lorin, how is whale meat priced in the international market?" This was the core concern for Huang Xuan. Lorin quickly conducted some research and replied, "Due to whaling restrictions, prices are gradually rising. The more desirable cuts, such as the lean meat from the tail, can fetch up to $60 per kilogram, while ordinary cuts are priced at around $6. That isn't exceedingly high, Huang Xuan thought, his enthusiasm slightly diminished. Yet, gazing at the considerable quantity of whales, amounting to tons, he felt invigorated. He looked around and inquired of Lorin, "Do you know where the governor is?" "There is a large crowd 300 meters to your right. You might inquire there." Lorin prioritized conserving energy, of course, wiping his frostbitten nose. Huang Xuan adjusted his scarf to shield his face and, against the fishy sea breeze, walked towards the right. The vessels anchored here were all large ships, weighing 200 to 300 tons, with sailors busy butchering whale meat and Dutch mariners braving the wind on guard. In the midst of the crowd, a Dutchman stood with his hands clasped behind his back, conversing with several hat-clad individuals. Approaching within 100 paces, a guard intercepted Huang Xuan, a spear-wielding soldier, whose rank, in the 17th century military hierarchy, served to protect the musketeers but had evidently been elevated remarkably in Spitsbergen. The guard discerned from Huang Xuan's exposed forehead and eyes that he was not a Caucasian, and that was sufficient. He planted his spear into the ground and shielded his gaze with his body, stating, "Hoy, move along. I am an employee of the East India Company." Huang Xuan shrugged. Negotiating with a brute was an exercise in futility. He did not remove his scarf, for he could not synchronize his speech, merely moving his lips slightly as he allowed Lorin to speak for him. "I have brought an entire shipload of provisions, and I wish to see the governor." The chaos in Green Bay today was extreme, and the guard could not ascertain whether a supply ship had indeed arrived. He merely narrowed his eyes at Huang Xuan and declared loudly, "Indigenous, lower your mask." Huang Xuan complied, pulling down his mask and moving his lips as minimally as possible, saying, "Soldier, you need only to perform your duties. I wish to see the governor, but you cannot decide whether he will meet with me. Do you understand?" The Dutchman in the crowd seemed to have caught wind of the exchange. A feathered fellow whispered to those nearby, and another soldier approached, saying, "Let him pass. The governor has requested to see him." The spear-wielding guard glared at Huang Xuan, but stepped aside. Huang Xuan shrugged once more. Everyone present was likely someone who could not thrive in Europe, perhaps even a criminal. Were it not for Spitsbergen becoming the epicenter of whaling, the East India Company would scarcely have remembered this land at the northernmost reaches of the earth. Thus, it was pointless to engage in discussions of decorum with such individuals. "Who are you?" Huang Xuan pulled down his hat and bowed slightly. "Van Hoog Waluva," came the haughty reply from an elderly gentleman. This was Huang Xuan's initial assessment. He appeared older than those around him, and as the focal point of the conversation, he was the first to speak. Huang Xuan smiled slightly, saying, "Governor, I bring greetings from Mr. Yoma Alala." Huang Xuan's judgment proved accurate, yet Waluva assumed he had heard the name before, waving his hand for the guard to withdraw. inquiring, "Who is Mr. Alala?" Huang Xuan responded with a light chuckle, "He is the president of Nokia, sir. I am tasked with delivering a shipment of provisions intended for sale." Laughter erupted around him, particularly from a large-nosed individual who exaggeratedly chuckled, adjusting his hat. "Selling provisions in Spitsbergen, lad? We sustain all of Europe. What a pompous fellow." Huang Xuan mused as his second assessment formed, yet he maintained a facade of pleasantness, stating, "The Nokia company has just been established and is somewhat unfamiliar with the circumstances, but the provisions have arrived, and the fleet has departed. Thus, I seek a buyer to sell the goods." Oh, Willie's interest was evidently piqued. Although referred to as a governor, he was entirely different from the governors understood in the context of China, akin to the governor of Hong Kong. The East India Company in the 17th century functioned as both a colonial vanguard of the Dutch and the Department for Developing Tertiary Industries, the latter being the true driving force of colonization. Hence, the governor's actual identity was that of a merchant, a greedy merchant wielding power, primarily rice and wheat, along with a small quantity of spices and sugar, valuable commodities indeed. In Europe, spices and sugar have recently surpassed their peak prices, yet they remain costly commodities. While the continent is perpetually plagued by a scarcity of grain, the ascendance of the Netherlands has been significantly bolstered by its fisheries, which have supplied an abundance of sustenance. According to a strictly technological perspective, it was indeed the Dutch who devised a method to swiftly remove fish entrails, setting the wheels of history in motion. All these are commendable developments. The man with the prominent nose, though honest, was abruptly silenced by the stern gaze of Governor Wei-lu, who remarked with a hint of indifference, "It is presently the season for whaling. I fear there may be few vessels available to transport your goods." Huang Xuan understood that this individual was attempting to drive down the price, yet he could hardly afford to delay. Should he fail to conclude the transaction within 3 days, he would be compelled to return home with this batch of grain, resulting in a futile loss of millions of units of energy. Moreover, he had no genuine intention of transporting them away. "Lorin, can we not seize a portion for ourselves?" Huang Xuan inquired, glancing at the whales being dissected. "You can merely channel them directly into the dimensional portal. Why must we pay these wretched individuals? If you are content with merely taking a dozen whales, that could be arranged." Lorin did not oppose the idea, but cautioned, "However, if these Dutchmen were to assault you, I cannot guarantee your safety. The base currently stands at level 22, and utilizing energy through the dimensional portal incurs substantial losses. Should your energy expenditure exceed the stored amount, you would be unable to return. You cannot even best the people of the Middle Ages?" Huang Xuan retorted. "The Renaissance has indeed transcended the Middle Ages," Lorin corrected him. "Your physical strength is insufficient to withstand even a spear's thrust. Given the multitude before you, I deem the cost-benefit ratio exceedingly poor." "What costs?" This is all nonsensical. Realizing he had no choice but to endure exploitation, Huang Xuan fell silent, gritting his teeth. "Governor, the quantity of grain is substantial. If it truly cannot be transported in full, I can leave some here until next year's fleet arrives. However, I am willing to exchange grain for the whale meat from Langil." Wei-lu squinted at Huang Xuan, contemplating whether this was an attempt at bribery. At that moment, a Dutchman clad in bright orange, resembling a large tangerine, interjected, "We can transport whale oil to Europe ourselves. Svalbard requires neither grain nor whales." This provoked a round of laughter among the group. Whale oil, derived from the blubber of whales, serves as a vital industrial raw material and fuel, while also being a principal edible oil in Europe, capable of producing margarine, soap, and lamp oil, among other products. During this period, if a whaling vessel proved too diminutive, people would extract the whale oil and discard the remaining parts of the whale into the sea. After hearing Lorin's explanation, Huang Xuan felt a tinge of regret, but, with a glimmer of hope, declared, "Governor, I can procure entire whales. In any case, the price is negotiable." Chapter 39. The Spitsbergen Archipelago. 3. In the past, numerous countries in Europe and America engaged in the extensive hunting of whales solely for the extraction of whale oil. Once the oil was procured, the remaining carcasses of the whales were discarded. It was not until the advent of larger ocean vessels that they began to utilize the flesh, baleen, bones, and sinews of the whales. The primary consumers of whale meat were Nordic nations such as Norway and Denmark, alongside island nations like Japan. Baleen, on the other hand, was predominantly fashioned into women's undergarments. In the film Pirates of the Caribbean, the female protagonist is rendered unconscious by her tightly laced corset. However, significant advancements in this craftsmanship did not emerge until the mid-18th century, when they began to insert strips of baleen or wooden slats, as well as metal pieces, into the central front of women's corsets. The baleen was pre-shaped to follow the body's curves and embedded within the garment. with a curved piece also inserted horizontally along the top edge of the corset. The baleen at the back appeared linear, forcibly compressing the scapulae to create a flatter back. The seams of the fabric were ingeniously crafted. It is said that one could ascertain the era of a corset's production by examining the number of embedded baleen pieces and the treatment of the seams. If we consider the above as a form of waste utilization, the true driving force behind the persistent and problematic nature of modern whaling activities lies in the unique properties of whale oil. As a lubricant, whale oil is of exceptional quality. This rare biological oil is predominantly utilized in rocket engines and the metal industry, and it serves as an excellent lubricant, rolling oil, and surfactant. Even though whales have become exceedingly scarce, its latter two applications continue to be in use to this day. One could argue that contemporary society has reached the zenith of whale utilization. However, due to the excessive exploitation of whales, their populations have dwindled. Confronted by the multitude of whales, Huang Xuan experienced a blend of exhilaration and frustration. Situated within the Arctic Circle, Spitsbergen has historically served as the epicenter of Arctic whaling since the dawn of the current era. The Svalbard archipelago was once a domain contested by maritime powers such as the Netherlands, England, France, Spain, and Portugal, all of whom have left their mark on these waters. While Arctic whales have teetered on the brink of extinction after more than a century of relentless hunting, by the 21st century, the Japanese had shifted their whaling efforts southward to the Antarctic. This raises a pressing question. While Bergen primarily hunted Arctic whales and a handful of other species, how could Huang Xuan sell Arctic whales when, in his time, the known population of Arctic whales might have been less than that of Green Bay at that moment? This conundrum became his paramount concern. Unbeknownst to him, the governor was oblivious to Huang Xuan's contemplations, yet he evidently found the young man's proposal intriguing. With the technological and consumer capabilities of the 17th century, the discarded whale carcasses far outnumbered those that could be utilized. He smiled at the two individuals beside him and inquired, "How shall I address you, sir? As Mr. O'Lyra's envoy, or as a representative of Nokia? You may call me Huang Xuan. My father is Dutch." Huang Xuan internally apologized to his father and continued, "If you prefer, you may refer to me as Phillips, or even Unilever, if that suits you." At the mention of his peculiar name, Vilu smirked slightly and dutifully remarked, "So, Mr. Phillips, what price do you propose to exchange for our whales, or rather, how much grain do you wish to trade?" The sailors in the vicinity continued their arduous labor. Yet the officials of the East India Company had gathered closely together. Most of them held little status in Europe, having been born into the lower echelons of society. Thus, encounters with individuals of Asian descent were exceedingly rare, let alone one who spoke fluent Dutch. Huang Xuan discreetly withdrew his hand into his sleeve, only to reveal it later, filled with grains of wheat. He extended his hand skyward and inquired, "What price does the governor believe this wheat is worth?" Willoway, however, did not regard the grains in Huang Xuan's palm. He merely smiled and replied, "That depends on the price you are willing to pay for whale oil." Laughter erupted among the group once more, and it must be said that the customs of Europeans in this era were indeed coarse and distasteful. Huang Xuan, with a smile, gathered the wheat back, dismissing the jeers of those around him. Such scorn was not unfamiliar to him, having encountered it countless times since childhood, particularly from his loathsome cousins, who often delighted in mocking others. Yet, when their derision was ignored, they would find themselves discomfort. The Dutchman with the prominent nose clearly felt uneasy. He tilted his head and proclaimed, "This gentleman is Mr. Phillips, a Dutchman. This archipelago belongs to the Dutch. You should let your father negotiate." Just as Huang Xuan was about to respond, an outsider spoke in imperfect Dutch. "Is that so?" He was a European from beyond the circle, sporting slicked back hair and a waist-clipped outfit that the sea breeze could not dishevel. His attire was markedly different from that of the officials of the Dutch East India Company. Willoway closed one eye and glanced at the large orange beside him, who shook his head in response. The interjecting European, demonstrating awareness of the situation, stepped forward to stand before all present and asserted, "Since when has this archipelago belonged to the Dutch?" This time, he spoke in Spanish. In the 16th century, Spain was a superpower, and it was under its oppression that the Dutch had risen in revolt. Thus, even if most Dutch individuals could not speak Spanish, they were invariably aware of it, much like many contemporary Chinese who may not speak English yet still understand a disparaging remark directed at Americans or bananas. For the Dutch, Spaniards were exceedingly loathsome. In the early 17th century, the Dutch, still establishing their global hegemony, had just embarked on their maritime ventures, and naturally, the Spaniards were displeased to see their former subordinate assume a position of dominance. Therefore, upon realizing that the interjector was a Spaniard, the Dutchmen's noses flushed with indignation. Huang Xuan took a step back, unwilling to engage in the fray. Moreover, according to Lorin's account, Svalbard had originally been discovered and named by the Dutch, making it, by the logic of this era, rightfully theirs. However, the newly arrived Spaniard seemed far more intrigued by Huang Xuan than by the disputed hand. He feigned elegance, adjusted his hat, and turned to Huang Xuan, saying, "Mr. Phillips, please forgive my earlier rudeness, and I apologize for inadvertently overhearing your conversation." Huang Xuan shrugged and replied, "No worries. If it was unintentional, then it is just that, unintentional. Europeans can be rather pretentious. Would you mind if I examine the wheat you have brought?" "Not at all." Huang Xuan poured half of the wheat into the other's hands. The grains were plump and, if in Europe, could fetch 50 silver coins for 1,000 pounds. The Spaniard smiled as he handed the grains back to Huang Xuan, saying, "My name is Juan. Would you mind if I joined this transaction?" "Not at all." In truth, Huang Xuan was quite pleased. He turned his gaze towards Juan and inquired, "Would you prefer to trade in reals?" The real is the Spanish silver coin, which is still considered a hard currency. Florins would suffice as well. Juan cast a glance at Villouet. Faced with the allure of currency, Villouet momentarily set aside national grievances and pushed aside the large orange beside him, asking, "Has His Excellency Philip brought wheat?" "6 ships, along with rice, sir." Lorin faithfully translated Huang Xuan's words, igniting the enthusiasm of the large-nosed men. Chapter 40. The Spitsbergen Archipelago. 4. Although Huang Xuan had limited time, he still found moments to engage in business discussions. The approximately 10 tons of wheat and rice, along with several dozen kilograms of spices, that Lorin had offloaded at a dock in the port almost incited a fierce dispute between the Dutch and the Spaniards. In order to temper their fervor and to ensure that other captains heard of this development, Huang Xuan resolved to commence formal trading the following morning, setting the price at 30 reals or 10 florins per 1,000 pounds, with the option to exchange for whale products and other marine commodities. The florin, a gold coin consisting of 500 currency units containing 110 ounces of gold, is currently valued at approximately $6. This translates to a cost of about 0.2 yuan per kilogram of grain. At first glance, it appeared that Huang Xuan might incur a loss. However, when accounting for the inflation rate over the past 4 centuries, the price seemed considerably inflated. Were it not for the desolate Arctic Circle in which he found himself, one might speculate that this stockpile of grain could yield substantial profits. Nevertheless, Huang Xuan believed in the virtue of contentment, feeling grateful that he had not been dispatched to some Indian jungle. He hoped that travelers from the great multiverse would encounter fewer such aberrations and less of this peculiar dimensional data. Huang Xuan carried a total of 500 tons of food, equivalent to approximately 3 million pounds, valued at 33,000 florins, a considerable asset, sufficient to establish a fleet. Additionally, he brought several tons of spices and fine sugar, which surpassed the quality and taste of the cane sugar currently favored by Europeans. In the vicinity of the warehouse in Green Bay, Huang Xuan set up a modest stall. Behind him stood a small warehouse with a capacity of several hundred cubic meters, while before him lay an array of rice, wheat, spices, and cane sugar. The governor appeared preoccupied and did not approach, while Juan stood curiously behind Huang Xuan. The Dutchmen of the East India Company seemed to be hiding away, and only passing sailors paused to glance at Huang Xuan's stall, inquiring about prices. However, upon hearing that sales commenced at 1,000 pounds, they departed. One sailor, risking life and limb aboard a filthy merchant vessel for 3 months, could earn only 20 florins, and purchasing 1,000 pounds of wheat for personal consumption was out of the question. Thus, Huang Xuan spent a dreary morning in the warehouse district. Yet, he remained undeterred. He had discerned the previous afternoon that, provided the price was right, the captains in Green Bay, driven by profit, would not mind whether they returned to Europe with whale oil or grain. For those whalers, selling whale oil at European prices, even for parts of the whale considered refuse, while acquiring a substantial amount of grain, would be akin to securing a double profit. Who could resist such an opportunity? Juan, however, held a different perspective. He advised Huang Xuan, "Mr. Phillips, I can purchase all your grain at the price of 18 florins per 1,000 pounds, every last bit. Would you not reconsider? But you would need to defer payment," he added. Huang Xuan shrugged helplessly, replying, "I require cash." The concept of deferred payment is a quaint invention attributed to the Dutch, a nation that has pioneered mercantilism and established the foundations of modern banking, enticing all of Europe to willingly transfer their wealth to Amsterdam, where assets from across the continent were utilized for commercial endeavors. Presently, the Spaniards have also adopted this practice. However, Huang Xuan can only politely decline. As a traveler between realms, he finds the notion of deferral utterly intolerable. Huan, somewhat displeased, spent 2 hours elucidating why deferred payments do not impact income, yet Huang Xuan, accustomed to the incessant prattle of Lorin, remained unmoved by the Spaniard's rhetoric, stubbornly insisting on cash, while Huan's funds were woefully inadequate. It was evident that such a stance would hinder any potential sales. As yet another grimy sailor departed the stall, Huan, in frustration, exclaimed, "You do not understand commerce. You simply do not understand." Huang Xuan decided against dining. Instead, he squinted and sat cross-legged, awaiting the arrival of the next customer. The sunlight in Svalbard was pleasantly warm, bright, yet not oppressive, casting a soft glow, especially in an environment hovering around 3 or 4 degrees Celsius. Standing under the sun, he felt an unexpected warmth within. Huang Xuan's mind was tranquil. Compared to Huan, the latter appeared more like a merchant incapable of selling his wares. He sat there through the afternoon until the first genuine customer arrived. Captain Gunnar, a Dutchman, owned an old 4-masted sailing ship, primarily engaged in whaling and cod fishing, though he occasionally dabbled in transport, much like most Dutch merchants. Later that morning, his second mate informed him of a Spaniard selling wheat, willing to purchase whole or cut whales at 1/8 the price of whale oil. The captain and first mate laughed heartily, dismissing the idea as foolish. Nonetheless, by afternoon, he decided to investigate. Upon entering the harbor, Gunnar's ship encountered some floating ice. Although the keel sustained no damage, repairs were necessary. The sailors had ventured to Longyearbyen for drinks, leaving him to supervise the workers. Since the ridiculous Spaniard had not yet departed, he wished to gawk at what might be the most foolish individual in the entire northern hemisphere. "Where do you source your wheat? From Paris?" Gunnar inquired, chuckling heartily, revealing a gap where a tooth once resided. Clad in a snug captain's uniform, Gunnar's attire, while not extravagant, was relatively clean, a privilege on a vessel lacking fresh water. He appeared to be a man capable of purchasing wheat. Huang Xuan grasped a handful of wheat and scattered it before him, stating, 10 florins per 1,000 pounds, or 30 reals. The captain casually rubbed the grains between his fingers, tossing one into his mouth for a chew, commenting, "This is freshly harvested wheat. You cannot possibly have brought it from Europe." Gunnar was addressing Huan, presuming, due to the inherent superiority complex of white individuals, that this Spaniard was the seller, while Huang Xuan might merely be a slave. "I simply wish to sell it," was the reply from Huang Xuan, the supposed slave, further piquing Gunnar's curiosity. He rubbed another grain between his fingers and asked, "Is this wheat yours? How much do you possess?" "Of course it is mine." Huang Xuan lowered his hat, revealing a head of short black hair, and said, "I can offer you 20,000 now, should you desire it." This sum is roughly equivalent to the weight of 10 tons, which aligns with the capacity of the small warehouse behind him. However, Gonal did not respond immediately. Instead, he sifted through the pile of grain before him, examining it closely. He then inquired, "I have heard that you are willing to purchase whales at the price of whale oil. Is that true? If it pertains to other parts of the whale, I can exchange them for wheat or rice, as my cash on hand is rather limited. Should your wheat be of this quality, we may proceed to negotiate the price." "Certainly." Note, the real is often subdivided into halves, quarters, or eighths for the purpose of making change, a convention that has been incorporated into other units of measurement. Thus, to this day, the minimum trading unit on the London Exchange remains 1/8 rather than 1/10. Chapter 41. The Spitsbergen Archipelago. 5. Huang Xuan's inaugural venture in Spitsbergen proved exceedingly prosperous. He exchanged 20,000 pounds of wheat for 60,000 pounds of whale meat. In terms he was accustomed to, this equated to trading 10 tons of wheat for 30 tons of whale flesh. If one disregarded the energy expenditure and risks associated with this transaction, it was indeed an exemplary deal, abundant and fruitful. By approximately midnight, Huang Xuan's stall began to attract a gathering crowd. More and more shipowners had heard the news. The whale entrails, once discarded in the harbor's refuse, were being retrieved. However, due to the inconvenient overland transport from Green Harbor, the pace of trade was exceedingly slow, relying primarily on the sale of spices. Huang Xuan had amassed cash valued at 3,000 florins, a sum sufficient to purchase 600 Manhattan Islands in the Americas. Many shipowners were drawn to these small, lightweight, yet exorbitantly priced commodities. They preferred to load an entire cargo hold with spices for their return to Europe rather than forsake all whale oil for grain. Many among them believed that this year, prices for whale oil in Europe would inevitably surge, while Huang Xuan was privy to inside information. Nonetheless, this did not deter him from acquiring other parts of the whale. Merchants possessed their own discernment and were eager to sell whale meat, bones, and entrails to Huang Xuan, materials that would have otherwise been cast into the sea. It would take an additional 50 years as Dutch vessels increased in number before these parts would be transported to Europe for utilization. Yet, as textbooks written 400 years hence would assert, every part of the whale holds value. Its entrails are rich in vitamins and command prices far exceeding that of whale oil in the new century, while whale bones and baleen serve as excellent raw materials for crafting. Thus, under the principle of mutual benefit, transactions proceeded smoothly. Huang Xuan rented several warehouses directly accessible to the port for 100 florins to create the semblance of active shipping. Whenever a transaction was completed, Lorin would place the requested quantity of goods in one of the warehouses, and Huang Xuan would merely need to show the goods to the counterpart. Once the exchange of silver for merchandise was fulfilled, he would not need to concern himself further until the counterpart had completed their retrieval. This method was both secure and effective. Huang Xuan required only to conceal his operations for 3 days. Should suspicions arise later, they could be relegated to the realm of classified documents. However, this approach was rather slow, and it appeared that tonight would need to be spent in the midst of the midnight sun. The wooden door creaked rhythmically, its sound causing Huan to feel increasingly anxious. As a Spanish merchant, this marked his 3rd year in Svalbard, having previously traded cannons in Hamburg and wool in London. He was well versed in European commerce and prided himself on his ability to make astute judgments. Yet, the lack of capital rendered such judgments almost ironic. Huan longed to acquire Huang Xuan's stock in its entirety, particularly the refined white sugar. The brutish locals were solely concerned with wheat and spices, which, despite their decent quality and low prices, paled in comparison to the true value of the white sugar. With the current technological level in Europe, it is exceedingly challenging to achieve the desired sweetness of cane sugar. While brown sugar and even black sugar have sufficed for many, one firmly believes that the nobility would undoubtedly prefer a whiter, finer, and sweeter cane sugar. After reaching an agreement with a Frenchman, Huang Xuan seized him and declared, "Mr. Phillips, I have informed the fleet, and they shall arrive within 3 days. We can transact in cash. You need only wait for me for 3 days. I am willing to purchase all the goods you possess at the price of 12 florins per 1,000 pounds. Huang Xuan shook his head apologetically, replying, "Mr. Yuan, I cannot wait for 3 days." His statement was indeed truthful, yet one misconstrued it as mere evasion. Sailors are known for their remarkable patience. They can wait an entire year for a monsoon, so waiting 3 days should pose no challenge, as even 3 days is insufficient to prepare provisions and fresh water for a ship. A Portuguese man pushed one aside, and upon seeing Huang Xuan busily engaged in the crowd, he could only stomp his foot in frustration before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Villiers sat quietly in his chair, exuding an air of nobility with his elbows resting on the armrests, while several subordinates stood by, their gazes fixed upon the table. The table displayed a mound of white sugar. Huang Xuan permitted individuals to freely take samples from the stall, though this privilege was reserved for the well-dressed ship owners or merchants. A man with a prominent nose scooped a few grains of white sugar into his mouth, savoring the taste before indulging in more. The widespread availability of sugar in Europe coincided with the conquest of the Americas. Prior to this, the price of sugar was equivalent to that of gold, with Europeans even utilizing it as a medicinal ingredient. However, by the 17th century, many affluent citizens could procure sugar. Nonetheless, it could never match the sweetness of modern white sugar. For a child born after the 1990s, white sugar might seem hardly sweet, as they are accustomed to higher sweetness alternatives like fructose. Yet, for Europeans who still view brown sugar as a luxury, white sugar epitomizes advanced technology. Indeed, this sugar is vastly superior to what we produce, the man with the prominent nose remarked, licking his lips. Could it be a new product from home? The orange-haired man also tasted a few grains, suggesting, perhaps much has already been produced domestically. Otherwise, how could it have reached Svalbard? Perhaps not in large quantities. Added another tall Dutchman to the discussion. Villiers remained seated, listening to his subordinates' conjectures. The position of governor of the East India Company is indeed one of considerable power. Yet this theory does not universally apply, as seen in Svalbard. Historically, several organizations have borne the name East India Company, the most renowned being the British East India Company. During the 17th century, the Dutch East India Company was vigorously competing with the Spaniards and Portuguese for dominance over Svalbard. Currently, the Dutch held the advantage, and in a few decades, they would completely monopolize the whaling industry in the Arctic region. However, as of now, Villiers dared not exhibit any complacency. Acquiring the grain held by the Javanese would require thousands, if not more, gold coins. Without such funds, how could the company procure whale oil? Whale oil is a strategic resource. Could it be that war is looming? With this thought, Villiers sat up abruptly, a hint of urgency in his voice as he inquired, "Have there been any arrivals from the homeland or Europe recently?" Pusek arrived just last month. What is amiss? The large-nosed man appeared somewhat perplexed. How fares the situation domestically? And in Europe? All is well, he exhaled, adding, aside from the British, there is peace throughout Europe. The mention of the British made Voluvius ponder lightly, savoring the name as one would reminisce about a noble from his homeland. Yet, those familiar with him knew well that though the name Voluvius bore the prefix of Van, he was no aristocrat. Perhaps when Svalbard fully became Dutch territory, he might finally attain a noble title. Governor? Voluvius snapped back to attention, lowering his elbows from the armrest and rising from the table. Clee, we must procure whale oil, adhering to last year's European landing prices. And what of these? The large-nosed man gestured towards the sugar and grain on the table. With a look of disdain, Voluvius swept them off the table, declaring, we must prioritize the domestic supply of whale oil. Let the Spaniards purchase these commodities. Chapter 42. The Spitsbergen Archipelago. 6. William Way serves as the governor of Svalbard for the Dutch East India Company. Yet he does not hold the title of governor for the Netherlands and Svalbard. Consequently, his commands are only effective within the confines of the East India Company. For merchants affiliated with the company, adherence to its recommendations is contingent upon the distribution of profits. Only those employed by the company are likely to follow orders. Thus, at Huang Xuan's modest stall, not only did the number of patrons not diminish, but the volume of transactions actually exhibited an upward trend. What struck him as somewhat peculiar was that most individuals were reluctant to part with whale oil, even though he was offering it at last year's European purchasing price. Over the course of a day and night, Huang Xuan successfully sold 300 tons of grain and all of his spices, leaving his stall entirely bare of samples. However, due to the overwhelming number of transactions, he had no opportunity to restock. By the following morning, the crowd had begun to thin. Yet the vicinity of the warehouse was strewn with sailors, most of whom had come to earn extra money as laborers, with a few sent by their captains. In the absence of tasks, they sprawled on the cold ground to rest. Huang Xuan rubbed his eyes, hoping to alleviate the fatigue of the night. He remained in a state of heightened tension and exhilaration, having already amassed 500 florins, albeit temporarily stored in a dimensional portal. He could not shake the concern that if someone were to shout, the large, burly sailors might react impulsively. Fortunately, the red-haired men remained relatively calm for the time being. As another batch of grain was dispatched from the warehouse, Huang Xuan took a moment to catch his breath and called out, "Which one of you is Mr. Cleary?" Cleary. The prominent figure Huang Xuan had previously encountered emerged from a corner, slightly hunched, and grasped Huang Xuan's hand, saying, "Mr. Phillips, it's me. Do not shout." "Oh." Huang Xuan shrugged. "Is it Mr. Cleary?" "It is I." Cleary seemed to be perspiring slightly. Glancing back at the warehouse, he suggested, "Shall we speak inside?" "Here will suffice," Huang Xuan replied, mindful of maintaining his presence within the public eye, even when inspecting goods in the warehouse. Only by remaining vigilant could he mitigate the avarice of others. "This location is rather conspicuous," Cleary observed, clearly displeased. Huang Xuan reiterated his refusal. "Very well." Cleary licked his lips, turning toward the door. "I wish to purchase your sugar. How much do you have left?" As he spoke, he opened his tightly clenched palm, revealing the white sugar Huang Xuan had brought. Approximately 6,000 pounds, perhaps slightly more. "Why do you ask?" Huang Xuan pondered why the spices had sold out entirely while the sugar remained unsold. He had speculated whether it was related to the differences in dimensions, given that sugar was already available in the Europe of this realm. Unbeknownst to him, it was entirely due to the machinations of others who had taken all the sugar meant for sampling. "Name your price." Cleary trembled slightly, his demeanor suggesting a blend of fear and excitement. Huang Xuan squinted, his fingers lightly tapping against the warehouse wall. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "You desire 6,000 pounds?" The Dutchman, growing increasingly impatient, pressed on, "Name your price. I do not have much time." Huang replied, "I believe we must await Mr. Wan, as he also seeks the sugar. You see, his fleet is set to arrive this afternoon." Clee wrinkled his nose distastefully. He was not fond of the Spanish name. Looking down at Huang, he said condescendingly, "Hoi, from Java. I know you aim to inflate the price. Do not play games. Is that so?" Huang was unfazed by such petty intimidation. Even the dimmest of the Huang clan would not be swayed. He shrugged and picked up the registration sheet, preparing to call the next individual. Clee had no choice but to cover the paper with his palm and raised his other hand, adopting a servile tone. "God bless. My offer will surely satisfy you. Perhaps you could return this afternoon." Huang did not move his frostbitten hand aside, but instead tucked the registration sheet behind him. "I shall depart this afternoon, taking my ship with me. Do you understand?" Clee glanced around, ensuring no one was observing him. He resolved to abandon his pursuit of Wilkwe and return to Europe. With 6,000 pounds of pure white sugar in hand, he could thrive in any European nation. Presently, he possessed a substantial 8,000 florins, his entire fortune, well, that and a portion set aside for whale oil. Wilkie had grown old, his judgment waning. Purchasing whale oil at last year's European prices. Who would engage in such folly? Even in the event of war, the most valuable commodities would not be whale oil, but rather the foodstuffs that could become scarce. Who cared about those cursed war supplies, except for that fool blinded by his title? 1,000 florins per 1,000 pounds. Clee could not restrain himself from offering, knowing he had no time to squander here. Who could predict when Wilkie would recall him? Huang was also pressed for time. Yet he feigned indifference, stating, "You see, Mr. One has already reserved this batch of sugar. I cannot sell it to you. 1,100 florins. Clee countered once more, suppressing the urge to glance around. 1,400, came Huang's response, a suggestion from Lorin. 14 florins could buy a sheep. Thus exchanging half a ton of sugar for 100 sheep seemed fair enough. However, Huang's thoughts drifted to tulips. At 1,400 florins, he could likely acquire 1/5 of an everlasting Augustus. Truly absurd. Clee wrinkled his large nose, countering with 1,200. That is all I possess. Huang studied him for a moment. He could linger here for another day. Thus, he resolutely shook his head, declaring, "It seems I must await Mr. Wan." Clee, panting heavily, clenched his fists, the sound echoing sharply. Huang regarded him nonchalantly. To challenge a time traveler with a level 22 authority required substantial backing. The large-nosed man departed in dismay. He could not risk his entire fortune on Huang's sugar, for the risk was too great, even though offending the East India Company might pose an even greater danger. As Huang Xuan turned the ledger to the next page, fatigue washed over him. He had never before endured a night of labor, and now he was truly experiencing it. Another Englishman had exchanged a shipload of whales for half a ship of wheat. England, a nation accustomed to imports, would, in due course, continue to procure wheat from Norway. Huang Xuan had merely expedited the timeline. By evening, Huang Xuan's primary task evolved into acquisition. He aimed to exhaust his supply of gold coins, for it was decidedly unwise, at least for the time being, to carry metallic goods home. He casually opened a warehouse, allowing buyers to select their goods while he waited outside, observing sailors on the opposite side shouting as they moved sacks of grain. A green-eyed fellow yelled, "Be careful, don't spill any." Shipowners wishing to sell would unload their whales at the dock nearest the warehouse. After Huang Xuan confirmed the transaction, a throng of sailors, having received their payment, would devise every possible means to drag the catch into the nearby rented storage. Meanwhile, Lorin would employ any conceivable tactic to pilfer the whale meat from the dock or the warehouse, and if necessary, he would even incapacitate the dockworkers. For one less body sprawled on the ground made little difference. Perhaps these were the happiest days Green Bay had seen in a decade. Every shipowner docked in the harbor was aware of the news. Not only would the East India Company purchase whale oil at European landing prices, but there were also buyers willing to acquire any part of the whale, offering good quality grain in exchange. What could be more exhilarating than the prospect of increased profits? Only the owners of smaller vessels wore grim expressions. Due to their size, they often harvested only the most valuable whale oil, while only the larger ships, weighing hundreds of tons, were willing to transport entire whales back to port, replenishing their freshwater supplies in the process. In this grand feast, the small boat owners could only console themselves, for the price of whale oil had risen, and the vacated berths could be rented to other shipowners. Or they could venture out to sea once more, determined not to lose a whale this time. Unbeknownst to Huang Xuan, he had altered the fates of many. With heavy eyelids, he called out each name from the ledger, either collecting payment, facilitating exchanges, or purchasing every whale he encountered. Indifferent as to whether they were bowhead whales or mink whales. After filling a warehouse with whale meat, Huang Xuan picked up a dry towel to wipe the frost from his face, grumbling, "Why is there no antifreeze here? They ought to have given you whale oil to apply to your face." The speaker was Wan, who had reappeared after a day's absence, his hair plastered to his temples by the damp sea breeze, looking utterly disheveled. "That scent is overwhelming," Huang Xuan remarked, sniffing. "I thought you wouldn't return. You still have the white sugar I requested, right?" Wan, anxious, had risked capsizing to make it back. Huang Xuan spread his hands, saying, "Though you didn't provide a deposit, I still kept them in the warehouse. However, I cannot guarantee I will sell them to you." "Thank you, dear brother," Wan exclaimed with excitement, reaching out for a hug, only to be nimbly evaded. "For every 1,000 pounds, it's 400 Dutch guilders, or the equivalent in Wales." Huang Xuan remained resolute, unaffected by Wan's fervor, as each merchant approached the negotiation with enthusiasm. Wan exhaled a puff of vapor, fixing his gaze on Huang Xuan, and remarked, "We are friends, are we not? 1,400 Dutch guilders. or I shall take my business elsewhere. Such an offer was presented without any embellishment. Huang Xuan shook his ledger, responding, "Return when you have made a firm decision." The Spaniard was still contemplating when the large-nosed Klee burst forth from the warehouse, cautiously surveying his surroundings. He squinted at Juan and declared, "I shall take it for 1,400 florins." Huang Xuan once again raised his hand and shrugged. Then, "Who among you is most eager to procure 6,000 pounds of sugar? I require 8,400 florins. I." Both the Spaniard and the Dutchman exclaimed in unison, subsequently glaring at one another. Klee interjected, "But we had an agreement first." "No, it was I who reserved this batch of sugar," Juan countered. Yet no deposit was made. Klee, clearly privy to their exchange, produced a pouch from his garments, shaking it with a clatter. "Look, I have brought the deposit." Juan raised his chin defiantly, proclaiming, "So have I." At his boldness, Klee exhibited a flicker of trepidation, but swiftly disregarded the surrounding crowd, lifting his chin and stating in deliberate Dutch, "This is mine." Just as Juan was about to object, Huang Xuan interjected, recognizing that 1,400 florins was already a considerable offer. Otherwise, Klee would not have deliberated for so long. Thus, he thought it unnecessary to escalate the price and said, "Gentlemen, at this moment, I am in greater need of whales than Dutch guilders. Therefore, the one who brings me the most whales shall secure this batch of sugar. How does that sound?" "Agreed." The two exchanged glances, and one replied, "However, it is quite far to deliver the oil. Just leave it on the ship," Huang Xuan impatiently remarked, gesturing towards the warehouse behind him. "Each 1,000 pounds constitutes a unit. Whoever prepares the corresponding goods first may take away 1,000 pounds of sugar. Does that sound acceptable?" "Certainly."